goodness! Okay, let's go!
Brutal and beautiful.
I can never be tamed. Talk around 'cause I'm breaking the chain. Breaking the chain. Breaking the chain. So wild, I can never be tamed. Breaking the chain. Breaking the chain. Try me, you'll be feeling the pain. Talk around 'cause I'm breaking the chain. I break the chain.
The rosters have been shuffled, the scrims have been played, the meta is set, and now we have the pleasure of sitting back and watching it all unfold right here, right now. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 play for our EMEA region. My name is Kate, and alongside me in the dropship, we got T-Squared, we got Onset. Onset, let's start with you. Today may seem to the untrained eye as a well-paid day of play for these teams and these players. But today is really anything but. The grind is real.
Yeah, it has been, really indeed. The grind has been going on all season. This is the culmination of that split one, and now we get to see the best teams in the world duke it out for 250k. I mean, it's a pretty good way to spend your Saturday, if you ask me. A lot of hard work's gone into this for the players just to get into this lobby. Today's going to be an amazing day of action.
It absolutely will, and today's a great way to segue into this, Tom, which is our EMEA participating teams. You know better than anybody, some of these teams are coming in with some momentum, even outside tournaments, outside the ALGS. Talk to me about how that's going to translate to gameplay, and as we take a look at these seeded points.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. Momentum and a significant advantage going forward, especially teams on that left-hand side like Gambit Esports finishing #1 overall is going to give them 10 points. And when you get to that 50-point match point, that is going to be a huge deal, because once you win that game, that's going to be all she wrote, and that's how you get crowned the champion. But it's anyone's game, Kate. Those teams on the right-hand side make the EMEA region so exciting. Anybody could win this thing.
Absolutely, and that match point is a great segue into this next mention, which, as we talked about, match point, what is that? If you haven't watched our premier playoffs, our big finals, you might not know what it is. Well, we have put together a fabulous explainer video. Take a look.
Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Playoffs. With the teams and seeds set, the Split 1 Playoffs will begin. Scoring in playoffs will follow the match point format. In the match point format, there is no limit to the amount of rounds that can be played. Instead, teams battle to reach 50 match points, which are earned by kills and placing high in the matches. Once a team earns a total of 50 points, the next match becomes match point eligible for that team. The first team to win a match after they are match point eligible will be declared the Split 1 Playoffs champion.
If you've been with us and seen us in these big premier events before, you know how much we love that match point format. But Onset, that is an old favorite, but we got what could surely be considered potentially a new favorite, and that would be something called anonymous mode. Talk to me about what that means.
Yeah, certainly a player favorite, I think. It means basically in-game, the kill feed is disabled for the players and the team, so they will not know who is next to them, who is on match point, and who they have to try and focus to keep their tournament lives alive. So we get to see it still, the kill feed, as observers and everyone at home, but the teams, it's all about competitive integrity. They will not see who is being eliminated around them.
Excellent. Well, let's talk about what today will mean monetarily for some. And as we saw earlier, there's going to be a huge prize pool. Take a look at this prizing breakdown. Tom, obviously, #1, huge money. But even all the way down to 20, literally anybody who made it here today, they're going home with some money.
It's 2022. Can I still get a sheesh in the chat? Because sheesh, that is a lot of money. $250,000. First place, that is huge, $100,000. But everybody walking away with some money here. The big thing is, though, is that championship. Everyone wants to be the playoffs winners.
Absolutely. And something else that these players are going to be vying for is our Predator Award, which comes with its own monetary gain. That would be kills. And that player is going to go home with a cool $1,500 just for taking home Predator from today's EMEA tournament. Oh my gosh. And of course, we keep talking about today, and we will be all about our EMEA Split 1 playoffs. We live it, we love it, we can't get enough of it. But, Onset, this, of course, is our first split of our first year of Pro League. Talk to me about the road ahead, ultimately leading to that all-important ALGS Championship.
Yeah, the ALGS Championship is the jewel in the crown of the Apex Legends Global Series, and we've had Split 1, we're now into the Split 1 playoffs, we have Split 2 coming up, and it all builds, like I mentioned, to that huge money tournament that everyone was so excited about last year. It is the ALGS Championships. It is probably the pinnacle of ALGS. It is one of the best watches, and it is also one of the most pressurized situations for all of the teams to find themselves in.
Absolutely pressurized. And this is where I love to talk about points here, Tom, because obviously that prize pool, major goal. But the points to get into that next phase of our Pro League can change the trajectory of some of these teams towards the ALGS Championships.
No doubt about it. You don't want to be scrambling and fighting and clawing and wondering if you're going to make it in. Coming through and having a strong performance here is almost going to guarantee you a spot later on. So there's so much up for grabs today. We talked about the money, we talked about the pride, and then the longevity of this season as well.
Oh, I love it. We are all about today, but guess what? We got our eyes on even more prizes, even more of Pro League coming up in split number 2, which we'll talk about a little bit later in the show. There's a lot to do. Certainly there's a lot to see. And more importantly, there's a lot of new things, as we mentioned here today. One of those new things, and I'm very excited about this, and I know you both are as well, is something we're calling multi-view. And multi-view, well, it puts you in control. It puts you in the center. It really showcases what all of ALGS can do. This is your option while you're watching ALGS on 2 to 4 split screen windows. Look at all those screens. They use the command center functionality on Twitch. The tool lets you watch the action from multiple viewpoints. You'll be able to choose which teams and players to watch and listen into their game audio. You hear me right. Listen in. It's possible if you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel. That's twitch.tv/playapex. Just click on the command center below the Twitch channel player. That's near our follow button. Choose which perspective you want to follow. You can experience everything from the drop to looting, strategic rotation. You literally get to be the director of your own ALGS feed on set. I just don't know of a better way, especially for those people looking to level up their gameplay.
It is the ultimate viewing experience for everyone at home, right? You have no excuse not to watch your favorite team. Every single shot they fire, every single step they take in all of the games that we're going to see today. It is amazing. Not only do you get to see your team, you get to see every single POV, you get player comms, you get R comms if you want it. It's literally make your own broadcast and enjoy it because it's an amazing tool.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, hey, while you're already on Twitch, might we suggest you get in on some Twitch drops? I know you all love cosmetics. We all love cosmetics. Who doesn't love cosmetics? It doesn't matter. The point is that if you're going to be watching ALGS this weekend on Twitch, why don't you start earning those cosmetics? For those eager to get those items, follow these steps. Make sure your platform account is linked to your EA account. Create or sign into your Twitch account. Connect it to your EA account. That's all it takes. Then just watch the ALGS stream on Twitch to earn your drops and then claim those Twitch drops from your inventory when they're available. Tom, tell me, are there any of these cosmetics that you're super psyched for? Which one looks great to you?
Oh yeah, all of them, because think about it. Once someone else sees that you have that, they're going to know that you watch the ALGS, which means that they know that you're getting like Fallout's facts and things like that. So then you must be a pro. I think this makes complete sense.
Fallout's facts. Hey, speaking of facts, let's talk about how you can be the biggest fan of your favorite ALGS player, and that, of course, means your chance to vote for them as the Monster Energy MVP. Take a look on your screen. Get your screen grab out. Take your phone out, take a pic. Here's how it works. You're going to vote for your Monster Energy MVP using the hashtag of your chosen player along with the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. So hashtag chosen player plus hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. You can do that in the YouTube chat. You can do it on Twitter. You can do it on our Twitch chat. Let your voice be heard. Towards the end of our show, you're going to actually see all of your hard work in those votes go viral. We're going to showcase them, and we're going to crown our Monster MVP later on in the show. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. And quite frankly, on set, it feels like such a great way for our viewers to get involved and to really amp up the fandom.
Yeah, I mean, if you love your favorite player and they're playing well, which kind of have to go hand in hand for this, right? It's not just, you can't just carry them through. Although maybe you can, just throw a few votes in there. You can let us know and you can put them forward for that award. It's going to be amazing to see who takes it home at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Well, we talked about players. Let's talk about teams. It's time to check out those teams who have risen to the top, those teams who are impossible to ignore, which means it's time to talk our Lenovo teams to watch. Tom, kick us off right. Who do you have in your crosshairs?
Well, as always, before every EMEA broadcast, I talk to my boy Nasky, and he goes, yeah, there's only a couple teams that I'm really looking out for. And I'm like, who's your number one team, Nasky? He goes, 69 IQ Esports. That's who he thinks is going to win. And I'm going to have to agree because they're very consistent. Definitely one of our top 3 teams to watch because they're playing Apex so well at the right time. Coming through with this meta, Valkyrie is so key. The double big boy combo with Gibraltar and with Caustic is extremely crucial as well, and they play that composition very well.
Now, I'm going to pick Gambit Esports, and I think it's only right that we mention them. It would be crazy not to, right? The most consistent team across all of Split 1. They're the number 1 seed coming into today's tournament. Plus, they've got something which I like to call the H factor. And that is Hardeki. The man knows how to clutch. The man is probably the most individually skilled player that we have in Apex Legends. He can pop off and do what others cannot.
I'm going to raise you another H factor. I'm going with Hackies and the Alliance team coming in as the 2nd seed. They're playing very well at the right time too, but they start off a little bit slow. If they can keep up the momentum, they have one of the best IGLs, one of the best entry fraggers that we have, not just in the EMEA region, but the entire world.
Man, we talk about Hackies, we talk about Hardeki, and we talk about K-Swinney with those 3 teams. Guys, thank you so much for breaking it all down. Those have been your Lenovo teams to watch. Well, we talked about the teams, we talked about the prizing, we talked about all the things you can do to make this your own kind of ALGS Split 1 EMEA playoff broadcast. But now it's time to break it down. Who do our talent have coming in on top for today's competition? It's going to be interesting. Onset, I'm starting with you. You go bold and you go big.
I thought you said I'd gone bold. I already was bold, Kate, okay? Don't worry about that. You can see my dome shining in the same way that I hope the scars shine in the spotlight today, because it might seem a bit of a crazy pick, right? They had a pretty poor Split 1. They haven't looked like the team that sometimes they have, those championship-winning teams, but they've done this before, right? They've had poor splits, they've had poor seasons. It gets to champs, it gets to playoff, and all of a sudden scars turn up, and they remind us of just who they are. So I'm kind of a little bit of an outsider pick here, but I believe in my boys. I think they're going to come through.
I love it. Tom, you went with Gambit, like a solid choice.
Yeah, it's risky. I mean, I started off when we started the Split 1 with picking Gambit. They didn't lead me wrong, but I'm getting a little worried. I see Bardoff picked it as well, and I don't know. That cursor cast Bardoff, I'm a little worried. I have to talk to him about this one.
Well, I totally get it. And listen, 69 IQ, Tom, what you said earlier during our Lenovo teams to watch, spot on. His name is K-Swinney. I'm so excited to see that team and that team really do some damage today. So, dark horses, sure things, who's even to know? We're all going to find out, and we're going to find out really soon because it is time. Nay, it is time, gang, to go into our match number 1, which means I get the chance to say thank you so much for watching us on the desk. And we're going to go over to James and Evan, who are going to bring us into our match number 1. Enjoy. We'll see you in a bit.
All right. Thank you so much, Kate. And, of course, Tom and Mark on the desk. It's your boy Rain Day here with James. And, man, somebody's going to wake up today and say, I got to go to work. I got to play some Apex. Then they're going to go to sleep $100,000 richer. That is a productive day at the office. James, but, it's nice to have you here, man. I want to ask you personally, how you feeling about today going into these playoffs?
I'm feeling good. I believe in Gambit. Full confidence. Wing Decky, that guy is going to take his team to victory, I feel like, today. They're going to, but, his team are going to enable him. They're going to allow him to make those plays as well and support him in the right way. I think it's going to be very exciting indeed.
It's great, man. It's great to have you in the office, too. It's nice that we're doing this in person, and keeping things lively. We obviously are doing as best we can to keep the energy going. But for me, I also want to settle it down because this is a hype day. Everyone gets a lot of emotions. There's a lot of energy. And there's also just this ability to almost be a little too nervous, James. That's one of the things that I find a lot of teams that show up in these moments have the capabilities to win. We see them perform throughout the season, and then maybe they don't show up. For teams like Scars, however, they haven't had a great season, but Mark going for them has kind of represented this idea of, hey, maybe they will show up today because they end up winning when the moment counts.
Yeah, certainly. I think especially in tournament settings and so on, there's an element where you might have to get like the derp out of your system. Maybe that's the first game. Maybe that's struggling your way to the playoffs and then bringing the business end of the shotgun into these final scenes here. So we may see Scars overperform in this final. I think that there's certainly potential across the board to have some slip-ups at the beginning where somebody may come into this first one with a lot of nerves, especially those where it might be their first playoffs. The younger players might feel a bit nervous, or maybe they're so young that they won't even really realize what's happening and it's just business as usual. But it's definitely going to be quite exciting to see.
Some people obviously are excited for this thing to begin. Some maybe a little hesitant. Might be a mixture of both, because when anything matters, you can always start to feel those butterflies in the stomach start churning. But what do you do with them? How will you take that energy and move it into your actions? That's what we want to find out today as we kick off EMEA and our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. It is so good to be here. And as the drop ship begins the action, these players are landing down on their fate. What will it behold? We'll find out in just a moment. For those joining us, we are on match point as well. And that means when you are playing in a match point tournament, teams start out with an advantage who have come in and performed better than others. You'll see Gambit starting with 10 points already, Alliance with 9, Guild with 8. But James, the important part is they're aiming for that 50, as we had talked about earlier. And once you hit that threshold, you have the opportunity to win the game, close out the tournament, and claim the championship. So it's a different style, but the tension is so much more fun to cast. And I think for these players, it's a different beast altogether than most of the tournaments that they play.
Just a reminder, if you are just joining us, the kill feed for the players will be anonymized, so they won't see which player is getting downed and so forth, but we will see that here, of course. Wingman and Eve Rate's going to be a nice loadout for Hackis. And again, don't forget, you can get yourself a nice loadout as well. Make sure your account is linked with your Twitch account, and you will get rewarded for watching. If you have any issues with that, then do send your tweets to @VickyKitty on Twitter. She'll be dealing with those personally. If you add the hashtag #BuffCaustic, then she'll be classing it as urgent as well.
You know, Caustic is a dangerous character to mention. I feel like in front of you and in front of Vicky, there's two different sides of the coin there. So I'm just going to try to stay out of it as much as I can. However, Caustic, you will see a big part of this meta for a lot of European teams. There is different styles of play, James. Getting that Valkyrie, though, has to be maybe the #1 most important meta decision. We will see teams bring out the Ashe. We will see, again, the Caustic, the Gibraltars. We'll see Wraiths continually. But the Valkyrie, she's made the biggest impact, I think, in the last maybe 6 months of Apex Legends competitive.
Certainly she has, and we've seen some dodgy action with the Valks as well, landing out of zone and then dropping a few seconds later. Got some early skirmishes here as Dungeon Masters try to right the ship once again. Still getting peppered, trying to keep all the players alive, and maybe Wraith has fallen far enough back to get the shields up once again. So again, some early skirmishes and maybe just getting the nerves out in this first game as they'll look to stabilize now and continue on.
I think it's important. Get out of it and have it. You have the fight. You know that, this is live. We could have died there. You escaped close, but now you're aware and you're moving with a little bit more cautiousness. Obviously, a little bit more of the nerves, knowing, hey, we're in this thing. We've got to be ready to play. Alliance knows it as well. Coming in as the #2 seeded team. They're going to knock a couple out. This is IG going down. Bren's falling as well. That is all of IG taking a spill. That is not the way you want to start this tournament. They will be the first team out, in Alliance will find themselves, IG will find themselves finishing that. Yep. And IG will actually make it out of that one, which is an incredible start for them. I was going to say, I love Brennan the way that these guys play, James. So a little misread on the kill feed there, but happy to see them still involved.
Yeah, no worries about that. And in terms of the characters, I wanted to talk about Crypto. We see more of him in Europe. We've seen some of the NA teams mess around with him with mixed results, maybe some more experience required. But I think there's something to be said for, let's say, a Crypto and Gibraltar combo, where you can get those domes cracked by the Crypto and then really get the bombardments going. I think that's maybe we'll see more of that as this meta continues to evolve as we get more and more games here. But again, we've lost one team so far, Reply Totem, in the bin in this first game, so an early bath for them in this first game. And who knows? Maybe they don't even have time to get those nerves out. They went out so quick.
It's a rough start landing like that, but it gives you a lot of patience heading into the next game, as there will be more games for sure. That's guaranteed. We don't know how many today. That's kind of the exciting part. Horizon, Ruab, 0-0 Mimu. On the crypto, as you mentioned, the easiest, safest scan for the recon information to find the next zone, but they don't have any time to do any recon except realize where the bullets are coming from and try to avoid them. Gold shield already on Ruab, though. Strong move, 0-0 holding down the door. And it's GMT Esports who have lost Nasky in the skirmish with them, but Badoli and Serdell have the banner. They can deliver it to a mobile beacon or find one themselves, but want to play very, very cautiously before they do so.
Yeah, they have to take that bacon to the beacon and get Nasty back in the game, but easier said than done. So many teams around on the rotation as well. They're going to have to try and find a more remote location, perhaps, to get that respawn going. A bit late on the skydive emote there. Really important, actually, for Valve to try and dodge the bullets, as a lot of people will be aiming. Oh, Badoli's gone down as well. The charge rifle is the last weapon you want to see when you're flying in the air.
And that's Mandy as well. He is making sure his presence is felt from a distance. Oh man, the charge rifle doing exactly what it was meant to do in Apex Legends, to the chagrin of Badoli, but he gets up quite easily, and they're going to get Nasky as well. So a full GMT back in the lobby of EMEA. Let's head over to Solaris, though, as they have found themselves 13th place heading into this, so they won't be starting with any points, and they may not get any more, considering a defensive bombardment is going to have to go up. Quick res here from the Gibraltar, trying to pick up Joke, but Larabanu is going to have to hold a lot, considering the Wraith no longer has that into the void, as she's just trying to get out of dodge. Rascals pressing the advantage here with the R99. The Iron Sight on the wingman, the HCOG, excuse me, hitting some beautiful shots there. Rascals staying aggressive.
Coming in sharp in this first game. You love to see it. More wingman damage coming in, and down goes Lager. We've got some troubles now. He won't last very long. Deleted. That's some KP collected. Defensive bombardment, definitely true to the name there, but perhaps it wasn't enough. Solaris in some trouble now. Got very squishy Valk as well with that grey or white armor, depending on your digital vibrance, perhaps. But maybe they can recover that player a little later on.
You know, it's a tough engagement. A lot of these teams are fighting, and you could tell that these fights, James, aren't necessarily in the same level of cohesion that you might see in a more relaxed setting. There's a lot of nerves still getting out. One person not quite on the same page, going down a bit earlier than expected. Two players making it out of an engagement saying, what do we do now? Let's just skyward dive and figure out a different spot. There's a lot of on-the-fly movement, and that's what it is when you start these lobbies. You're testing each other. You're testing the squads around you. You're trying to see the dynamic that's going to occur. And I think this is actually the way a game one should start. We should see action like this. If this was me, I would be testing the limits of the other players as well, and also seeing how comfortable are we? Because sometimes, you know, starting off, your team is not ready to play. Let's hope the Dungeon Masters don't find it. Doesn't seem like they will. Rascals look so good for a second. Now, Simmons already down.
Big headshot with the wingman, and they may lose everything now. They've really got to run for their lives, basically. Abandon the ship, leave their player at the crafter. And I do wonder, when you see that crafting symbol, you know, sometimes that can be somebody's armor in that crafter trying to level it up, and that could be a very spicy situation. Don't think it was on this occasion, but players will be lost. However, teams are still alive. Still only Reply Totem down at present, but definitely not an easy situation for Rascals. And it may be time to rat. We'll see if Alpha Draft is able to rescue those banners a little later on, or if there'll be some banner camping. You can see the zone is chill for now, so there is some time to do this.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. He's got to decide, is it worth it? Should I just rat here? But we've also got Nasky coming up, a player that has made waves within Apex Legends community. Love to know what he's thinking about heading into this tournament.
I'm playing under GMT with my teammates Serdell and Badoli. On my team, I'm the IGL, the in-game leader. I'm the guy that makes the calls for rotations, what teams to fight. I'm a very loudmouth competitor. What I bring to the table is controversy. Not everyone likes me, but I feel like it brings a little bit more personality to the scene. That there is that one guy that always says what he's thinking. I don't have flashy plays or whatever where I kill 3 guys. I'm the guy saying the smart stuff, and then we win because we did something smart as a team.
Always nice to see Nasky in action, in form. Maybe doing a little bit less of action than we would have thought at the early game side of things, but they are not geared up, to say the least, James. They still got a lot of resources to try to develop here as Nasky's sitting on a wipe.
Yeah, they're still recovering at present, but he may have found himself something to work with here, and that's going to be helpful for him because, of course, he could craft his armor to blue in the crafter, but those 50 points could be used for batteries and medkits as well, especially with 45 seconds on the clock before that ring starts to move again. Medkits may be required, so those crafting points may have a higher purpose, and he may be evoing it to purple, in fact, as I can see he's got 160, so lots of work to be done, but lots of running to be done as well, because we can see there's still a team at Fragment East. That might be the Wraith who needs to rescue some banners, but there's still going to be a long way into that next zone. So, and as we can see, one team in the choke point, they've got some interesting rotations to come through, but it's going to be a long one for GMT especially.
Yeah, we do have a lava siphon ending. It seems like teams are already rotating in that way. Geyser will obviously be something that GMT will have to find their rotation from, but it's not too far. And hopefully they'll be able to play Edge Ring here. As teams start to move in, you'll see a very strong decision being made on if we want to engage. And that's kind of the gamble at this moment in time, especially when you are on that edge. Do you try to stay out of line of sight? Do you try to engage as early as possible and pick up a couple of fights that might turn the difference, open up the entire pathway for your team to rotate into the center circle? We'll find out as there are still 2 teams here, Kick and GMT, James.
Yeah, Kick are going for an ambush play. I think they've left their door open to appear like no one's there, because generally speaking, you'll see a door closed, you think there's probably a team in there. Or door open, you'll just run in and maybe not really think about what is happening. But of course, Kick have seen the crafter. They know what's going on. You can see the pinging. They know that Kick are playing an ambush play, but they've got to be sitting there, tanking damage. And they could choose to fight in the zone. Instead, they'll go for that rotation. Again, it's a very, very long way, and it could easily go in favor of Kick with that ambush play. Not even throwing an Arcstar in there, though. They're just going to head forward, and maybe they'll try to gatekeep Kick instead. This could be, there could be various levels to this, but I can see them getting shots at as they're rotating in as well. So they may not get that chance they were looking for.
19 squads still left here, a minute before round 2 ring is finally closed, and we begin round 3. But isn't that just the name of the game with Valkyrie? I mean, you could be in one moment being gate kept and about to be ambushed, and then you just fly over the problems. I mean, if anybody could take that type of solution to the real world, we would solve climate change, we would solve all these things in an instant, because she just seems to have the perfect answer whenever you feel like your back's against the wall, and that is going to be unfortunate for Kick now, who do find themselves behind GMT. So they're going to have to make a similar move or potentially face a gatekeeping situation, like James mentioned. As Lava Siphon begins, this is kind of where we will see in EMEA the more traditional, slower-paced, lots of teams heading into round 3 and 4 together. But with a Kraber in the hand of major pushers, maybe Ranches can change that dynamic a little bit, get a couple of nice headshots, give them the opening to push. You could see he's looking for it. But again, patience is the name of the game here, especially in EMEA and the first game of a match point tournament.
Yeah, the flag is definitely in front of the ball there, but will it take the bait now? We've got more crafting happening. That bridge will suddenly become a very nervous position to be in. I don't think they realize how much danger they're in at present. But they definitely, you don't want to just take any shot where you might do some damage with the Kraber, bearing in mind how few bullets are in there. You want to be able to convert that damage into some KP. You want to be able to get some points on the board here. So he'll look to capitalize on these shots, and now we see the developing situation with Kick GMT, and I think it's Scars who are trying to gatekeep GMT who are maybe trying to gatekeep Kick, so there's an interesting trifecta happening there. We'll see how it develops, as I think Kick is still coming in from the zone, if I'm not mistaken.
We know how well Mandy has been able to aim on that charge rifle. He's 12 damage before he gets up to a purple, which he should get there, only the 9. surprising. Basically, the only shot he could have hit that would not have leveled him up. 3 damage now. You know he's just looking for anything. And that's one of the benefits of the charge rifle. Major Pushers Ranch is still holding. I think they do want this engagement if it's there. They know that there's an opportunity, but still playing patiently and being able to move back, scouting as the Wraith should be doing 4 seconds before round 3 as well.
Yeah, we can see that Major Pushers have got the spatial awareness here. Because even if they do push on the bridge, it is an exposed position, and there could be a team to follow them afterwards. Armor on the floor would perhaps suggest that a crypto drone has been seen flying around. We shall see. We know that there's at least one on the server. Quick shot with the Kraber. It has been announced, if you will, but elsewhere, Dungeon Masters are in a lot of trouble.
Oh, they're going down as well, and that's Nags. 69 IQ, keep your eye on them. Dungeon Masters should have been listening to our casters as well, because that's certainly the team they should have been watching in that moment. Pleshka maybe falling down here, trying to stay alive. He'll hit the shield bat around the corner. Is the pursuit trivial, or is it on the money? It seems like it will pause for now, and he will be able to get that bat off and stay alive. But 69 IQ Esports in a very nice spot heading into this end game. Major Pusher still in the building below, and that's Navi they were looking at above. Not as sincere. Rugby and Sonya and Kron actually finding a way to finish off the engagement and the push. Grab 2 kills on the way.
And that might be the last one for them to get. Indeed, it is. We've got another team lost. That's Magicians now, who will go out in 19th place. 18 teams remain as Na'Vi look to capitalize. But again, on that bridge, they will be shot afterwards. They have got some elevation though, which will help them heal up. And the wingman from Sanya will start to get popping and cracking and just make people calm down. They've got a minute to try and think about their next move as that dropped soon enough. We still see the Kraber creeping around on Rotches as he looks to find something with it. We've got bombardment coming through, I do believe, looking to try and make that rotation now. But where does he go? I think he's limited on area where he can move to.
Yeah, he's trying to find his location. He just wants more distance. He sets the portal up, and he knows that there may be someone in here. No, it's just a trap, and it's going to destroy right now. But he actually mishits it, so that's actually going to blow the trap up inside. Have a little bit less area to work with here, but they have a pretty decent spot. This is a great trailer, and they will have been able to stabilize. The Valkyrie inside as well, holding all these angles within this spot. And the car on the hands of Ranches, as well as the Kraber, will make for some strong close game and long range pressure.
Multiview is now live, by the way, so click on that command center, check it out, get your 4 screens on the go.
Let's explore this way.
Let us know how it works out for you. It's quite interesting to watch one player's POV just to see what their decision making is like when they choose to go, when the full send is, etc. You know, you can learn maybe to have more control in your own game by watching one player's perspective. So definitely something to consider. We move to 17 squads now, and this area is going to get hot real quick. It's already pretty warm, but 30 seconds to go before that ring makes it even hotter. Alpha Draft trying to creep now, the Lone Ranger for his squad, trying to rat as much as he can. We've got some more targets now with that Kraber. I thought that one might have connected, but not quite.
Looked like it might have hit, but it didn't, and that's why Ranches almost had to pause and take a look again to see if he was still there. Rascal's Alpha Draft actually finding a kill onto Laravanu. The solo actually picking up a little bit, so he got something for his troubles, but it's Alaris who take down the solo indeed. Lagger is the one to do that deed specifically. There is chaos raining down. It is Apex Legends. It is our first match of EMEA, and you can tell that Match Point has stepped up the energy. Up on top, you see Kit, but over on the left side, Kangarna and New Esports are fighting each other. Horizon now in the middle of a fight, and Mimu on the Crypto, having to hold these angles and 0-0 with the gold shield, getting 50 for every shield cell he's popping. Alliance go up top, finding kills on a 69 IQ. It is massive carnage here inside this building.
There are no vacancies in this hotel, and indeed that gold armor will be very, very clutch for them to keep in the game. 69 IQ Esports are out now in 14th place, and I think the numbers are going to get cut real quick now as there is little space for these teams to maneuver around in. nothing but action non-stop. Now we've got flying backs getting cracked, somehow making it over the wall. Just targets in all directions for Horizon, who have got some of the best real estates at the moment. They've got walls to hide behind, but not everybody else does.
Oh, and they're playing aggressive as well. Gambit's still in the mix. We haven't seen them much all game, but Horizon, this is the team that needs it. Pay attention to these guys in the storyline as well. Playing the only crypto, but also 18th position. So every point here is going to help even them up with the teams who had started with points beforehand. Talking about that type of team is Kick as well in the 12th spot, and it may be the best position, James, because they've got the high ground over every single team here. A Valkyrie ultimate just to reposition, maybe behind the team, or just buy some time to stay out of the chaos as the zone starts to move.
Solaris and Scarves both just got dropped, meaning we have 11 left. We'll see if Kick land out of bounds for the time being. Got a few seconds to really think about what is happening and decide where to go. They're going to drop some grenades as well, bouncing them off the top so they land and explode immediately. That's going to help them create some real estate now. See if they can get rid of that barrel. Not everybody has that successfully. Down goes one of their players, and they've got some high ground to deal with now as Guild are on top, and they're going to drop down on Kick. One after the other.
Unbelievable. Guild now are the ones who are aggressing. Kick gave up their advantage. Guild, Matafe, Silta, and the rest clean up what was a great idea, but a poor bit of execution from Kick. They'll be looking that one back. Guild, can they hold on again? Another aggression play. And this is going to be Guild getting a ton of KP here and taking the high ground, the final high ground in this lobby. They will be able to shoot from below, but what does that mean? Stabilization for sure. Matafe, he doesn't want to stabilize though, James. He wants to find more and more damage, and that seems like something they'll be able to do, but hold your horses. Gambit is still alive, and Hardeki is still in the mix.
Yeah, Guild have got to hope that there's enough distraction downstairs to get their team standing once again. And indeed, Hardeki is getting into these clutch numbers now with 7 squads left. And you know what that means. He's got the wingman, and that's going to be a problem for anybody in a 100-meter radius and maybe even more. In trouble now, though, as he's currently naked, got no armor whatsoever. Got to get his shields up if he can. There's a shield swap down to red. And that's going to be really good for Gambit. In the meantime, Guild have got their members back up, all fully healed as well. And they've got the high ground with a Gibraltar. That is going to be pretty good for them. They've got a bunch of boxes around them as well, so they can get the shield swaps out. They'll be in a very strong position to have a late run here.
And they're central. That's just what makes this so good. I don't know how anyone's going to beat Guild, but believe it or not, it's been Seer to at least win this fight and have a chance to find out. They're going up against the Lions, though. Max is bringing it in the air from Hockey's. Commanding his team. We know he likes the IGL. His principles are follow me, do what I say, and we'll be all right. And so far, that's worked out for Alliance as they are steamrolling around this mountain. But can they climb it? That's where Guild are, sitting at the top, waiting patiently for their prey. Shooting fish in a barrel here. Almost fell off their Horizon, but he finds a way to stabilize the defensive bombardment. It will not catch the edge of Guild. And you can see that they are just in still a dominant position, even though Alliance is behind them.
4 squads remain, and the Ring is going to claim some of the Na'Vi players. Out goes Rugby, and now it's Alliance who are going to be out of bounds, but again, there is a clock on them, and they need to drop eventually. We'll see if they choose to drop onto Guild. We've got domes up, and it looks like that's going to be the play. The Mastiff is out. Going to dodge the Arc Stars, though. There's grenades all over the place. There's gas as well. Who's going to survive? We've got Crypto on the way. There's all kinds of madness happening, and somehow still 4 teams up, making 3.
Alliance, they find a way to jump in and out. Hockey's is floating in the air, and it's IG out of nowhere to take game 1 in EMEA. What?
So much action, such little space. We got teams dropping on teams, and IG snuck in the back door with the 4-4. Thank you very much. That's the first game in the bag for IG. Huge victory. So many teams, such little space. I'm amazed it even went that long.
It was such a cool in-circle, James. You don't usually see those, especially like in Lava Siphon, the way that the height had such an impact on teams trying to take advantage of the 10-second, used to be 25 seconds, by the way, that you could stay up out of bounds and then delay and play these mind games with the Valkyrie who could fall and then fly. It was so intricate the way that you had to do it. Alliance almost played it perfectly. Guild, I think, were in the strongest position for the most part, but IG, at the end of it, take the win. And what a win! Look at that, 14 kills. It's a 26-point game. They started with 3 points, James. That puts them at 29 points already in this tournament. But Alliance, watch out. They started with 9 points, so that puts them at 30. this is a strong start for a lot of teams who already started well in this tournament.
Yeah, that is a huge game for Alliance. And again, if they can have another successful game like that in game number 2 today, we may be in for a short afternoon of Apex, because they're going to be on match point very, very quick. So they're going to have to think about that. All the other teams in the lobby, big pickup for them, and it shows the importance of those early points that you come in with at the beginning of the day.
What an incredible performance here. IG, I talked about Brand. I thought he died. I thought he was Alliance, and then turns out he won the game. So he said, Randy, I'm going to make sure you understand exactly who I am and who you're spectating. An incredible talent across Noises and Blasts. They have been playing better and better through each tournament leading up into these playoffs. If they keep playing like this, 1,000 damage plus per person, over 3 kills per person, this is a team that is going to be very, very hard to beat.
Indeed. And their Alliance as well, I think we have to also mention that they are playing on LAN together. They are boot camping for this finals. So they're all in a row next to each other, and they're going to be very focused on what is possible. And as we can see now, they are 20 points away from match point. That is extremely doable even within one game. So it's a very nervous situation for some of the teams who didn't pick up that much points. But the same can be said for the likes of Na'Vi and Guild and Gambit. They are not too far away either.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit's got to be maybe the most disappointed with how they're not out to the races, starting in the #1 spot, only getting 7 points in that game. And IG, though, what a performance to go from the 7th spot here and then make it to #2, only 21 points away, like you had mentioned, from match point. Now, we know next time you won't be able to, even if they get 21 points, win on that game. They'll have to reach the threshold. Then the next game, they will be eligible. So we're guaranteed at least 2 more games here. But if this pace keeps up, we might not see much more than that.
Yeah, absolute violence and brutality in our first game. A great way to open the day of Apex, and there's plenty more to come. But first, a short break. We'll see you back here soon.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
So it's not often that I get a world famous anything in my house, but today that changes. Welcome to the Lenovo Legion 5 Pro. Now, it's got so many bells and whistles, but let's talk about the big one. And that, of course, the brand new 16-inch world's first WQ HD Plus display with its adaptive refresh rate. What does that mean? Well, it's 4 times the resolution of 720p. Who's gaming at 720p? I don't know, but it doesn't matter because it's a great barometer for finding out exactly how crisp and clean this screen is. 16 inches, by the way, in a laptop. Out of control. Plus, it means that whatever you're doing, whether it's streaming television or movies, online shopping, it's guilty, I'm me, or doing what this laptop does best, and that is gaming, you are going to have the optimized refresh rate for whatever it is you're doing. Amazing.
Welcome back, Apex family, to the EMEA Playoffs Split 1. Of course, Fall Line here, joined alongside the one and only Vicky Katie as we get ready for game number 2. Was though, Vicky?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, after what we just witnessed right now, 14 kills and a victory. I mean, when you come to match point, that is definitely one way to speedrun your way towards that goal. Now, game number 2 and many more to come here, follow. I'm super excited, especially after witnessing what EMEA had to go through within the 6 weeks of Pro League to get here.
Yeah, it was a fun Pro League, that is for sure. We saw the rise of Rebel, a team that started so incredibly slow, was able to break their way into the top 20, former Flavor of the Month squad. They didn't have the best game number 1, and then we saw kind of the newcomers in 69 IQ. That's another team that I have circled as a team you have to keep an eye out for. They have been so dominant in scrims, dominant throughout Pro League, but also not the best start to game number 1. So we'll keep a close eye on those two teams. But the rest, well, it's the teams you'd expect to perform. Alliance, IG, Navi, Gambit, the squads that you had certainly circled as top teams with the most potential to win this one, Vicky.
Absolutely. I mean, I had my eyes out on Alliance this entire time. Even though they didn't win, they fell in second place and still were able to clutch out 12 kills in total. And that's a great start for Alliance to only need 20 points to sit at match point. I mean, they've been going through boot camp. We've been highlighting it before, looking at James and Rain Day, and there's a reason for that. And Alliance is definitely one of those teams that you have to be worried about here. But of course, International, they're out here. They're looking to win another one. We're going to have to see, though, going into game number 2.
Yeah, Invictus, probably one of the most fun and exciting teams to watch. Another team that kind of slid under the radar for a long time and all of a sudden came out of nowhere in Pro League, started dominating. A lot of people have been sleeping on Bryn as a top player in Apex for a long time. Well, safe to say he's established himself amongst the greats in EMEA with the likes of Hardeki Hockeys and others. So Invictus Gaming, strong start, high kills, and a dub to kick things off. And talk about the game, too. I mean, what an exciting first game. We saw the retake with Valkyrie from Alliance, and it was a little bit of retake inception, if you will. Guild is able to actually take the god spot from Kick, and then Alliance gives them a taste of their medicine, does the same thing. That's just what Valkyrie offers to late game, retake potential.
Absolutely, and that's that repositioning potential that you also have, and that high ground is so key there for that final positioning. We've seen that a lot, too, with those chaotic lava siphon circles, especially depending on which of those squads could hold that high ground. But to rotate through 3 squads that claim that spot was absolutely amazing at the very end, because taking those fights could be tricky, too, with so many other teams having you in their line of sight, especially on the high ground next to that southern building of lava siphon, could be absolutely deadly in the late game.
Yeah, now starting talking about gameplay a little bit, kind of a bit about meta. I think we both agree of any legend ever added to Apex Legends, Valkyrie had the most impact on meta, given her kit, her utility, her retake potential. Every team playing with a Valkyrie in this tournament, I believe. Talk to me about what Valkyrie brought to competitive Apex and a little bit about the current meta right now, Vicky.
Oh, at the moment, actually, we were actually able to talk to a few members in the EMEA region, and they think that it's a very crypto-heavy dominated space currently, aside from the Valkyrie being included in everything. So it's all about saving those bubbles, too, especially since there's a lot of caustics in these lobbies. It's about delivering the big crypto-heavy dominated space currently, aside from the Valkyrie being included in everything. So it's all about saving those bubbles, too, especially since there's a lot of caustics in these lobbies. It's about delivering the big boys to where you want to position yourself, follow, and that's what the Valkyrie provides, those last-minute rotations. But, of course, it's a very risky factor in the late game, and we saw exactly that in game number 1.
That's right. Well, here we go. Speaking of game number 1, we're ready for game number 2. We're kicking off in our EMEA playoffs. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series playoffs, baby. This is match point format. Just to remind everybody, if you're watching a playoffs or a high-stakes Apex tournament for the first time, match point. What does that mean? Well, you got to get to 50 cumulative points. Obviously, you get points per game by getting kills or by placing, just like ranked. First team to get to 50 points unlocks match point, in which they have to win a subsequent game following to win the tournament, which means we will never end on a lull. We'll always end with a bang. Alliance currently has 30. They are 20 away from match point. IG right behind them with 29 as we're jumping on board with Invictus Gaming, who's now splitting Lava Siphon. They dropped Northern Lava Siphon splitting with Gambit, so they got to be cautious, obviously, but I think they'll be pretty respectful neighbors. We'll let each other loot up. They're used to each other landing here from scrims, Vicky.
Yeah, that's why they're going to be over on the northern side. We can see where that next circle is. Is it another lava siphon circle? I cannot believe this. You know, we got to highlight how some of these teams are coming out, how match point is just among us here, just 20 points away, looking at teams like Alliance. But also, the multi-view features that we have on the stream are fantastic. It's a live-only experience, so you guys could tune into any of these teams that you want to check out the rotation and take some notes for your own games.
Yeah, that's right. kudos to the ALGS team partnering with Twitch and bringing the multi-view experience. If you're not familiar, make sure to click the command center button below the stream, and you can watch multi-view. You can watch whatever team you want to watch. Quite the feat of engineering. But meanwhile, yes, same exact zone, or at least so far. Insane here in game number 2. So, you know, in chatting with teams like Navi before the tournament, they were basically just saying, look, at the end of the day, we just kind of hope for zones. That's kind of our play style. Hope that we get good zones. Hope that we get kind of blessed. So far, they've been blessed. They dropped staging, I believe. So the fact that they're dropping staging should be a fairly easy rotation. Major pushers dropping in Harvester. Obviously, the big storyline since the Pro League is GMT going back to Fragment East, their former home of Nasky, Strafey, and Dell back in the day. Now playing with Badoli. That'll be a fairly easy rotation for them. So expect these teams to rotate early. Not sure what happened to GMT last game, how they got taken out so early. I don't think we caught it on screen. So I'm excited to see what GMT does and how they, you know, evolve or adapt their gameplay here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's another squad that's also running the 2 big boys and the Valkyrie. But look what IG's doing here right now. They know where that next circle is going to be, and they don't have to overcommit to get where that beacon is going to show them. They have the crypto, and we were talking about that a little early on in the game, where the crypto allows you to be able to contain these buildings safely. But of course, with other squads also trying to run the crypto, you got to watch out with these caustic barrels being set up and being deleted, aside from burning out your dome early on too.
That's right. IG and Gambit both currently blessed. Gambit does a really good job kind of playing a little bit of a hybrid play style. They can play edge, fight, and they have the pound-for-pound skill to be able to do that. But they're also very solid at recognizing, hey, if we have a favorable zone, no reason to try and play for fights. Let's just rotate and get our position. Or sometimes they can play a little early rotation, get to zone. So I think Gambit of any team in ALGS probably the most versatile in their gameplay. Whereas we see teams like Alliance, you know, love to kind of play a little bit more of that favorable edge, take their time looting, rotate a little bit late. Obviously, Rep and Valkyrie makes it fairly easy to do, as we'll keep a close eye on Alliance on their rotation. They were successfully able to do it last game. Interested to see how they rotate here in game number 2. But IG, well, they got a favorable zone. They're just going to be posting up here in Lava Siphon.
Yeah, remember, we're sharing this spot too with another team, so with the crypto being out and about, you're going to be able to rack up some of those Evo shields, farm that out if you have the opportunity. But right now, just overlooking the area to see which of these teams may be finding their rotation already early in the game. We highlighted Valkyrie and the importance of that redeploy in the meta, and exactly for reasons like this here, but I like the direction of where this meta has been moving on from the EMEA region when it comes to crypto.
That's right. You mentioned crypto, you mentioned caustic. I think that's an important point of discussion. Obviously, crypto and caustic, you don't really have the ability to counterplay against the crypto and caustic. They kind of just shut you down, especially caustic in close quarters, crypto with crypto's EMP. So I know a lot of players right now, and EMEA in particular, really heavy in the crypto caustic meta. I'm interested to see if in North America that stays true. In North America, typically we see a little bit more of an aggressive team composition, but nonetheless, interested to see how the meta evolves over our 2 days of the playoffs. However, we do have 69 IQ, Reppin Caustic, Valkyrie, and Gibraltar playing hard edge. Let's see how they decide to play this rotation. Let's jump into a listen-in with 69 IQ Esports.
See, we move this way.
Energy as well if you need it, Max.
What did you say?
Energy ammo, heavy ammo here.
I'm crafting bats and I'm good.
Heavy ammo here.
I'm ready.
I have no medkit. You guys have medkit?
Have to, yeah.
Let's drop you one of mine. Alright, let's go.
Medkit here.
What do you want to do? Let's walk through tunnel, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apple the team right in.
What the fuck?
We're going to left, come. Going to left, go one.
Let's go here.
It's probably a team wanna play South Beacon, yeah, we can maybe surprise them.
Alright. Funny team.
I have only one medkit, that's the only point.
I have 2.
I've got one. You guys have nade?
No. 2, yeah. Frag and
Can you carry some slayers or no?
I can carry one, yeah.
I'll give you one there. Careful, last time Gil was riding here. I don't see anything on there. Fly up next.
I don't see anyone in here.
I don't see anything. We're good. Alright. Take that South Beacon. Yeah, I think we do that. We fly for RV, and if it's going bad, we just drop down. And if it's a team on dome or on dome, we just fight them on the ground.
Yeah, we have nades for that, so I have no orcs though. That's the only problem.
But we might get 3P by van. That's just at least we die with KP. If we have to die. But I don't think so. I don't think anyone can play early. It's the team frag west right now.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna bubble that in case.
It's a team frag west? Where?
Yeah, yeah. They're probably gonna craft. It's craft and beacon. Here comes stairs. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's the true time. Do you fly for that van or no?
I don't think we're doing it yet. Do you remember what happened before? You look next.
Yeah, that's the question. But like right now we are in playoff. People just play like pussy.
Yeah, true. I'm down to play it.
Where do you wanna play? The RV.
Yeah.
Do we have enough bats? How far?
The RV is never taken.
Remember last time? Yeah, it's never taken. That's what I mean. Because people get bullied on that. We're gonna get bullied at the start, but we're gonna have the gut spot on the game.
Yeah.
Alright, that's a team choice.
1 second.
I don't take that decision. That's all of us. We already played. We know how that goes. Can we take construction right now?
There's a team bubble on the left. Hey,
Yeah.
We reach it from here if we're Valkyrie.
No way.
No, I don't think so.
Not from here.
We need to go and choke. Let's go.
Let's go.
Purple right here. Phoenix
Go.
2.
What's the call?
I think what you said, no?
I think we try it. I'm taking the Phoenix.
Yeah, take it. I think in a building there's gonna be more than one.
Great to get the comms and perspective of 69 IQ Esports. You hear them kind of talking. This is what we've seen before. This is how we're going to play it. This is what we're going to do differently. Obviously, last game with a similar zone did not have the most success. You like to see them making adjustments, Vicky.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a squad that usually lands over by Frag West, but look at these fights going on. We may not be listening to them right now, but you can listen into their comp multi-view. Meanwhile, Cake, though, is finding themselves in a fight right over by Dome, or rather Lava City, as that squad makes their rotation towards Dome. They're going to be able to rotate through this tunnel right here, though, and they don't want to get sandwiched at the same time because there's another squad actually coming in from their 6. So with the quick rotations, Cake does not want to be sandwiched here. They're just going to end up rotating off to the side.
You can definitely tell the stakes and how high they are just based on gameplay alone. Much more passive, cautious play than we saw throughout Pro League, and can you blame them? $250,000 on the line, $100,000 for first place. You heard Evan and James talking about it earlier, but boy, oh boy, would that not be a nice take-home prize for a day of Apex from home.
Oh, man, and look where this circle is pulling. All right, Fallout, we were thinking maybe it was going to go towards the south of Lava Siphon, but no, it's going to be towards the northern side, and look how many squads have already made their way over to that next circle. That's the beauty of the beacon control, too, with these squads still having that crypto drone, so that way they don't have to overcommit right there. We saw one of our squads there in the very first place. It was IG at the start, and now Kick. They're going to have to start making the rotations, too, as they also hear a crypto drone actually around their area.
Yeah, and a couple things to point out. The yellow dots on that screen, yellow triangles, that's Alliance. Hot pink is Na'Vi. So 2 of our teams that are currently within the top 4, both close to each other in that early rotation. Alliance opts for the early rotate. Keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, number of Kick, one of our few kind of multinational teams. OJ Rain, the only Russian player to not play with a Russian or CIS team. Underrated and considered to be a top 5 player in EMEA by many of his peers. We're going to keep a close eye on OJ Rain as we jump back on board with Alliance here. You see it, that early rotate, because keep in mind, they dropped over in Thermal Station, the southwest side of the map. The fact that they're all the way north here, close to No Name Village, says a lot about how they early rotated with that Valkyrie ultimate, found themselves a favorable position, and you got to say Alliance is looking pretty nice right now. They predicted this zone well.
Oh, and the fact that they're also here on this bridge right now can indicate to Alliance that they've already tested out the waters here in that northern building by Lava Siphon. They've seen already the chaos. They're hearing what's going on, but there's a squad right behind them securing that building. You see Alliance taking some shots, but Guild is on the other side, and so is Rascals. So now you have the third party already moving in at the right time to try to sandwich this building.
That's right, it's Rascals. They like to say that their playstyle is like their name. Like very, very obnoxious, but in a cute way. Their words, not mine. But it's excited to see how Rascals play this. They are kind of the villains of EMEA based on their playstyle. They like to play very aggressive. They like to play unconventional. and it shows in their Pro League gameplay. Meanwhile, we got Solaris versus Guild. This is a battle of two top-tier teams. La Cité France, now known as Solaris. Congrats to them. Horizon's going to break ice, though. He knocks one, and Guild down one versus Solaris here. Sorry, Solaris down one versus Guild. Needs to find a way to pull a rabbit out of the magic trick hat.
Oh, but they see them with the Volt and the Gold Mag, and they clean up so quickly. Guild Esports prioritizing off of getting that one knock, but notice they didn't try to overextend at the same time. They wanted to feel that out, and they were able to secure that KP, so that's the first squad down here in game number 2 Fallout.
That's right. Guild Esports, one of the best kind of pound-for-pound fighting teams in the game. Horizon controller player, who, of course, used to play on that underrated squad alongside Kay Swinney, known for being very, very aggressive, very individually talented. Also very underrated. We talk a lot about underrated players in EMEA because there are quite a few. As we got Matafe, everyone knows him, alongside Silta. Nice job from Guild. They get themselves 3 KP. First squad wiped from this one, and a nice Valk rotation after the fact. Guild might be well positioned here, but it all depends on where they land here. I'm interested to see how they rotate.
I see. This is the beauty of the Valkyrie, the redeploy coming out. But remember, there's so many squads already situated in that northern lava siphon area. Is Guild Esports going to try to land next to Alliance? They're going to be in their line of sight, though, as they take the corner right here. You can only imagine that half these buildings have been secured, especially with the compositions that we've been seeing in EMEA.
That's right. And they're going to drop, and a team's going to be right next to them. Not sure who it is, but just going to be a little bit of poke, a little bit of harass. Silta tagged up. He's going to get knocked all up to Matafe and Horizon now as a duo to try to keep themselves alive. And Horizon's a little bit far out from his team, not able to get to the dome shield fast enough, so Matafe is taking some damage. Some way, somehow, Matafe and Horizon got to pull this off. And we got Yuki and Alliance nearby as well. It was actually Alliance who rotated from Bridge. So good damage, a good heads-up play from Alliance to recognize this is a great opportunity for Alliance to take this 3v3 fight, to get damage, and to get some kill points. Alliance not afraid to take their fights, to play with aggression if it makes sense. A very calculated team that seems to be the most errorless team. They make the best decisions in tough moments, whether it's to avoid fights, to take fights. They know what to do given the scenario and given the circumstance. And obviously this team, for those that did not hear, has been boot camping at the Alliance headquarters in Sweden. They've been building chemistry, they've been practicing, and perhaps are the most prepared team coming into this tournament. That's why I picked them to win it. It obviously showed in game number 1, and they've been having some fun along the way. We found out for word from Hockey that they went bowling and had a nice night the other day to kind of relax and reset the mental, which you'll love to see as well, Vicky.
Absolutely, I'm back, and so has Alliance been back. They've been on a terror run, too. You see Kick now having to play from afar, Rebel underneath this bridge here, too. They've been able to secure some of these spots with these caustic barrels, but this is usually that tricky spot where you could be in the line of sight with a lot of these squads holding onto that high ground cliff, but so many pings going on with these squads trying to fight for that care package off to the side.
That's right. I'm interested. We obviously can't see where the next zone's going to be pulling. We'll try and get that intel, but I'm interested as to why Alliance decided to rotate to that north building. Probably because the zone was pulling north. We'll see where that zone's landing. We'll try and get you a mini-map as soon as we possibly can, but on board right now with Kick. Kick under duress. It's going to be all up to the player I mentioned earlier. OJ Rain, the last alive, going to try and rat his way to success here. It's Rebel who is shutting them down. Rebel, of course, drops in Lava City, also a favorable southern zone for them.
Ooh, but Kick is getting pinged. These longbow shots so deadly, especially off that cliff. But he's in the line of sight of another squad as Rascals clean that up. Rebel on the other side now making their mark and trying to rotate right around them. But they're going to meet up with Rascals soon if they actually rotate off to that corner.
Yeah, so we can see now the yellow team at the top left, that is Alliance. We can see where the zone's pulling here. It's going to be very central to Lava Siphon. So it originally showed it was pulling north. It actually ends up pulling back central. So teams are going to have to try to work their way into what is a bit of a no man's land type of endgame and type of zone. This is going to be a crazy next pull when we see this zone collapse, Zone 3 into Zone 4. Expect a lot of teams to get wiped as Gambit is still alive and well in Lava Siphon. They're home.
Gambit now being able to secure this top area. They don't have the Caustic, though, so they're not holding back any of these squads from pushing in on them, too. They do have that phase, though, trying to see what Hardeki is going to do. One of the best players here in the EMEA region for a reason. He sees that there's a squad right below them, but is he going to try to give up this high ground spot? He does have that portal again, but it depends. Is he going to use it aggressively in this situation?
Disgusting is the one word I'd use to describe Hardeki's gameplay, the things he's able to pull off. You heard our casters say it last time, Rain Day and James, but arguably the best player in all of Apex. and it certainly has showed throughout the Pro League, so we'll keep a close eye on him. Hockey's would say otherwise, though. Hockey's the IGL, the general, also the tip of the spear for this Alliance team. In terms of overall impact to a team, Hockey's is certainly up there in the argument and conversation as well. And I say the general of the team, former member of the Swedish military, served his duty for a few years. He says that impacts how he leads quite a bit. As we're on board with Rascals right now, Rascals and Alpha Draft getting some good shots in. Alpha Draft, Polish, lived in America for quite some time before moving back to Poland. A very, very solid individual player as well. Here comes a push from Rascals. They want to fight.
You're going to go in. I also see some kills right now on the feed, though, with Rebels popping off, and Rascals now cleaning this up so quickly, though, with the dome to close in that gap. They lose one of their own, though, in the process, and this is a fight for the high ground, rather the inside of this building right here on the northern part of the circle, but Rascals have lost 2, and they're getting pinged from outside of the door.
Oh, and then Rascal's going to get taken out. The slight misplay from Alpha Draft to exit that door, and he got third party, got tagged up just enough, but the damage has been done. Major pushers down 2, and that's the scenario where you just maybe don't want to fight. That's why people maybe don't like Rascals. That's why they're the villains of EU. They take that fight, they get third party, and now both Rascals and Major pushers are likely out of this game. Alliance are going to be the benefactors.
Fallout, it's exactly the same situation that we saw on the high ground south of Lava Siphon. Now it's the control for this building. Alliance have made their way. They were able to go in for that fourth party, secure that building. We saw the EMP go off in the top of that building too, so you can imagine those caustic traps could have been deleted or instead just racking up some of that extra damage for those evil shields. So Alliance, they're going to be able to come out of this fight with some more KP in their favor. And look at the damage output that we're seeing from players like Vibes.
Insane. And by the way, for Alliance, not just KP, but look at all the loot that they have as well. They are going to be set for this late game, kitted. A good opportunity for Alliance to go back-to-back big games, but they still have Gambit. They still have quite a few teams alive and well. It's going to be an interesting end game. And as I say that, speaking of top teams, Guild's going to take out Ranches. Major pushers, goodbye and good night.
Alliance also now with these pings too. They're just going to try to play this slowly on the edge of the circle, trying to catch out any of these rats that may be hiding in these corners. See, guys just trying to take that off angle, but with these pings, Alliance don't want to give up this spot here. They're going to be able to control these corners as well as not putting themselves in that line of sight with all the action going down in that northern building over by Lava Siphon.
Yeah, that's right. Vibes, you know, one of the smartest players in Apex, and doesn't always get recognition as a top player because obviously he's shadowed by Hockey's, but so incredibly strong. Meanwhile, GMT finds himself in a fight against Kangarna, and GMT is going to be eliminated. They lose the 3v3 with a bit of a third party nearby as well, so back-to-back poor showings for GMT. Not the best start for them.
And remember, this is the same exact spot that we saw Hardeki look at before, that low ground. Kangarna now having to play from the low ground. They're also in the lava, taking in some damage. You see Taylor in some trouble. With that, Valkyrie does get out of trouble there too, but gets caught out by Guild as they're forced to move in. Look at this final circle, though, Fallout. It's all in the lava, and they've already used up the Gibby Dome.
This is a brutal endgame circle, but right here, it is Kangarna with a lot of shield swaps at their favor, but not necessarily the best position. 3v3 fight, Guild doing everything they can. It is an absolute war right now on the low ground. Horizon last up just has to run with his tail between his legs, gonna try and heal back up, but Kangarna does it again, another full team wipe.
And now Guild having to play this with just Horizon up alive. Don't think they could get to Silta here, especially with this circle being as small as it is. But look at Gambit now making their way. They had rotated early on, so that way they didn't have to play off of that low ground. And this is such a good spot for them to play off of too. They're still holding on to that portal as well.
Yeah, that's going to be on the former Future Perfect. Now Magician Squad. It's some CIS on CIS action as Gambit from the Ukraine and Russia take out Magicians at the top right of your screen as well. So as it's shaking out, we got Nag still alive, I think ratting for 69 IQ. We got Alliance, we got Gambit, we got one member of Guild, full squad of Kangarna and New Esports still alive. The two Portuguese on that squad, and Guild, as I said, it's going to get taken out here to the hands of Artico.
Gonna happen, it's bound to happen. Now Artico's gonna be able to get that extra KP, but look at Gambit now taking some shots. Here comes the portal though, that to rotate right close, but Hardeki actually just comes right back. Maybe trying to look for an opportunity to replace the rest of Gambit with the final ring closing right behind their backs.
It's gonna be a crazy endgame. Invictus tries to take the fight here against Kangarna, and Kangarna's just survived wave after wave after wave. Can they do it again here? Blast up alongside Noises, the duo, but Gambit comes through to third party. They just get to watch and laugh as they take out all last members of both Kangarna and IG. 3 squads remain. We got Gambit, Alliance, the Titan still alive.
This is what I was expecting right here, following now Gambit moving in. They have so much momentum on their side. Look at the way Hardeki is playing this too. He's got the shield swaps right around them after they were able to wipe out those 2 squads. And Hardeki with the Kraber in his hands. Let's see what we can expect here with Alliance Mao making their way over and taking out 69 IQ.
I take it back, Nags is not a rat, because Nags is going to get knocked, but the team's still alive. Slayer's alive as well. Alliance going to take out all of 69 IQ, so in the end, it's going to be a 2v2 fight. One is knocked, a great push going to come through from Hockey's. The General, the IGL, making plays for his team, puts in so much damage, and lets his team clean up. This is a perfect opportunity for Alliance to close out Gambit. 2 are dead, 1 more remains, it's Hardeki.
And Alliance taking advantage too now, being able to go around. They find Hardeki. Now they are going to be able to just close things out with Alliance. Another strong finish. They didn't finish first in the first game here, but they do it again. Second to first place. I mean, when you talk about match point Fallout, Alliance, I think, are on their speed run to be able to obtain that achievement.
We might see the fastest acquisition of match point that we have ever seen. For first, all they needed was 8 kills, and I think it was Vipes or Hockey's had 5 alone. They might be at match point. That is absolutely insane. Alliance, their boot camping, their preparation shows up, and here you go, 22-point game. They're at match point.
They are at match point after 2 games alone. They need to win 1 more game, and they would be the EMEA playoff winners. Absolutely insane, as well as walking away with $100,000 in first place.
Alliance making history here already in the Split 1 playoffs as we kicked off our Pro League in ALGS Season 2. What a showing from them so far. The boot camping, the preparation, the chemistry that they've built as a team, certainly showing strong today. And let me tell you, if they can close this one out, Vicky, they set the bar high for other teams to step up their preparation game, because Alliance is unmatched in that category, courtesy of Chef Pontus and the entire Alliance general management crew. Wow, what a showing. 2.1k damage for Vipes. I told you this man is legit.
Vipes just went on a terror run. Look at all that damage. Hockey's and Yuki, of course, coming through with the rest of Alliance. We highlighted again, they've been going through boot camp, land boot camp together, and you have to see how that's helped out their synergy. We were talking about them before. They had a rough start at the very start to the Split 1 this Pro League in general, but as weeks passed by, they got stronger together, and they are coming through for the playoffs now.
Yeah, and that rough start was really because they didn't really know their identity as a team composition. They were still trying to force Wraith in their team comp. Hockey's obviously loves Wraith, and I gotta say, kudos to Hockey's. Had the humility to say, you know what, I love Wraith. I think I'm one of the best Wraiths, if not the best Wraith in the game. I'm willing to give it up and play Valkyrie, a little more utility and a little more support. You saw Hockey's right there with 4 assists, only 1 kill, and here we go. Alliance at match point. IG not too far behind them alongside Gambit, Vicky.
But this gap that they've built up for themselves within the first 2 games, already being at match point, now puts on so much pressure for the rest of these teams. We heard a little bit about it from Rain Day in the first game, where in that first game, you see a lot of these teams trying to feel each other out, trying to establish how they want to pace themselves when it comes to the rest of the games. But now Alliance forcing a lot of these teams to play at their best, because they're already situated at match point with 52 points.
Yeah, and obviously we've talked a lot about Alliance. Let's talk a little about the rest of these teams here. Invictus Gaming showing up very well, dropping over in Lava Siphon right next to Gambit. So both of our Lava Siphon teams in 2nd and 3rd place. How about Guild? A really, really solid showing from them so far. Consistency has been key. They sit with 26 points and 69 IQ with a really big game number 2. They show up big as we expect them to. They make it into the top 3. This is just a remarkable start to the Split 1 playoffs, though, with Alliance already at match point after just 2 games, but there's a lot of teams right behind them that are going to be vying for them. And guess what? Everyone knows that Alliance drops at the southwest side of the map in Thermal Station. One important note, Vicky, is we now have incognito mode live in private matches. So what that means is you can no longer see Alliance lighting up the kill feed and grief them by knowing where they are, that they're getting kills, that they're fighting. You got to really, really think through which team is it. Are they fighting because it's the southwest side of the map where they are? And you got to be a little more calculated.
Yeah, even Alliance themselves, when they were told about the anonymous mode, how they saw this as an opportunity to not have other teams get griefed because of the kill feed showing the other players who was dropping down, and depending on which teams they were, they would be able to predict where those rotations were going to come. So now with Alliance being able to play in anonymous mode as well as having match point, it's going to be interesting to see how other teams try to prevent Alliance from being able to take another victory if they could achieve that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here we go. Game number 3 is around the corner, and Alliance has the chance to do something that has never happened and likely will never happen again in ALGS history. A 3-match championship win for them. Can they do it in game number 3? APAC North did it in 5 a few championships ago. We'll see if Alliance can do it here as we jump to a quick break before we come back with our casters for game number 3.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What's up, guys? It's Rain Day here to talk about my favorite aspect of this Lenovo Legion 5 series laptop. Yes, it's got a beautiful 16-inch 165Hz display. I mean, you know, everybody wants a little bit of that. But the coolest part about it, literally, is the Cold Front 4.0 fan system that runs in this thing. Now, when you're like me, gaming for long hours, playing Apex Legends, which is an intensive game to run, your computer gets a little bit warm, but not with these fans. The ability to keep your computer cool, to protect your hardware, and allow you to game for long hours is what makes this laptop so unique. So for the Cold Front technology, the beautiful display, and all the other things that this laptop has to offer, grab yours today.
Great start for Hockey. He's going to try and go for one more, but really in play from Hockey so far.
Woo, this man cannot be stopped.
My name is Jon Håkansson. I go by the name of Hackies in game, and I compete for Team Alliance. We did a boot camp for the last 2 days of Pro League. It was our first boot camp together with Yuki, so as a team it meant a lot to build some synergy in the game and outside of the game. You know, getting to meet your teammates for the first time is a big moment, so definitely needed for us as a team to just build that synergy. Being in the army, I gained a lot of experience, especially leadership qualities, since we got to learn how to lead squads in the army, and gave me a lot of life experience, you know, how to deal with people, how to handle people in general, and just how to take command. So definitely very useful, I would say, in my IGLing skills.
Look at this, a wonderful play from Hackis, recognizing that he can take the angles that nobody else can.
My leadership style is very straightforward. I basically decide everything, and Yuki and Wives just feed me information, and then I make a decision with that information. So I take command and they follow. It's super important that my teammates trust me when I make the calls so that we can be as efficient as possible. If they hesitate even like 1 or 2 seconds, then the call might be too late to go through with.
And now Hackis is going to be doing what he does best. Hackis once again.
The keys to winning on that final day was just our insane comeback. We did horrible the first 3 games, and then we basically won 3 games back to back to back. So it was just a strong mentality and having faith in ourselves that we could do it. Winning that day of Pro League was an amazing feeling, especially afterwards when you can celebrate with your teammates IRL. Team Alliance are going to be playing the ALGS Pro League Playoffs at boot camp, so we're once again going to be playing IRL together, so you guys better be afraid. We have the advantage on that one.
Here comes Hackis again, and he gets another kidnap. He is stealing souls.
games down, and one team is up to match point. Alliance on the cusp of victory. $100,000 lie at their feet. The question is, can they reach out in this third game and grab it, Rain Day?
The question for me is did I take my coffee at the right or the wrong time personally? Because James, I don't know whether to slow myself down or amp myself up. I'm trying to keep up with the pace of this tournament that could be over in 3 games. We've never had this before. But I also want it to last a little longer because that's what we come here for. The match point, the drama, the tragedy, the close calls. So I'm in between a melatonin and another cup of coffee. But at the end of the day, I think we're getting some great performances throughout all of what we're seeing. And Alliance particularly, you can't take anything away from them, James. They're literally playing perfectly. And that's the only way you can get a situation like this to be on match point after 2 games.
They really are. They've got to be super excited on land together again, but maybe being together will calm them and keep them focused in this third game. Just so there's no confusion at home. Of course, we're in God mode here in HQ. We have all the information. We can see all the frags that are coming in. The players cannot. On the server, it's anonymous. So it's like Gibraltar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. For us, we have the information. They don't. So Alliance cannot be targeted in this game.
Even though the whole lobby is going to have to come together in this final moment. Whether they'll know who they're coming together against or not, it's clearly been decided. But the fact that they will all have to say anyone but Alliance has to win this game, and therefore turn to themselves and say that means we've got to win. Every team has to give it their best from this moment on. It's match point, and somebody's already matched the points. And so it is do or die. It is win or potentially go home here for $100,000 in your pocket. And you know, Alliance dropping Thermal Station as they do. We'll have that route maybe a little bit more congested this time around. Wouldn't expect a 50-50 though, because who would want to battle a team playing this well? As Hockey's dropped down to the Valkyrie. They're running one of my favorite compositions, James. I love this defensive style. You know, kind of setting up the topic of why they've been performing so well. I'd love to get your thoughts. You know, this is that composition that struggles, admittedly, in certain skirmishes. The Caustic getting caught out can be devastating, and you could really lose a character there that is your entire plan. But if you can get him to the end game, this is almost the team that is impossible to beat. A Caustic, Gibraltar, Valkyrie have so many options and are so impossible to push that really the win condition is surviving.
In fact, I do need to give Mr. Rain Day a shout out. If you're somebody who's tuned in and watching and wants to learn more about fundamentals and how to execute different compositions and so on, then definitely look at his YouTube channel. His breakdown of these professional teams is really, really awesome and can definitely give you plenty of insight and a framework with which to make your own game in. But indeed, there is great area control with this Alliance team, that is for sure. Of course, you've got the bombardments and the space that the dome can give you with Gibraltar. You've got Caustic, who can have area control even outside when things are tight with the barrels and so on. And of course, you've got the dropping out of bounds as we saw in our first game with the Valkyrie as well as the rotations and so on. But you know, professional players will always look at what they can abuse with all these characters, and again, the out-of-bounds drops have been pretty interesting, what we've seen so far, and I'm sure we'll see more of those in this game as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn because I like the out-of-bounds as a concept. I think it would be tough as a designer to decide how to move forward on that. I know we saw a lot of conversation throughout the game saying, well, that's an interesting way. All these teams ended up having to use that mechanic. But, you know, how do you penalize someone the right way for that? I think moving it from down to the 10 seconds forces action. You can't sit up there. They know that. Can you penalize someone for just getting on an out-of-bounds spot, sliding down immediately? That might be too rough. Dying in 5 seconds, that's maybe too harsh. It's a tough balance, I think, for this game to get that mechanic right. Maybe there will be some tweaking, maybe to 7 seconds. We'll find out. But ultimately, you're right, James. Everyone is saying this is what it is. They've had to go with new changes, like you mentioned earlier, on now not seeing the kill feed, because we know how that can be for a team like Alliance. Everyone just sees you got a kill. Okay, let's head over to that area and basically team up against them. So a lot of changes that these players have to interact with. But that's what makes them so fun and so good to watch.
While the Alliance are chilling out, playing the edge of the green zone, as we can see, just taking it safe for the time being. Let's have a closer look at Hackers.
My name is John Håkansson. also known as Hackies in game. I've been currently competing with Alliance for almost 2 years. My role on the team is that I'm the IGL and captain. Growing up, I've always been playing the competitive games. I'm a very competitive person by nature. This tournament is especially important to us since this is our first ALGS with our new teammate Yuki, so we definitely want to get a strong showing, see that our hard work has paid off and that we're still a top team.
I was saying off broadcast that Yuki main kind of sounds like Gucci main, so maybe if they could win this, they can go to the store and spend some of that money, get themselves some nice threads.
Or become a successful American rapper. You know, either
Absolutely.
way. There's two different paths there. I like both of them, honestly, as Hockeys finds himself with a charge rifle up on top. 19 squads in the building now, in the building as in all of World's Edge, but people starting to congregate around the southwestern side. That's a bit of a hit right there. Hockeys doesn't want to go down because that could be a push, and he's not really too worried about it. It's got cover and only lava and the zone behind him. And maybe one good shot here before he gets up to a blue.
Yeah, just trying to evo those squishy armors in the cheapest way possible. I'm a fan of the cheaper toxic behavior. I like Caustic and Revenant. I like charge rifles and Cravers. This is definitely up my street. Now, they're trying to evo their armors, but they don't want to give up too much real estate as well, because if the zone does continue in this direction, then things will become important for the late game, and they may want to edge a little more forward. We can see that there are players gravitating into this area already. We have 19 squads. I didn't see who we lost earlier, but we may lose some more here, as there are only so many buildings that can be occupied, and as we can see down there isn't all the cover that that team might have liked.
It's a bombardment relatively early. They must feel there's some opportunities here, and everyone knows that the points are certainly needed. 20 players here you can see by split one regular season kills. Hardeki up on top of that. Hockeys number 10 right now, but Vaif's right behind as well. Vaif's one of the only, actually the only original member of Alliance still remaining on the squad. They've gone through so many different adjustments with that roster. How incredible would it be for him to see themselves win this split one playoffs, especially considering the fact that Hockeys is often the one that we're talking about, considering he top frags often. Daishin, though, looking to just frag and stay alive. It's not going to happen. GMT, clean him up. They're still under pressure as well, and that charge rifle smells a little bit like Hockeys from afar.
Yeah, and Aski's on his hands and knees. He's not scavenging for... Oh, no, never mind that. He is dead now, so that's going to be a problem. That's a crypto as well, so you're not going to get that easy res. Hardeki with a dirty headshot. He's got himself a nice weapon. The Scout, whether you like the double fire or the single fire, it is quite dangerous. That first team that we did lose in this game, number 3, was Magicians. Magic not as popular as it used to be in game number 3. But just a reminder of what is on the line here. The only team who can win in this game, number 3, is Alliance. You have to make it to that 50-point threshold to then be eligible to win by winning the game in the following game. So far, Alliance are the only team to do that.
And it's really history in the making. And that's why I'm obviously neutral as a caster, but there's a part of me that's an Apex Legends fan that wants to see Alliance win right now, because when will we ever see a match point situation so perfectly aligned? There's no way to get 2 games and possibly have match point on the 3rd game to close the tournament out unless you start with the 9-10 points that Alliance did by earning it in the split one regular season. But then they win game 1, or they have a 20-pointer in game 1. They have a 20-pointer and win game 2. This is like a Cinderella story. This is a Disney story right here. And so the only real opportunity I think we're going to have to see something like this actually happen is with Alliance in this game. It might be too much to ask, but man, I would love to see a little bit of history get made.
There's something in football or soccer for the Americans among us where a team might score 1 goal and then they'll try to not concede rather than try to score. And I do wonder if Alliance might be in a similar position now, where they're just going to try and play safe, try and be careful, and maybe miss that kind of decisive edge to win. We'll see what they're able to do, as they're going to have to start moving now. The zone has not favored them as it has progressed, so they're going to have to try and pick somewhere to move to. And again, they are far in the corner at the moment, and as we can see ahead of them, it is quite busy. They might be comfortable trying to just use these final charge rifle ammo packs to evo their armor yet more, but They will have to be moving a little bit into a slightly more comfortable position soon.
Hardeki with the G7 Scout, legendary version, not in the normal drop loot for this season, and I've missed it, and I think the players have as well. One of the most classic and reliable weapons from a long range and close range encounter dynamic. Hardeki making good use of it, leveling up his blue. 17 squads still remaining here. You see the rotations in the Valkyrie ultimates again and again and again. And as you mentioned, James, it will be thermal station. The question now is, do you stay in this zone of knowing because it's match point, playing cautiously, either Alliance or let's take it Gambit, a team that if they have a big win here could themselves find an opportunity to be on match point in game 4. Do you play this slower? Do you play this a little faster? It seems like the pace has definitely shifted down to a slower level of play for the majority of teams here.
I don't know how much charge rifle ammo there's going to be in that area, but they're doing okay for now. I would be surprised if they didn't get some purples out of it. We shall see how things continue. Kick have secured a building, and they're keeping an eye on their neighbors for now. They can be friends for the time being, but they'll be enemies soon enough. 17 squads remaining. As we can see, in 20 seconds, that zone will start to close in, and things will become a little more uncomfortable for the teams that are still rotating.
You know, they say keeping your friends close, your enemies closer. Apex doesn't really give you an opportunity to distinguish between the two. They're all close here in a final circle. Rebel, major pushers, Kick, Solaris, Dungeon Masters, Horizon, Rascals still alive, and the rest of that list, as you can see, with some big names there, including IG, International, the winners of Game 1, Gambit, and of course Alliance. Rebel holding high ground here on Thermal, which is a great spot to hold. Difficult to play late game, as the end zone doesn't always allow you to stay here, and rotations from here tend to be out in the open. But luckily they've got the Valkyrie, and so a good decision there from Pierre, Noth, and Taylor to set themselves up for an opportunity here to say, if things do get bad, we've got a major relocation we can do, and all we really need is to get that Caustic in the late game.
Enemy spotted.
Fishing. Having a look around is the Rebel squad, looking at the climate around them. Now, things may get awkward for this Caustic player as we've got more teams rotating, and we can see that there is some high ground with another team on it, which may get a little closer as things continue to close. It'll be alright for now, just creating a little nest, if you will, and this is the main nest for Rebel up top.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold this. They've got a Valkyrie up, and Pierre is kind of on the low ground here, so I think they're just going to go get Pierre. I'm like, what's going on here? I mean, Caustic alone, I felt danger approaching, and now they're actually just going to leave, potentially Noth, or do a little scouting before they head back around. That tends to be the case here with Valkyrie. Get as much information as you can. Hopefully Pierre doesn't miss this one. He might not be up here. Either way, Rebel seem to have found a way to stay alive, and that's the most important thing. So we move on with Dungeon Masters and Exons. Plushka as well on the purple, leading the squad out, hiding in this tunnel.
Yeah, this can't be comfortable. Don't really. I think if you're in this position, especially with 17 squads alive, you may be at the mercy of the teams around you once you finally have to exit this spot. So they'll be looking for a stroke of luck, perhaps, once they finally have to make their way forward. Got a reasonable amount of shields, as we can see on the HUD in the bottom right corner. You can see the backpack and the items the important items at least, that many of these players are carrying. You see the Crypto now looking at the lay of the land.
I like it. I mean, this is really what Crypto is about. If you're not going to maximize the vision you're going to get from it and move on it, you know, the ultimate is really a do-or-die situation, and you have to play around the Gibraltar. And the key is, with no Gibraltar, the only way you can move safely is with the information on what you're moving into. And so Crypto, obviously trying to do that scout, but not a great aggressive player. As an entry fragger, not someone you would want up in that spot, and so it takes a lot of damage, Kashira. The scout didn't quite work out, and so they've got to hold up in this building, really relying on the caustic instead of any outdoor fighting. And that's the difference between a team like this. They're really going to look to capitalize at the end of these fights and really kind of throw chaos into the spanner, throw works into the spanner. Alliance, though, getting a little aggressive, more so than you might think with a team on match point. Hockey's taking damage here. This is really the big story, because if they go down, a whole new ball game shows up in this lobby, but still alive. A chance to close out the tournament in just 3 games. Alliance could be making history here, but they're held up in a small building, getting their blueprint for how they want to handle this final circle down first.
Yeah, they've got at least 1 to purple, but they will indeed buy their time and just look for rotations coming through. Rotations, rats, and people trying to hold around the corner. Oh, that's a nice spot. Definitely one to add to the notebook. And wait for that zone to continue now, as again, they are looking to play the late game. And I understand this. Like, if you think about Alliance, it's not about KP anymore. They only need to win the whole game. They could win it with 1 kill. So they'll just chill and allow these teams to eliminate each other, and eliminate each other they will. Down goes New. They are out, and we're down to 15 squads.
And in many ways, it's the great gamble, because other teams don't need a win. They'd like one, but they need KP. They need points. They need placement. The win, yeah, that's great. That's added on, but they're still incentivized to fight, which is exactly what Alliance have taken themselves out of. So it is like both teams saying, well, we know you want to win, but we're not worried about winning yet, so we'll kind of leave you to your own devices. Alliance will let everybody else get a bunch of KP, and it's kind of just a little bit of a standoff. Who's really going to come out on top at the right moment when I decide I'm going for what I want? Who will be there to put their foot down? Gambit has not left this position. They love it right now. Ardeki finding great damage with the flatline, using it on the single shot. And the missile strike from Valkyrie, one of the things I love about her, James, just so efficient in the poke, especially not having to waste grenades, thermites, or arc stars.
Yeah, it really is annoying. As we can see, that tunnel is becoming smaller and smaller, just hiding on the corner and hoping for the best. And if anybody engages them within reasonable distance, it has to be a full send from that squad. And we'll see how that one plays out later on. For now, we've got kick in close quarters engagement. Some CQB happening now as they're waiting for that dome to go. And that is not the most comfortable angle at all for the boys underneath. I hear cracks.
That is a comfortable angle if I've ever seen one. I think Orangin, OJ Rain, and Uako like it as well. Hyarka kind of staying central to stabilizing this fight. If he's needed, he'll be there. But so far, the damage is being done by Kick so well. OJ Rain doing unbelievable things with the flat line. Oh, and look at that. He's got a little Rampart paint as well to show him exactly whose flatline this is. Still no full finish, though, and that's kind of the thing. 69 IQ, staying alive just a bit. But now they get eliminated. That is a strong pressure point here from Kick to apply.
Yeah, we got those out-of-bounds rotations. Again, Kick with a defensive bombardment. Just trying to keep that cover, timing it so they can't really drop in that position. So smartly done by them. Gambit on the rotation as well. Everybody's got to leave thermal as that ring closes, and there's some KP to be collected by Gambit. Certainly a team who certainly need as much KP as possible. They will riddle with bullets. Rebel are down and out now as they are eliminated. 12 squads remain.
Ardeki with the only 2 kills on the side of Gambit. 12 squads left, but he's doing so much work. Another one on the Rascals. John had mentioned playing like Rascals, maybe a little bit of chaos creators within the EMEA region, and definitely serving to help Gambit's needs as they just need more KP to try to get to match point next time. I believe they were 15 or so points away, so a big game here. A couple more kills and placements will do it. Alliance, they found themselves in an interesting spot, and they're now pressured, and I think they realize this isn't the safest place to hold. The caustic barrel has gone down from Yuki, and it is buying them a little bit of time, but Fifes is down on his defensive shield, and so that means they have to get aggressive. Otherwise, they're going to get aggressed on. Care package up in front. Hockey's, he's low. Could this be it? The defensive bombardment is coming down. Is this going to be Alliance going out? No, Alliance still alive, and it feels like somebody took the pressure off him up top.
They have to survive this. Na'Vi have been eliminated, so have Rascals. I think Eternal have gone as well, which means we're down to 9. Somehow, Alliance are still in this, and they found themselves some space. That rock might just be enough. They've got to continue the harassment and make that team go away. That is a very nervous situation for them, but they can still press on. They may need to try and force the issue here. And once that ring comes, then Reply Totem are going to have to fight for their lives. Horizon have been eliminated as well, down to 8, but this is a very important fight for the entire lobby.
And Gil Matapi, who's going to be trying to stay alive here, he's going to be trying to poke on this. And unfortunately, Alliance are in a better position for Reply Totem to not receive poke, as Reply Totem find themselves, once they have to leave that building, in the middle of two squads. The meat in the sandwich. This is not looking good, especially if that Arc Star hits, and it just may. It's a little long. Alliance realize this is do or die. 7 squads left. We all fight one team. We're basically into the final 2 here. So one fight and one more. That wins you $100,000 today. And you already can tell that they are looking good, James. This could be the moment that they do it. History is upon us. But Alliance are going to have to play perfectly.
Yeah, it is crunch time. The ring is starting. That dome for Alliance is going to be so important. And who knows if a Crypto is going to have a part to play in that as well. Having to drop off for the time being, but look at that dome, that zone come. They may not have time to heal. And everybody in this area is at the mercy of the players in and on that house. Currently it's Totem just taking licks, taking all the fire, absorbing all the bullets and the grenades. And that might help Alliance once they finally come up.
They know Alliance is down there, but they don't necessarily know it's Alliance, and this is why that change is so important. Not seeing who killed you on the kill feed. The team that needs to lose, the only team, is right there, and everyone is shooting Reply Totem. Reply Totem are like, give us a break. But the alternator might be the only break that they get. Hockey's loses his shield in half a second, barely blinks before he has to go back down. But this crevice, this foothold is the only thing holding them close to the top of Everest. But can they just push up 2 more feet and climb to find a way to make history here in Apex? It remains to be seen.
I don't think Hackers has any shields left. I think he's going to have to run up and be absolutely naked beyond the dome. They're going to be in so much trouble, and Gambit have got angles as well. One of the other teams who are close to that match point, Gambit, could be the ones to stop Alliance once this continues. 20 seconds, then that zone will start pressing forward again. Guild and Kicker starting to lose players now as the action starts to heat up yet more. 6 squads remaining, but for how long? Guild and Kick, one of them's going to go out. It's going to be Guild who go out in 6th place in game number 3.
I mean, they have a skyward dive. Could it be? I mean, Hardeki, you can tell he is looking so hard for those angles on the team to the right, but Alliance is in a perfect spot. This is such an interesting dynamic for a final circle for a team that could win it all, because they have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They must run into the fray. The dome shield is good. They're going to Valve ult out of this. He's at least getting one up, trying to stay alive. Hoggies is down. Oh, that's it. Alliance will not create history in Apex. We will go another game. That's match point for you. But who will win? Reply Totem have been in the thick of things, James, and this seems like it's only getting thicker.
Murder by drone in a no-fly zone. We've got 3 squads remaining now as Alliance are taken out in style. A butt-naked Hackers denied his launch. No SpaceX for you, buddy. Gambit now in such a strong position. They know how to play these late games with little cover. They are comfortable. They thrive in the madness, and they've got shields for days, unlike Alliance, who completely ran out in a very difficult position. Kick on one side, Totem on the other. Gambit just chilling. They'll try and force the action between those teams first if they can, and then look to capitalize, trying to maneuver to that high ground maybe, as we've got Valk spam in all directions now. Kick in some trouble, but who's going to be the first team to drop?
And it's going to be Gambit coming in at the end. You know how they do. Hardeki and Gambit clean it up. They take this game, and they keep this game going. Match point. We're still running.
We are going to a game number 4 at least. Gambit come through with the goods again. They are masters of position. They knew, I mean, maybe they had an idea of who was in that corner, but again, they had a strong position to punish whoever was down there. They did the best they could, Alliance, but they ran out of utility, they ran out of resources, they ran out of armor, and they were not able to do the job. And we can see the scores on the doors now. 11 kills for Gambit as they gleaned 23 points from that game.
And if I am correct, that should put Gambit at match point as well. What a story that we are developing here in our playoffs. It is the number 1 and number 2 teams making it in record fashion in games 2 and games 3 into match point already. So at game 4, we will have most likely 2 teams, the top teams, ready to win it all. Man, it was one of those games where you felt that Alliance were close. Like, it could have happened. But it just ended up being a battle of resources.
Yeah, they were doing all they needed to do, which was absolutely nothing, chilling in the corner of the map, just admiring the four walls around them. But once it's time to move into the zone, they didn't have any position again. Once the zone was against them, they just couldn't find a spot. They had to hide behind a wall, and Gambit punished them for that, and then capitalized on their own position and took the entire game. They had a scout early on. They made good use of that, spamming and harassing, and maybe that had something to do with it, taking those shields away from the likes of Alliance, who had to try and launch naked. Wouldn't advise it. That doesn't meet any safety standards whatsoever.
Yeah, that wouldn't work over American Air. I'll say that. You know, we got to keep our flight restrictions to the highest level of due diligence there. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for Alliance. It did work out for Gambit, and they played a heck of a game, as you had mentioned, from the start with the scout and the continuous level of approaching those fights, really picking and choosing. And Gambit have this weird way of always being able to show up third. Don't you find that, James? It's like they never the team that has to fight right away. And you're always like, really? You're going to let Hardeki sneak up again? And now he's got everybody with him? I mean, this is not something that can be a sustainable plan for the rest of this lobby if they want Gambit to not win the playoffs. So unfortunately, maybe fortunately, we've seen a lot of great work here. But to talk a little bit more about that work, we're going to send it back to the desk. We got to break this thing down. What a game. What a day so far here in the EMEA playoffs.
You are absolutely right. Evan, James, thanks so much. Okay, here, let's start this off. Tom, I'm going to go straight to you. Alliance did so much right, and then at the very end, just a little bit wrong. Talk to me about how it is that we are seeing this team on match point after 2 stinking games.
Yeah, as we take a look at the highlights from game 1 through 3, I mean, we're on record-breaking pace for so many different things. We're going to have 3 teams on match point. But to answer your question, I think that bar off the nail on the head. Alliance, did they turtle a little bit too much? They sat in the back. They were trying to play extremely passive-aggressive, a little bit conservative, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're running out of resources, you're running out of cells, you're running out of real estate. Unfortunately for Alliance, they may have played that just a little bit too safe. Meanwhile, a team like Gambit, who knows that they need to put the pedal to the metal, win the game, pick up a lot of points, etc., they played how they typically do, owning a lot of real estate, playing aggressive, and just dominating the map.
Onset, I mean, we saw obviously Gambit, Alliance, even at the beginning here, we're looking at teams that are doing so great in the leaderboards. Even IG, we saw 12 kills in this last match after they've won our first one. Talk to me a little bit about what we're looking at here in terms of match 1 through 3, because it really is such an interesting, it's so fast. I'm just going to say, it's so fast.
Exactly, that was the thing I was going to take away from it, right? I don't know how we're here already. It feels like we've just started, and already we've got not just one team who were on match point after 2 games in Alliance, now you've got 3 teams who are on match point already, and only 3 games have passed. It has been a dominance from those 3 teams as well. You have to say Alliance, huge first 2 games, but even though they were going massive, Gambit was somehow on their heels, and so were Invictus. Invictus with that winning game number 1, which is a good KP, certainly helped them out, but Alliance, those performances in game 1 and 2, the amount of points they put on the board was it was astonishing to watch, to be honest with you. I was kind of blown away by how they managed to position themselves so well in these first 2 games, and then also recognizing where the advantage was right in this second game. They heard the meds being popped in those last moments, and Gambit swooped in, and I mean, Gambit were the team who was swooped in on. Alliance heard the audio cue, and they just said, hey, let's just go and kill them. We've got the advantage here. We're gonna take that moment to secure this win. But quietly, behind the scenes, we saw Invictus get that win in game number 1. Beat KP in game number 3. And all of a sudden, we've got this kind of carnage happening. And we're only got 4 games have gone. I can't even get a sentence out at the moment. It's 4 games.
And too bad for Alliance that this wasn't game number 3, because then we would have had a champion already. But
and we're only got 4 games have gone. I can't even get a sentence out at the moment. It's 4 games.
And too bad for Alliance that this wasn't game number 3, because then we would have had a champion already. But Mark, we know that Apex is too good of a game for just this to end after 3 games. I mean, it's crazy as it would have been to have that record coming in for Alliance to win as fast as possible ever than we've seen in the playoffs. We know that teams like Gambit and Invictus, we know that the rest of this lobby is just really not going to let that happen. I mean, they know that they're sitting there in Thermal Station. They know how Alliance plays. Heck, they even know what skins they're wearing. They probably know what they ate for breakfast, okay? So that's how competitive these lobbies are. And now we are set up for such an interesting rest of our games now with 3 teams on match point after 3 matches.
I love that setup for sure. I want to talk real quick. Let's bring it back to zones for a minute, because we know that can be sometimes the silver bullet. It can be somewhat predictable, but it also can be completely unpredictable, which of course adds just another level of complexity. I want to talk about zones. Games 1 and 2, obviously Lava Siphon seems to be where they were enjoying themselves there at the late game. And then of course the third game should have given Alliance even more of an advantage, and yet it didn't. Talk to me, Onset, about the zone polls and what we're expecting coming into hopefully this game number 4 here.
You look at the leaderboards and it kind of reflects our zones so far, right? You have Gambit, who land at Lava Siphon. You have Invictus, who land just north of them in the ridge and kind of share a little bit of that huge POI as well. That reflects in the stats. Alliance, I think, through the weeks have proved it doesn't matter where the zones are. They can get there and they can win games. We had that crazy week, right, where all of the zones were over to the northeast side of the map, as far away from Alliance as possible, and they made a crazy comeback, winning multiple games in second place as well. So Alliance have proved they can get it done anywhere. The strange thing is, though, for me, I can't remember the last time Alliance actually won a zone that was at their home landing spot. That's a bit of a strange thing for me. It seems like they have to be told to go somewhere else to win games, and we've just seen that again. So Alliance, they're kind of getting the easiest part of Apex a little bit wrong, but they do the hardest parts so well. It's pretty crazy.
I love that. That's excellent. Something else I love is, of course, coming back into our player profiles. We get to catch up with some of these teams, some of these players that have done incredible things already in just game number 3. Let's take a look at one more player profile here from one of our teams in our playoffs. Ooh.
Big fight going on here on the northern side of the map towards Epicenter. It's going to be Kungarna.
Hey everyone, my name is Martin Wongpro. I go by Graceful in-game and I compete for Team Kungarna.
Just play here, play on this wall, but you need to barrel shit. Shoot them. Nice, they flew away, good.
My role on the team is IGLing. I've been playing different legends so far. Currently, I play Jibby and or Wraith a lot. My goal is to get our team into a good endgame spot, essentially, and just make good call-outs to make sure that we're all on the same page and we can execute together. My fighting experience comes from Muay Thai mainly. For 10 years I've done it. It has brought a lot to my gaming career as well, from being a martial artist, due to the fact that the discipline has always been there. I don't find practice or exercises that are very simple boring at all. Whereas like in Apex, a lot of people can think bubble fighting is very boring. I think it's so fun and it's so nuanced in many ways, right? The main thing that I take with me from Muay Thai though is my fighting style and my playing style in Apex is due to the fact that I like to stay several steps ahead and I like to bait people a lot, meaning that they think if I do the same thing several times, they think that they know what I'm doing. But that's all just to build a habit in them to punish my habit, and then I'm already 10 steps ahead of them to punish them. I definitely feel like I'm way ahead of most of my opponents, not only from IGL to IGL, but I would say from 1v1 to 3v3. I always lead my team to stay ahead of the opponents, meaning that I hate being reactive and I'm always proactive.
Team I mentioned we got to keep a close eye out for. Flying in, goes for the stick. Are you kidding me?
This season has been quite rough for us. We threw away 3 weeks that we should have won for sure. We've been testing a little bit of different comps, but overall we pulled it back and now we're looking to pop up in playoffs. For us to win the playoff, it's really good outside of the prize pool and the winning the tournaments and everything, but the most important part is that we get the results after we've practiced so hard. We've been practicing a lot, and seeing the results in a win will make us really happy and showing that we're at the top rather than everything else that comes with it.
Misses for Matey. JM, cleans it up. Graceful.
Wow, what an incredible story and what an interesting perspective, Tom, from a guy who has his head in so many different places but has translated it into gameplay here at ALGS.
One thing's for sure, don't get into a punch-out or a boxing match with Graceful, because you just saw the training right there. You are not going to win.
No, you are not. Hey, speaking of winning, though, you might be able to win because you can enter Lenovo Legion's ALGS Pro League giveaway for a chance to win a free Lenovo Legion 7 laptop. Go ahead and visit the Twitter down below. That's twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. The giveaway is going to run from today, January 22nd at 12 p.m. Pacific, already live, to January 22nd today, 12 p.m. Pacific. 12 p.m. Pacific until tomorrow, January 23rd at 11:59 p.m. Pacific. I can do math and clocks. It's the last chance to enter the giveaway. The winner will be drawn at the end of tomorrow's North American show. There's another plug for you. Come back and join us. So follow at Lenovo Legion for all the details and to see if you've won. Onset, seems like we're doing so many great things for all of our viewers here today. There's a lot to go through, and there's obviously a lot that's already happened.
Yeah, I think it's time for everyone to just catch their breath for a few seconds, right? Because it has just been action after action after action. Kate's having to get all the links in because, you know, we were thinking this might be done in 2 seconds. You know, it's crazy over here, everybody. But we hope you're enjoying it because it has been some of the best level of Apex we're seeing from some of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. And, you know, we are seeing some incredible gameplay here from, as you mentioned, the best teams in the world today. But we also get to enjoy our incredible community. Our Apex Legends community has done some outlandish, fantastic things. And one member of the community is a fantastic streamer you're going to want to see more about. Take a look at this.
My name is Princess. I'm a streamer. 5 years ago was my first time ever streaming. It was my hobby for a while, and then I went full-time streaming about 2 years ago. Being a woman in the community is hard sometimes, and also being a woman that doesn't use face cam, people are always like, let's see what you look like, but you also get a lot of respect. My love for streaming stems from a positive community. I didn't feel comfort in my life for a very long time, and they gave me that comfort, and they give it to me every single day. They never fail to say, you know, I love you and you know, I care about you and you're doing great. Like moments that you're maybe not at your peak, they'll literally sit there for hours and tell you, you know, everything's going to be okay. And that's just something that you don't find in general, you know, in life. Like it's hard to find people that really care about you. I've grown a very, very strong relationship with my parents through streaming. My family loves my community. Like they talk to each other in my chat. My dad goes in there and says hi. What made me more recognized in the Apex community was my #1 Loba. I was #1 Loba season 5. I had 30,000 kills in one season. That was where I gained a lot of respect for being a streamer because I was streaming 18 hours every day for 3 months. I got partnered on Twitch, which was insane to me. I didn't think I would ever get partnered on Twitch. My biggest thing that I've learned is thick skin and work on yourself and work on your community and try not to worry too much. If you enjoy streaming and you love it, you will learn how to let things go and just live at peace. My name is Princess. You can find me on Twitch at 8 p.m. Eastern almost every night. You're welcome to join us. I'll see you there.
I love it. Community member living at peace. Onset, you have any final words before we head back into our gameplay?
While we just watched that video there, I thought, you know, it's been a pretty crazy start today, right? It's been back, you know, all these teams going crazy. I can see us all of a sudden having 8, 9 teams on match point. I've just got that kind of thing in the back of my head. You know what I mean? This ain't done yet, everyone. This ain't done. Stay here. It's going to get a little bit more crazy.
You think so, Tom?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to go with the opposite of Mark saying because the team that he picked is in last place right now overall. So I'm not sure if he's got the right idea of what's going on. Fair. But hey, Mark, I still love you.
Well, there's lots of love here for sure. And there's a lot of love still to come. We've got Vicky, Kitty, and Fallout giving us our next game here, match number 4 in our ALGS Split 1 EMEA playoffs right after this. See you soon.
Они fight, интит. Типа нок, класс. Убил, найс, лучшие, блять, мои солнышки.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Split 1 Playoffs. We are live in the dropship Fallout, joined alongside Vicky in what has so far been a historic playoffs and championships for what we've seen in the grand scheme of Apex Legends. 3 teams at match point after just 3 games has never been done before in EMEA or North America, Vicky.
Absolutely insane. You and I were looking at IG and Gambit right before that game 3. We knew that Alliance was at match point, but to see these 2 teams right behind them, well, now they've been able to build up that gap between themselves and the following teams right after those top 3 spots. So with 3 teams at match point, Fallout, it could be anyone's game ending right here. We're going to have to see as we follow through with Alliance, IG, and Gambit.
That's right. And one thing that's important to point out, I don't know if causation equals correlation or the opposite of that, but the 3 teams that are at match point all dropping south. That's Gambit, that's IG, who split Lava Siphon, and Alliance in Thermal Station. We've had 3 southern zones. Will we see our first northern zone? To be determined. We'll find out. We don't know why zones tend to seem to drop south in ALGS. There's 11 possible zones that could drop south and 10 possible zones in the grand scheme of things that exist in the game, coded into the game, I believe, that could drop north. So for some reason, we get a lot more southern zones. We'll see if that's the case here as we're on board with our champions. From game number 3, it's Gambit Esports.
It's absolutely insane, especially when a lot of those northern squads have to be able to use that redeploy in the middle of the rotations. It could be cut off here, but in a great spot here for Gambit Esports, they have that beacon in that middle building. They're going to be able to take control over a lot of the loot here within this area too, but they're on a momentum run right now. They were playing out of their minds in that last game. They're looking to replicate that to finish game number 3 as the winners with 14 points away from being at match point. So they were able to pop off in that final game, purposely putting themselves in the middle of the chaos at the perfect time too.
Yeah, that's right. Incredibly impressive performance from Gambit. Not just last game, but honestly the last 3 games. We saw it in the highlights, and T-Squared and Onset kind of broke it down on the analyst desk. But consistency, really, really good job navigating a difficult few late games in terms of just a lot of duress that they were under. Not so difficult in the fact that, well, 2 of them pulled right to them in Lava Siphon with southern zones. As we'll take a look at the map here, I'm not sure if we've seen yet. We'll take a look at the map to see where this zone is going to be pulling in game number 4. That is the most important question here at Bay, but for now, we got Gambit, we got Guild Esports, we got a few teams looting up and just kind of chilling.
The Guild also just getting ready here over on the northern side of things. You see so many of these squads already trying to go in for those rotations. Skyhook uncontested too. Solaris going to be able to loot that up, but 69 IQ over at Trials. But look at this circle here, Fallout. You talk and you shall receive, with Geyser being that middle point here for a lot of these squads to be rotating in that northern part of that circle too.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And where is the zone going to pull in Geyser is the question. A bit of a unique zone, something you don't see too often in scrims is a far east Geyser zone. This is right on the 50-yard line of the map. So not necessarily north or south, pretty neutral. We'll see where it ends up pulling towards. But look at IG, such a fast rotation over from Lava Siphon. They already find themselves in a power position over at Geyser. And one thing that's important to keep in mind, in this lobby, no teams are dropping Geyser, at least I believe. So Geyser is one of the free POIs, which all these teams know that, obviously. They've done their preparation. That means they can loot, rotate fast. The fastest to rotate are the ones that will be awarded. Interestingly enough, Rebel still looting over in Lava City. They like to play a little more edge, less fast rotation. We already got major pushers there. We already got IG there and a variety of other teams.
I'm wondering here, with IG having the information that Gambit was sharing that space with them, that they just wanted to prioritize positioning, and Rascal's actually in an early fight already. See Alpha now trying to put in some of those shots early on, forcing out the dome early themselves here, hoping that the rest of Rascals could actually engulf this team, but they've already secured the inside of the building.
Take a look at some stats here. Hardeki and Hockey on top in terms of overall damage. Split 1 regular season, of course. Hardeki the damage leader. It shows. Oh my gosh, though. We got a big fight here. Rascal's on screen. It's going to be Alpha Draft who goes down early to the hands of Xens.
Xens poked his head out, said, "You're not going to contest here." The moment he had a grenade in his hand, it was the Arc Star, and now look at how the tables have turned. Rascal's out of the fight so quickly, too, when they were forcing Lumi now inside of that building, saying, "You're not going to be running away here." It was Dungeon Masters that come out on top, and another team now seems to have situated their way into the fight.
Yeah, Rascals drops Epicenter typically. Dungeon Masters drops Survey Camps. This is a really common northern fight. You see it in scrims often, especially the way that Rascals likes to play. They like to play fairly aggressive, take their fight. I say fairly aggressive, very aggressive, take their fights. And that's why we see these two teams kind of skirmish early often. But for now, Rascals will survive. They'll just scurry their way away. And, one squad overall Actually, sorry, Rest is just taken out, I believe. 3 kills picked up here in the hands of Guild.
It was
Oh, sorry.
Solaris who
My bad.
actually had
Dungeon
gotten, they had gotten a whiff of the fight going on over there, and they're actually calling the shots on just disengaging in this situation. Solaris, congratulations to them. They were previously Lasita Fawns, and now they're just going to be rotating out of here. And, you know, now with a lot of these squads already at match point, you can imagine the pressure going on in Solaris' head as they make this rotation over at Fragment. They see that they want to prioritize the circle instead of trying to take that fight over at Survey Camp.
Yep, wise decision from them. Solaris, of course, drops up in Skyhook, east side of Skyhook. They split it with 69 IQ, who drops on the west side of Skyhook. So faster rotations than we've seen 69 IQ make from Skyhook. They like to take their time looting, especially with the point you made last time of the shotgun bolt being in the replicator. Opportunity to craft up, take your time, make sure if you have a shotgun on your team, everyone has a purple shotgun bolt to leave, to be well kitted, to be ready for mid-game fights.
Oh, but we know right here, this congestion spot leading from the tunnel into Geyser is going to get packed up shortly with Guild Esports now making their rotation. And they're looking nice here. They got the purple Evo, the 2 blue Evos. They've been putting down some shots as well as they also have the portal if they do need to reposition. We already saw there was already 3 to 4 squads infiltrating the Geyser area. So Guild Esports are just trying to hold this tunnel to try to push out any squads rotating from the northern part of the zone.
Take a look at the leaderboards and standings. Scars currently in last place in this lobby. Not what you'd expect from them from a playoff, and obviously that's the story of this season. Scars not the best performance in the regular season, but they'll make it. They qualified, of course, for Split 2, so we'll see if they can bounce back then. But right now, the biggest story, if you're just tuning in, it's match point Apex, baby, which means we got 3 teams currently on match point. They've reached the 50-point threshold, which means if they win this game, the tournament is over. The playoffs are done. Fiend. Deliosa. We'll see what happens here as we're currently watching to see if Invictus or Gambit or Alliance can close out this playoff in 4 games. Again, something that is historic, never done before.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as you highlighted, Follow, it's just absolutely insane to see 3 of these squads already after 3 games sitting at match point in the EMEA region. I've never seen that happen before here, and EMEA is looking to make records here with Alliance now making this rotation. Hockey's still on that. Crypto is going to be able to try to figure out where he's going to be able to rotate here, but they are going to have the intel of the beacon without having to overcommit at the same time, too. So they're just inching their way forward to try to get into that next circle, but they do know it is going to be pulling towards Geyser. You can see the pings.
Yep, Alliance, the team, obviously with Crypto and Gibraltar and Valk, likes to take their time in rotation, so we'll see how they play this rotation. We'll jump into our first listen-in with Alliance.
Abandoned in my sights.
We don't have a rampage, right?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Check teams real quick.
Yeah, 1 sec. I'm just getting in.
Get inside.
Shooting at us.
That's
One squad
okay.
in the area, 1 squad in the area. Probably big mod.
Yeah,
Just sliding in there. How far away is the corner now? It's 500. We need to get closer. I'm scanning beacon. Only 1 squad in the area.
It's them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm walking above. I'm above right now. I'm not gonna look.
They might be trying to deny the fucking beacon here.
Almost got GB.
I couldn't get it. So boring! Why?
I got
Fuck
gold health.
off.
Take it.
Yeah.
They're doming for the bubble. They're doming for the drive.
That's good. They might bow Valk out after this one. I think they might stay and play edge. I might have to EMP them, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna EMP them just for the.
I got 1 Autoxel, and we have a helmet.
I don't want to though. In case when we land, we need it.
Yeah, we do. They're not there now though.
Okay, that's good. Hopefully they left or they're playing like the choke. If they left, we take their spot, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Zero squad, walk, move up.
Okay, moving.
They're back. It's pulling the back, we definitely want those spots. Look at it, look at this fucking zone.
Yeah. They're probably going there right now though as well.
Yeah, they might take one of the spots. Okay, it's fine. We just take back of the big mod. Back up big mod and we go for it.
We have an enemy.
If we don't find anything, we take this room and coexist, okay? If both spots are taken, we take that room and coexist.
Okay.
But I think we're gonna have to take the back building spot.
When you say both spots, we want to iron the beacon first, which is probably taken, right?
Respawn beacon first.
Yeah. And then back here, is it?
And then back here.
Okay.
Remove pings. Just follow my pings.
Yeah,
go.
Copy that.
We need the faculty.
Okay. Faculty? Oh shit,
go.
sorry.
Hello.
Valk. Do I go left?
Yeah, go left, go left, go left.
Dip once. Dip again now.
Look at respawn.
Definitely someone here.
Okay, take this in. I fucked up. I'm landing a bit slow, but should be fine. Land here.
Yeah. We're getting cute.
I'm EMPing immediately. I'm batting. Let's force him away.
Yep.
Stabilize now, careful.
Stabilizing.
Just crouch
Watch
here.
this door as well. Yeah.
Nading, they waved though.
That's okay. Watch the swing on this side.
G-built it. We're safe here. Tank it.
Yeah.
Arc the door here.
They might arc.
Just pre-bat this. I got double hit. What?
Popping the bat.
Yeah, we're fine now.
Peeking.
Nading.
Watch out.
Pick up. Careful. Nade.
1 HP.
Fine, just heal. Careful, we're getting shot in the back. We can't pick too much. Save on me.
I might die. I'm dead. I'm dead. I might die as well. I'm dead. Shooting.
Oh my god.
The fuck is that?
And leave it to GMT to be the team that shuts down Alliance. And of course, one of the biggest brain teams in Apex likely may have known that was Alliance, which is why they played a little more aggressive. Obviously, that's speculation. But I gotta say, Vicky, if those comms did not showcase why Alliance is in this position as the #1 team in this lobby right now, I don't know what will.
Absolutely. That was amazing. Between the distress that you heard trying to calm down everybody, they said that they wanted to save EMP until they landed. They did that. They even wanted to coexist with another team that was absolutely going to take that building. But they were in between 3 squads. Between the squad that was inside that building, you see Jellycorn on the other side with Bambino and Totem. It was just way too much. And that's why the redeploys could be so risky in that later part of the game, because you already have so many of these teams taking space over at Geyser in the early half of the game. A lot of these squads are very rotation heavy, and this is exactly why. Look at IG. They're playing this just as slowly as we had seen Alliance play in the last game when Alliance was the first team to be at match point.
That's right. And now all Alliance can do is hope that IG or Gambit do not close out this game for their tournament dreams, their playoff $100,000 dreams to be specific, because we have Alliance out of this game alongside 69 IQ, New, Navi, and Rascals, all 5 teams eliminated. But we still got Gambit, we still got Invictus alive and well.
It's so important for both Invictus and Gambit. Now you see Gambit taking some shots from afar with the set. No, he's overlooking a lot of these teams here who are taking up some space by the windows too. You see IG now with the EMP. They're looking for an opening here with the EMP, though. They're going to portal right in.
And here it comes. Invictus getting in some hot water. The portal's going to come through. They take a fight. They take it with aggression, and they take out KNG, eliminated from this lobby, and will port their way back into safety. Well played right there from Invictus.
I loved what I saw from there too. They followed up with the EMP. That's why you see them drop their shields, because they know that there's another crypto within the area too. Don't want to give it to them, even though their shields are on the ground. And IG with that quick cleanup. Look how quickly they were to just come right back to take up that space. They don't want to give up that building, especially at this point.
You know what they want to point out, right? Look at how differently Gambit and Invictus are playing this game, despite landing in the exact same spot. Invictus early rotates, gets himself the power position in Geyser. Actually, hold that thought for a second. The Magicians find themselves in a fight against Solaris. Maliwan last alive. Do we take out the Russians or the CIS squad in Magicians? Kudos to them. But back to that thought. The difference in how Gambit and Invictus are playing this game just shows the different playstyles and kind of the current meta, right? Traditionally, we've talked about meta being really one of 2 playstyles, fighters or survivalists. You play aggressive to fight. Back in the day, it was, comps like Bloodhound, Wraith on one team. And again, hold that thought, because we find Solaris in yet another fight, this time against another CIS team. It's Dungeon Masters. We cannot rest here in this one, Vicky.
And Lagger with that quick scope there with the longbow. You saw him drifting right there too. They are controlling this choke point. We were talking about choke points before, though, leading into Geyser. This is definitely one of those high air ground areas that Solaris are going to be able to take control leading into the Geyser spot too. They want to have the high ground, and they do have the advantage here, as well as 7 kills in total. So Solaris is on a different level going into this game number 4.
Yeah, take a look at this new overlay, courtesy of PGL. We got 17 kills. That's what that icon at the top right is. You won't see that in game. This is a ALGS broadcast overlay only, but 7 kills overall as a team, cumulative across everyone. This is a good game so far from Solaris. The question is, can they finish? That's where they've been struggling a little bit so far in these playoffs.
They do have the high ground, though, overlooking Geyser. You see some shots being taken at Solars, but they have that natural cover with the rocks dancing right around it. Look at Horizon, though. They see them in their sights. That's another squad that's trying to take some shots at them. And with some blue Evos, they definitely need to rack up some of this damage soon.
Yeah, Horizon, formerly known as Top Dogs, one of the few teams that are an all-one nationality team, and that's an all-Finnish team. I believe there are only 3 Finnish players in this entire competition, but now look at this Gambit against GMT. Can GMT be the team that ends the day of 2 of our match point teams? We'll find out here. We got a big fight coming on.
They're walking up on the Alliance. Death Boxes 2. They see the graveyard. They're like, wait, let's not be exactly where Alliance is sitting right now. But with these grenades, it could be absolutely lethal here. GMT holding on to the inside of that building, but with the caustic composition, they can't even push in here.
Yeah, good luck. And this, you ever heard the phrase, history repeats itself? Well, we might be seeing it right here, but the difference is, guess what? It's Hardeki. Still manages to stay alive for now, but you wonder for how long. Leogri able to just crawl his way to survival, but for now, doesn't want to necessarily cue that revive, because obviously audio cues might get him killed. Taking his time here, and guess what? A drone is going to come through. That's likely going to be Nasky with the drone, and yeah, goodbye. Good night, Hardeki. See you later, Gambit. It's all up to Invictus.
Oh no, the drone, it snitched. They hate it, but you know what? It is what it is here. Now IG2, they're in a great spot, but they're sharing this building. There's a squad right above them who burned out their dome, but they're in the line of sight of everybody who've been controlling both sides of the building to get knocked. And IG's like, that's none of our business. We have no idea. We don't want to get in on that action yet. They want to hold that space now with that circle pulling more closer to that east side of Geyser.
I have to give major props. If there's any team that's going to shut down the top 2 teams right now, it's going to be GMT. Formerly the Nasky, Strafey, and Dell squad, Summer Circuit champions, have won 4 or 5 championships as a duo. That's Nasky and Dell. They're looking to do it again here, and so far so good. They take out 2 top teams. Let's see what Solaris can do, though. They've been rotating all the way from the 50-yard line, that central choke point coming from Fragment. Joke's gonna get some good shots in for now, and really, really good teamwork overall from Solaris.
And they want to keep that momentum up. This is a very momentum-heavy team. We saw it earlier on in the playoffs, but they're getting some shots taken at them by Horizon now, who has found Lagger right underneath the crevice of the building. They have some shield swaps that they can work with, too, with a lot of these fights ensuring up closer, up on those buildings by Geyser. But Solaris have now lost their Abinu, and now they're looking to try to claim that with Solaris losing that 1 member. Now make it 2 with Lagger going down, too, to IG.
Yeah, Wraith difference showing right now for Horizon and for Invictus, who was able to get 2 or 3 kills earlier, courtesy of a Wraith portal. Mobility, the rotation, so crucial. Nice triple take action from Ruabe. He's putting in work, and here comes the port for Horizon. Keep in mind, Invictus Gaming is the team we want to keep an eye on here. They are the only team at match point. They are the rising stars of this season and ALGS Year 2. They've looked so incredibly strong, led by Bryn. Of course, as their Slayer, their tip of the spear. Noise is the IGL of this team. Invictus Gaming has quietly just become a top 3, top 5 team in EMEA with a chance to prove that they're top 1 right here.
Ooh, and look at this, the EMP, and deletes the dome to get a knock. Bryn is on fire here. This is such a great spot for Invictus Gaming. Again, this is the last team that is still alive in our lobbies at match point right now.
And take a look at the stats from Bryn all season long. 2.3k highest damage, 52 kills on the Pro League. Bryn is an animal and has shown that throughout the entire Pro League. And here we go, easy, free loot for them. And again, Wraith difference for Bryn. They get themselves such good loot for this late game. Invictus Gaming, 6 more squads stand in front of them for their chance to be the champions of Season 1.
Oh, and this is perfect for them, too. They've been in that building for so long that they needed this loot, and now they're going to be able to use that portal to safely get that loot. That's why Bryn is the only one that's doing it. He's also got the phase in a second now in case he needs to use it, but he takes that portal back. He replied to him. This has been the squad that's been holding onto the roof now for a while. Another squad we saw earlier on, GMT holding the bottom part, too. So reply to him as they made their way up there. You can see a lot of the action happening across Geyser.
And I want to quickly just finalize that thought from earlier. Again, the different playstyles of Invictus and Gambit goes to show the importance of early rotates. Invictus, clearly the benefactor. Gambit, rotating late, found themselves a horrible position. Geyser, there's not a whole lot of real estate. You want to claim that real estate earlier, you find yourselves in those awkward coexist moments, and that's why Alliance and Gambit got taken out. So Invictus playing this perfect right now with that super fast rotate from Lava Siphon. And here we go. Reply Totem working their way over to where Invictus is, and they find themselves a really good spot here in No Man's Land.
Oh, but now maybe with that early rotation, you still got 30 seconds here as they're going to be inching their way closer to the circle with the Ring 5 now closing it right behind them. Going to take a huge chunk of damage and pressure now on for Reply Totem. But they see that there's a squad that has them in their line of sights, and there's a caustic Nox grenade potentially surrounding their portal too.
That's the best spot you can be in no man's land, because the reality is you don't want to get stuck in no man's land, and it shows right there. That team actually spots them, griefs them, and actually disables that port. Smart play by whoever that was who tossed that ultimate. And now we got Eternal still alive. Usako of Kick going to get knocked by 0-0. Caustic ultimate's going to come through again from Jellycorn. This is where Caustic late game becomes such a nuisance. And here we go, big fight. GMT still alive, but I want to see what's happening with Invictus.
Oh, we have to see GMT is still running amok with 5-6 kills now in total here. Stradell now still adding on to those heads here. Gonna go for the quick shield swap and now the finisher to reset too, but IG are still situated in this building. A corner of it allows them for that safety to poke from afar with these windows.
You gotta be kidding me. So this rotation from IG early find themselves the best spot in this late game. How perfect of a rotation, the preparation coming through. One of the most prepared teams, coached by, in my opinion, the best coach in all of Apex Legends. EMEA really slept down overall as a coach. The preparation that he puts in week and week out truly showing, and IG has played this to perfection. 5 squads left, 4 in front of them to be crowned the champions of the playoffs in Split 1.
Goodness, this is beautiful. Chef's kiss position here for Invictus. This is an amazing spot, but look who's meeting them on the other side of that rock. It's GMT, and they've been claiming every match point team so far. They claimed Alliance, they claimed Gambit, now they're looking to claim Invictus to stop their run.
Can you imagine if GMT shuts down all 3 match point teams? That's some nasty-ish right there if I've ever heard it. My man, the Grief King, the controversial king himself. We'll see if he can do it here. Meanwhile, Bryn's trying to say otherwise. We got the Wraith, the Crypto, the Caustic combo, which again, that's so hard to counter a Crypto and Caustic team. And it's going to be difficult to shut this team down, but so many teams are nearby. I wonder if they know it's them. No.
Oh my gosh, they're blocking their only way out. The only one that doesn't have to take that damage is Blast as he is on the Caustic, but look how they're taking the roof. They're just going to have them in their clear line of sight unless another team tries to contest GMT. And
yeah, they're hard
GMT's still finding these kills.
And yeah, GMT actually might be helping them right now is GMT by putting in work elsewhere. They have a team right in front of them. They got to win this fight first. And here comes the fight. Great shots put in by Bryn. He is a monster. He can't be stopped. Bryn clean wipes the entire squad. Invictus survives. They get the shield swaps, and they're still alive. Here's the ultimate. It's GMT versus IG for the win.
Oh my gosh, the portal not going in. They've managed to go around the rock, but Bryn takes way too much damage. He's forced to go in, and he's inside the shield too. He's inside the circle, my bet here. And Bryn now having to play this fight with cover.
3v3 fight. Bryn's getting put in work. Great damage put through. Cleave's gonna go down. It's actually Major Pusher's alive. Bryn puts in work with the shotgun. 1 member left. It's Blast. Has to go huge. Blast in a 1v1 for the bread. Blast does it. He hits 1. He hits 2. Looks for the 3rd and final shot. But Blast needs to clutch up here. Pushes wide left and looks to shut this down if he can. Is just frantically looking for the last member alive in a 1v. And he gets a good first shot. But no! He gets shut down in the 1v. Major Pushers disables the IG victory. We're going to a game number 5.
I'm shaking. I am shaking right now, Fallout. What a game that was. Invictus Gaming had victory in sight, but we have to talk about the nerves too. That was so close. Major Pushers, they keep this playoff going here in the EMEA region.
Insane. And I don't know how much HP that last member of Major Pushers had, but it had to be less than 50. I mean, Blast with 100 total HP was in such a good position to win that, but is not able to do it. Perhaps the nerves, perhaps just a clutch play from Major Pushers, who we know are clutch players. But instead, they get a 22-point game for MP. That is massive, Vicky.
I'm just catching my breath here. Major Pushers, they stopped the run from IG. 10 kills for Major Pushers, by the way. They cleaned up most of those kills at the very end right there too here, Fallout. So Major Pushers now, they're going to be able to skyrocket in the overall leaderboard to see how many points that they were able to claim within the last 4 games now, as we finish our 4th game of the day.
Yeah, Major Pushers had 10 points going into that one, so wasn't anywhere near consideration for match point. A 22-point game will put them at 32 overall points, so that's obviously going to help them in the grand scheme of things. This is a team that we know has the potential to clutch up at any moment. They've been a consistently performing squad for the last almost 2 years now in ALGS, since the online tournaments, Fido, Ranches, and Cleve. This team shows up when it matters. They are a team that you have to keep in mind as a high top contender. 3 great performers, 3 great individual players, and it showed right there in that 1v1, Vicky.
Absolutely, and keeping your cool is all the name of the game, especially in moments like that. It is so important, and I love the growth that I've seen from major pushers. They had struggled a little bit in qualifiers until they won, I believe, the third qualifiers back in the day, and since the playoffs, they have been popping off, and now here, or rather in the Pro League, they've been popping off, and now popping off in the playoffs here, as they're going to be able to move up. You can see they moved up 8 spots after that win with the amount of KP that they were able to secure.
Massive. So still 3 teams in match point overall, 71 for IG. Keep in mind, obviously, the teams with that target over their point score means they've reached match point threshold. All they have to do is win a game, and this playoff is over. IG gets second. The dance continues, but keep in mind the placements also matter because whichever team wins obviously gets first, but based on your points is where you'll place after the fact. Also important to understand is teams are also fighting for seeding points for the ALGS championships later on this year. That is a crucial component of this as well. The top teams in seeding from split 1 playoffs and split 2 playoffs will qualify for champs, where we are of course going to have a massive prize pool. Crazy to think anything can get more massive than this $250K EMEA prize pool, $1 million+ prize pool for the playoffs, but boy oh boy, this is just the beginning.
Absolutely, and there's still that big gap between the top 3 squads and all the other teams trying to fight for their place and having the match points that they need to be able to take a game themselves. But so we still have those 3 teams still sitting at match point, still more opportunities for those teams to try to make a workaround. But again, IG, they were so close. Hopefully they don't let that deter them going into the next games because, again, they were just in the perfect position. But at the very end, major pushers, they want to see these playoffs keep going.
Insane. Absolutely insane. You got to give your hat off to Ranches right there, the Wraith player for Major Pushers, for keeping this thing alive. We're going to jump to a quick break, but when we come back, game number 5 is around the corner. We got Rain Day. We got James Bardoff to call the action right after this.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here. In front of me, I have Lenovo Legion 5 Pro gaming laptop. Now, one of the features that this comes with is Lenovo's AI Engine 2.0 technology, which is automatically going to boost your FPS and update to whatever game that you're playing, whether that's going to be Apex Legends or Sims. You're still going to be rocking out with some amazing FPS.
A moment we probably all won't forget for a while. Bryn having the opportunity alongside Invictus Gaming and the squad to clean it up, and the entirety of a 1v1 decides it for both teams to allow major pushers and ranches to keep it going. We are here because of that man right there. Otherwise, I would have been walking down the street. I would have started my Saturday. So that's how impactful that was, changing the lives of many here, James. And maybe for the better, because we have a lot of teams who have played really, really well. Would have been kind of rough to see Gambit Alliance with the strong performances thus far just have no shot it to be over like that.
Indeed, and shout outs to GMT as well, the gatekeepers in that game. I love the home invasion towards the end on IG. Didn't get the job done, but that was really, really exciting. And they were in such a bad spot before they even got down to that 1v1 as well, with the caustic gas in there before the home invasion came through. As we can see, there's still catching up to do on these top 3 teams. Again, the crosshairs there telling you who is at match point. Invictus Gaming, Alliance, and Gambit. All 3 are still the only ones capable of taking a W here in match number 4.
I think that gives the viewer at home hopefully some perspective on how good these teams are playing as well, because Kick, Guild Esports, major pushers, you've just seen them have strong moments here in this final game. You've seen them be relevant, tons of kills, not even at match point. Alliance, 2 games got to match point. We're talking about teams that know how to get it done. They've proven they're lethal. They are proven that they can get to the end. Now it's just a matter of executing. Sometimes you can train, you can practice, you can prepare, but you got to go out there and score. Whether it's a sport or whether it's an Apex, you're going to have to get it done. Put it all on your back and say, we're going for it. And 1v1s like that are what make this esport come alive. We've got a chance here in Game 5 to see if more moments like that will occur, or if things will settle down even more and allow the rest of this lobby, some new contenders, to rise up to the top and stake their chance at an opportunity for glory.
That last game going down to the final shot. 1 Peacekeeper tag away from 100k, but it wasn't to be. We move to game number 5 here. Now we'll see if one of these 3 teams can get the job done. I think there was learning to do from Alliance after their first match point match, where they found themselves out of position, although they were in a similar situation last game as well, when they went to the back of the geyser and were eliminated by GMT. They'll definitely have position as a focus, and there's plenty of rotation to do as we have a west-facing zone this time.
You know, James, you're a watch man. You know, I'm wearing my watch because I'm joining you on cast here. I thought we needed to keep the synergy strong. I want to ask you a question about timing. What is the significance of this game right now? Because we feel like we might be more of in a turning point. We're either going to kind of climax towards the end, or we're actually going to start letting a lot of other teams find their way. In terms of timing of this overall tournament, how important specifically is this game to the cadence of how this thing is going to end?
Well, in terms of timing, I feel like Alliance may have aged quite a bit in these last 2 games. But again, I think with respect to timing, it's about how quickly you learn the lessons, because when you're playing at match point, you're playing a different scenario entirely to the remainder of the lobby. They've got to focus on getting KP, on moving through, on maybe taking more risks to try and get an edge, to get ahead, to close in on the guys at match point. But we'll come back to that as we've got a huge arc start, and there's cavalry that needs to come through here for the new guys, as we've got more grenades coming in. The dome has come and gone, and they've got decisions to make as to what they choose to do. They cannot save their Crypto. Again, Crypto is the last man you want going down, because he makes it much harder to respawn your teammates, but he will find a safe haven for the time being at the very least.
They may not know where the beacon or the zone is going to pull, but they certainly know where one other team is. Unfortunately for Kashera, that means they've still got to get his banner now and see if they can make some use of that information. Not the way you want to start, especially with your Crypto leading into those engagements. The difference in Legends sometimes feels nominal because of how good these players are and all the gun skill, but a Wraith in there gets out of it. A Crypto leading doesn't, and that's the kind of bitter pill you have to swallow when you're utilizing a Crypto in game. But just piggybacking off the earlier statement you had responded to, James, because I thought it was interesting. You know, Game 5 kind of has this different pace do it. And you can tell people starting to get more comfortable, like Ranches here, finding PK shots. He knows the last one he hit made a big difference, but they are low, so they've got to be careful. Looks like they'll clean this one up pretty well. On to Disbelief. Definitely a lot of high-value movement. More teams starting to feel their rhythm, starting to understand that, yes, we know how to play this. We know what's worked. We know what hasn't worked. We've kind of started to find our formula. But I also think it's this 3, 4, 5 more teams get on to match point. We start to have a different pace of our lobby. And more teams start thinking win versus KP. And that starts to shift the entire dynamic of how these fights are happening. Right now, I think we're still in the final moments of chaos here in the early game.
The Magician's Wand has been broken once again as they find themselves out an early bath once more for them. And that Crypto from New, I don't think he's coming back because that banner is basically in the building that's being occupied by that rival team. And I don't see a way where they can rescue that. Just a reminder for those of you at home or elsewhere, depending on where you're watching these playoff finals, there is the multi-view available now under the Twitch window. You can see the Watch in Command Center. You can have 4 perspectives at once, so definitely take a goosey gander at that and see if it is something that is up your street.
It is a great experience. I took a look at it in some of our off games, tried to watch a few different perspectives, had Alliance on there, I had IG on there actually as well, had the main cast. I mean, what a great tool to come out, and it surprised all of us. We didn't even know. I barely even understood it, and I did the VO for it. But then when seeing it really come to life, it's just a testament to the behind-the-scenes work of the production crew, the director, the leadership of what we're doing here at Apex and the esports team, the vision they've got to keep making this a better experience. So definitely try to utilize it, guys. We're excited for it to be here as a part of playoffs, and I think it's definitely helping us to get some more information on how these teams like to play.
Yeah, speaking of teams, we ride with Guild Esports now. And Matafe, a man who has to keep Horizon under control. Definitely an underrated Twitch streamer, Horizon. But we're going to have a closer look at Matafe.
I say we move this way.
My name is Matej Fekonia, and my nickname is Matafe. In the playoffs, I am competing for Guild Esports. My role on Guild Esports is IGL, or in-game leader. The reason why we IGL from Gibi is that it just works the best for us. I have to play some long range and stay more back while my teammates are working towards the enemies. So I have all the oversight and I can do better calculated calls.
Another great streamer is Matafe, a man who will give you fantastic answers if you ask him any questions in his chat. So definitely give him a follow on Twitch and Horizon as well. He has unlimited energy, that boy. And he's a very nice kid as well.
He really does.
Yeah, he needs more viewers on Twitch. Like, honestly, watching his stream is pure entertainment, but it's pure violence as far as Rebels are concerned, as they've got some problems at very close quarters.
Rebel in trouble. And without a cause as well. It feels like this fight isn't really helping them in the long term, but they seem to have run into it and they can't quite run out. Nobody's letting them get out of the building unless they fight for it. Not on the Gibraltar. Not IGLing here for the squad, but definitely needs to be the one making decisions here with that defensive shield, because this is maybe their last opportunity if there's an aggressive push on the outside. But the caustic gas continually buying them some more time. Everyone's healed up now. Rebel at least has an opportunity. He was maybe looking for a kidnap. Didn't quite get it. But now they're watching the portal in case there's any more aggression coming from this squad who seems thirsty for some kills.
If another grenade came through while that thermite was up, they would be very limited in where they could move around with that portal just standing there. So they will maybe be relieved that things have calmed down for the time being. They were all cracked earlier on, using the caustic barrels for area control and allowed them to get their shields back up, and we'll see how long it longs as there's more trouble and their resources are going to run out if this keeps continuing.
Well, I mean, this team is saying, I want you. There is no doubt about it. And there's that defensive shield. This is his last kind of opportunity to stabilize here, especially since the caustic gas isn't working against the ordinances. But they will run out eventually, so they just have to keep buying time. This push is not going to be so easy. But major pushers, who would have thought, are the ones trying to majorly push this squad inside. Rebel is like, will you give us a break? Ranches is like, no, I just clutched up for the entire lobby. Now it's my turn to try to get to match point, because if I was on it, I would have won the tournament. Rebel, they're going to go down. Ranches and major pushers continue their momentum. James, they're sitting on 6 kills with 2 squads only down. They're the ones who have done all the kills this entire lobby.
That revved up Rampage causing all kinds of problems, allowing the Mastiff to just glide in there and clean up afterwards. And indeed, that logo in the top right corner tells you how many kills the whole team has, if you are wondering. So it's a new addition from the boys and girls at PGL. Very useful one for us here in the commentary booth as well. Now we've got Alliance rotating. We'll see if this is going to be a more successful one than some of their previous attempts. It's like watching a motorbike go off a ramp in the circus. Will they stick the landing? Seems they're okay on this occasion.
And just a nice landing and staging here. And they're going to take one of these low trailers and play from below, as it is very custom for this kind of in circle. We've seen IG actually play on the high ground here often, and then switch to under the bridge. There's these really nice dynamics that can occur. It's going to be an interesting one, especially with both of those teams taking the 2 different approaches and both being on match point, kind of allowing us to see different sides of the coin, different opportunities to take different paths, and maybe reach success in a way that proves one was better than the other. Noises needs to get himself off of white, though, at this point. That is a very important thing, considering how just a moment major pushers coming around the corner potentially could change having a crypto in your game. We've already seen it with Ranches earlier, and we're seeing it with another team here. Major pushers, though, definitely on the low ground, not quite there involved, but Ranches has his eye on as many kills as possible. Did they just team wipe someone else? 9 kills? James, what is going on?
What is going on? Major
They've
pushers
killed the whole lobby.
Putting up the numbers here, really trying to catch up and seize the opportunity. Feeling the urgency, perhaps, taking matters into their own hands. By force, they will take these kills, but we'll see if it pays off for them, because this is still a very dangerous lobby. Gambit just biding their time for now, enjoying their building. They are on the edge of the green zone, though, but they're in a better situation than some of the others, I'm sure. With 17 squads left, we'll wait until that zone compresses these teams and they're all too close together. Unstable entities are on the way.
Gambit, Hardeki, so much a part of our conversation in EMEA. Playing it a little more cautiously. This game has not been about them. It has been about major pushers and the rampage that they are going through, specifically with the rampage in the hand of Ranches within this entire lobby. Or should I say through this entire lobby. Holding chokes on the outside, though, playing edge. They've got the Valkyrie to rotate in late, and that will be on the side of Leogri. So Gambit's still in a good spot. You can see the teams remaining here. Na'Vi, a squad that I feel always in the mix, never quite the darling of the show. Would be interesting to see if they could start making some changes. We've also had our eyes on Scars. Great leadership of RPR. Mandy, the ability for them to kind of clutch up. It hasn't been happening so far in this lobby. Will this be a game that starts to tell that story for them?
Hardeki has a wingman. That makes him a favorite to win the championship, in my opinion. We'll see if it plays out later on. Still 17 squads left, so things are relatively calm for the time being. Cleve has been putting in work. 3 kills, 3 assists, 700 plus damage. All purple. A trio of berries on the major pusher side, but is their best behind them? Even if it is, they'll have a pretty reasonable score, but I'm sure there's more for them to do. Gambit now losing some real estate as the zone is behind them, but at least they know that there's no flank on the way. And they've got some areas to play with now, as Artico will hold point on this bridge as they focus on what is ahead of them. They'll have to try and look at the climate, see where people are and where they can head to, as they've got to find themselves. They've got to put themselves back in that zone once more. Just have a look at all the crypto drones flying around on the radar. What is happening here?
Something's a-brewing. Something's coming. I mean, you could just feel it. It's this loud buzzing. I feel like a swarm of bees are approaching and everyone's looking out. But no, it's just a bunch of crypto drones. Maybe just as or more annoying to play against. Dungeon Masters and Plushka. Here on the outskirts, everyone taking a bit of a different approach. Only team pretty cemented inside of staging and on the low ground. We followed along with Alliance. A lot of teams playing kind of edge, so we'll most likely see some skirmishes here as the zone begins to close here, but we will see it all kind of culminate and focus on that bridge that top of staging and then underneath the bridge where you can avoid being shot from the teams that will be skirmishing on the high ground. It is going to get very interesting soon. And it's just a matter of carving out your territory, James, fast enough so other teams aren't capable of pushing you.
I'm a fan of the crypto drones. I fly FPV drones with goggles IRL.
That's right.
So he's definitely up my street, one of my mains. But I'm just thinking, again, when these teams are more compressed, when there's less area to move, when they're all close together on the Petri dish, if you're relying, let's say you have to leave a building and you have to dome to make your way forward if you're in an open space. I don't see domes lasting very long with all these crypto drones flying around. So I think there's going to be a lot of problems for a lot of these teams that think that they can do something with a dome as they are in a pressed position later on.
Well, you know, it's almost kind of what, interestingly enough, could bring the downfall of Gibraltar if enough teams started to decide crypto is the way. Because really, the counter to Gibraltar is just Gibraltar, but crypto does have a counter to that dome of Gibraltar if enough teams started to decide crypto is the way. Because really, the counter to Gibraltar is just Gibraltar, but crypto does have a counter to that dome, as you mentioned. Unfortunately, it still doesn't deal with the defensive bombardment. It may not be enough to have an ultimate counter, a tactical that's so strong. Gibby's tactical almost does the job of a crypto ultimate in terms of evening this playing field for how much use and value it gets over the course of a game. But certainly in the late game zones, you're going to be watching out for Mimu. We can play spoiler to a lot of plans teams are putting into place. And now you look at IG utilizing the Crypto, Wraith, and Caustic. Not the usual lineup we see supporting the Caustic, because typically you find someone a little bit more high mobility like a Valkyrie to get them into late zones or have better rotations, or the Gibby to protect the Caustic in these fights until they get into late game. But I love the way each team in EMEA is starting to approach this meta differently, and we're seeing it evolve, James, game in and game out.
90-second warning. That is when the massacre begins. Have a look at the map, have a look at the ring. Teams like IG are going to have to force their way into someone else's space. And again, these cryptos can be bunker busters. They'll get rid of barrels and other things as well. So that can be a way in for these teams. I think crypto is going to be more and more important, and I'm sure some of the NA teams are going to be watching and thinking about how they're going to be implemented in this, well, even in this one game. It's going to be so important, but we're going to have a look at listening to IG, have a listen in rather, you can't look at it listening, but anyway, we're going to listen into IG and see what they're going to do about this rotation.
I've got eyes on one of them over there.
There's still going to be shot, by the way, we're going to have to kill these teams. They're getting pressured and be shot quite a lot.
Yeah, okay, I hear you.
Is there any way we could force them as out?
They got gas out. They got gas out in the truck. They got gas out in the truck.
100% a play we can make.
They're getting EMP in the blue truck. They're gonna fight blue truck from the looks of it.
They're walking up on our east. Walking up on our east.
Okay.
Enemy spotted.
I don't know what you're saying. This blue truck.
Blue truck on the left, Bryn. On ping.
Yeah.
On yellow.
Okay. I hear you.
Bryn, what we can do is we can EMP
right
a match.
Walking up. In the opening. We gotta shoot these guys so they can't just play there.
I don't know how playable it is for us to all be in there though. Especially the team on the east. I really don't know.
I think there's a team in front of us getting shot as well, right here on the southeast.
No, that's a fullback spot. TPing there's a fullback spot.
Cam, there might be a team
get
southeast.
outside the building. Yes, I know.
There's in red cart right now. I think this might be Gambit.
Okay.
Yeah,
walking up now on the northwest, okay?
The TP's behind us from Gambit.
Right here, on red.
How where this lands?
They're landing on Gambit, I think. No, they swapped. They've gone for bottom mid, where I mentioned before.
I don't know where this team is gone on our flank.
I don't know.
I think we're good. I think we're in a 3v3 against the Maz. In which case we need to EMP inside the car.
But let me gas up first though.
Get close with traps.
They're peeking over. On the cart in front of us.
They're in a cart as well. It's really hard.
Give me 60 purple.
We have the EMP on the push there. Course got this plus.
I'm getting fucked out.
Oh, Bryn with the alternator. He's got something cooking. The heat is raising. These young stars of the EMEA region continuing to play lights out. And now they've got the gear and possibly the position to do it, but Blast goes down. No! Noises. He falls almost as well. He's going to hit a shield battery, but it's not enough to get Blast. Bryn has to do so much. This Arc Star has to be patient. It's on the outside of the Gibby Dome, which will fall because they use a Crypto Drone, and that might be enough for Bryn to actually find it. It ended up not working out, or if that was Noises, that was the most brilliant counter. Noises has to finish the 1v1. Invictus Gaming is fighting for their chance to stay alive and win this, but Noises is still playing patiently. He has shield cells. He can try to hit one. He's going to go for the syringe instead, James. And he's got to make this happen. The clutch 1v1. Can he do it? Noises is out. Oh, no. Jay Savage with the cleanup. But what an interaction between those two teams.
Space is getting tight. There's not room for everyone, and we've lost one of our match point teams. Hack is the only man standing for one of the remaining two now, dueling with the Mastiff, trying to stay alive. He has no armor left. He's cracked, but can he finish off the job? He's got 2 shields as he tries to bat, and this is so awkward. If Wraith on the high ground, down again, has to queue out again, and we've got drones as well. Is there enough space to res his team? He has to get the dome up ASAP.
Yeah, and because he got the shield to block it all. That was huge. Hawkes went absolutely huge there. I cannot believe it. If Alliance went off of that, he is going to be thanking his lucky stars, especially since he hit 3 11s in a row on a Mastiff. That never spells good luck, but for some reason it worked out for Alliance. I don't know what he ate this morning, but I want to eat it too, because that is the type of thing that just says things are going your way. Try to keep doing everything you're doing. Don't think about it too much. GMT as well, James, in the thick of things with a wingman on Dell.
Looking to cause more problems. They haven't got many kills at the moment, but maybe they can gatekeep some more players. 69 IQ are on the way, and they may force their way in the other door. There's so much open space, and there's so many teams, which means we're going to start to see some boxes real fast. The Mastiffs are going absolutely nuclear. Hardeki Artico getting some very nice kills indeed onto Totem. Still with 7 squads, but for how long? Trying to get his shield up, they just can't do it. Bombardment's coming through as well.
Gambit under the rain of terror from the defensive bombardment, but somehow, some way, they will get Leogri back up. They have lived, and they will fight again. But will this fight end with Hardeki clutching up? He's abandoning ship. He knows this is not a good outcome for them, and he's gonna get a shield battery while they clean up the KP. 6 squads remaining. But I want to bring your attention not only to Gambit here and Hardeki clutching up, but Alliance, I believe, still alive, having stabilized as a 3. That was an incredible grenade, but there's 5 squads left, and Hardeki is full. So this is another story we have to pay attention to. He could win it for his team right here if he's able to clutch up like we've seen him do so miraculously in the past, but I think he just saw Alliance.
Hardeki in the clutch, we have seen this before. He is doing his best to try and escape, but he has got nowhere else to go. Trying to make a TP to survive for a few seconds, but he doesn't really have any options. He can't heal. He is taken out by Alliance. Of all people, they know what they've just put themselves into now. No more IG, no more Gambit. Alliance versus 3 teams. They're on the low ground though, and they may die by the zone unless they can get out with this Valkyrie. They've got to start moving soon.
If they have a Valkyrie, I think you got to use it now. And they are. They're getting in. Skyward dive. It's happening. Will they come down after going into the stars, landing as champions here of EMEA Alliance? 2 games in, they were on match point. Could this be the one, game 5, that they finally close it out? 4 squads left. They've got just a few seconds before they've got to drop. They will take a bit of a penalty, but they're ready for it. The thermite, it hits! It hits! This is beautiful, but they're in the fight first. So the dome shield just to stabilize James. And they're luckily not getting pushed by any other team. This is beneficial to Alliance to have a chance still to win this.
They can focus on the outside, deal with the inside later. Let's see what they choose to do. Holding position, waiting for them to come out the door. Victory is in their hands, but can they keep it? Their Hackers moving forward, trying to create some kind of crossfire now as they've given themselves more space, but I think we may have some more action coming their way now as they try to elevate themselves and maybe avoid the most of that bombardment. Have they found the angle? Hackers falling off but getting back up again. Out with the Mastiff now. Still 4 squads alive. Yuki's on his hands and knees, and so is Laga. Can they survive? Can they stay alive? He cracks, but he's got to do more than that.
Vice is still in. Hawkins is still in as well. He's got to try to shield swap. This is the final moment. If they can get it, Vice is alive. They will have 2 members. And look at that dome shield. This is exactly what you need. The Cossack Ultimate comes out. An alliance is forced between a rock and 2 other teams. You do not want to be them in this situation. Solaris has Choke still alive. Will we be going? Yes, it seems almost assuredly to another game.
Alliance is dead.
With Nags, it's the Peacekeeper. They'll clean it up. And we keep this thing running. Match point never fails to disappoint as 69 IQ stamp their name on the list of winning teams today.
to survive to the end. It is so hard. So many teams sharing space. Alliance just all standing on a pipe to avoid the bombardment, getting closer and closer, but there's so many teams left. 4 teams in that tiny space. There isn't anywhere to go. There's nowhere to hide. Even if you dodge the bombardment, eventually you'll be facing the end of somebody else's gun. And this time it's 69 IQ, taking 21 points from this game with 9 kills on the board.
And they are a team we talked about earlier. We had them as a team to watch here in EMEA, and for good reason, because Case Swinney and Nags from that incredible final game of EMEA, if you remember, in our final chance to really solidify these rosters that are heading into these, that are playing in these playoffs, Nags was a huge part of that last victory that got clean to 21st place. Ended up leaving clean right after that. G Dolphin announced retirement, joined 69 IQ Esports with Case Swinney joining before, and Slayers, a long-standing member since January of this squad. The cohesion they have and the ability to put together big games at big times is why we thought they would be more involved in these leaderboards than they have been. But James, we mentioned this is the game. This is that game 5 that can really change the dynamic of a whole lobby.
Oh, and I am sure it is going to change the dynamic overall. Great output from this team, but if this is to put them on match points as well, are their kills going to start to go down? We saw 2 kills for Alliance. We saw 2 kills from Gambit. That said, they still went deep, and that's what's ultimately important. But GMT had another great game as well. Let's not forget the kills they got in the last game, the gatekeeping they did. I think we are going to see a number of teams now at match point joining the 3 that have been trying to take things over the line. So I think things are going to get real spicy here.
Major pushers have an opportunity as well. I think they got at least 10 kills. And if they got 10th place, I mean, it's going to be close. I think they were on 38, maybe 37. So we'll see. But I think they have a great opportunity to be on there. Yeah, this is the shift. And, you know, as a team that gets ahead of the shift, you would think you would want to take advantage of it. But look at what, as we say it, we got to eat our words here.
There's one more chance.
Enough.
Yeah, somehow they are on the cusp, but they're not quite there. Only 3 points away, GMT, with all this output they've done. So they're going to have to go again. They're going to have to gatekeep again for one more game just to get a chance to win. All that output, still not enough. We are going to go again with those 3 teams, and they're very capable of these deep runs, and maybe this time they'll stop anyone else from catching up to them.
Yeah, GMT, it'll be interesting what they do when they're the ones who need to be stopped versus the ones doing all the stopping, because for whatever reason, it just starts to shift the mentality of these teams, and I understand it completely. International, Alliance, Gambit Esports, they're going to get one more go of probably 3 teams who have a chance to win. This is a kind of a scary predicament in my eyes. I think a lot of teams are right about ready to end this this triumvirate of power that has been going on for the last 3 games. But someone's got to step up to the plate, James, and make it happen.
Absolutely. 4 more
we have reached our typical 6-game series, at least for now, in a playoff that we thought could have possibly ended at 3, but in Apex fashion, it's gone the distance, at least 6 games here as we get ready for game number 6. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty, as we have had such an exciting and fun tournament so far in these playoffs, Vicky. Alliance, Gambit, IG, still the only 3 teams that have activated match point.
And that should highlight, Rain Day actually was talking about it a little bit in the last game, but that should highlight how intense these lobbies have been. To see that Alliance has also been at match point after the first 2 games and still is trying to claim that 1 game to be the winners, that should highlight here that 69 IQ, major pushers, they're here and on a momentum run with Invictus, Alliance, and Gambit still at match points. GMT and Kick, GMT only 3 points away and Kick 5 points away from sitting at match point, where we could potentially see another game after this one here, Fallout.
Yeah, you mentioned Major Pusher, 69 IQ, and then GMT as well, right? They're doing GMT things, which is silent consistency. As of late, at least, you don't see GMT winning a lot of games, but consistently placing top 5, getting a decent amount of kills, and inching their way to that 50-point match point threshold, but keep on all the way down to 7th place with 69 IQ. Even Guild Esports, the pop-off game, could unlock match point here. The biggest storyline is you can't let IG, Alliance, or Gambit win. That's the name of the game here in this match point. We, of course, now have anonymous mode enabled, so it's harder to grief, but you still know a lot of these teams obviously know where people land. They know the strats. I'm 1 monster in, by the way. Might crack open a second cold one here in just a second if needed, if this thing keeps going as far as it might.
Oh, absolutely. You got that gamer fuel running through
100%.
your veins, and you gotta love to see it with these teams too. You also described GMT perfectly. Silent but deadly. They're inching their way closer to match point. Again, to highlight 3 points away, and they've been playing this very passive-aggressively, I would say. You could see them the way that they are prioritizing their positioning, and of course, we saw it in the game that we were able to cast right before the last one, where they were able to claim 2 teams that were already at match point. They cleaned them up. It was only up to Invictus in that point. But now as we move forward and we see teams like 69 IQ now also make their way over to winning a game themselves and 9 kills, that gap is slowly closing, Fallout. That gap is now starting to get a lot closer with a lot of these teams hitting match point.
That's right. Well, the dropship is flying across World's Edge for game number 6 of our EMEA playoffs of split number 1. We, of course, are loving the broadcast, loving to call the action, but guess what? If you haven't heard, we have multi-view now enabled, a technological feat. Make sure to click the command center button below the main stream if you want to be able to watch any player on any team, any POV, side by side, and simultaneously. Multi-view's been a pretty awesome addition to this series. I've seen a lot of people, my man Ace Dolo and others, commenting on Twitter. By the way, let us know your thoughts. Tweet using hashtag ALGS. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Make sure to tweet at me and Vicky, at Fallout with 2 T's, at Vicky Kitty. We'd love to hear your thoughts, any feedback you have on the broadcast, and of course, any commentary. We know there's a lot of really, really smart people, passionate people about Apex. We'd love to hear your perspective as well as we jump into game number 6 and kick off with 69 IQ dropping over in Skyhook West.
Absolutely. I can only imagine so many people have so much to say after these past few games, and it's only going to kick it up more with 69 IQ Esports now taking up Skyhook. Just going to be able to loot up quickly again. It's just a matter of keeping up that momentum, though, going in from the early game and for those early rotations as well, Fallout.
That's right. Big shout out to people like Maestro, to Flu, Captain Awesome IRL, so everyone else that's always tweeting and consistently sharing perspective, creating some hype and some noise. It's always good to get everyone's perspectives and check in on Twitter after games. So thank you so much, everyone, for the tweets. Once again, hashtag ALGS, at Fallout with 2 T's, at Vicky Kitty. We'd love to hear your thoughts as we take a look at the zone here. And guess what? Another southern zone here. Another opportunity for Gambit, IG, and Alliance to have some favorable rotations.
Man, Fallout, these southern circles just absolutely love us. But you know what? We got a tree circle. As you can see, Gambit already making the rotation. Actually, looking like they're already trying to take some shots here, as Totem is also going to be making their way over from launch site. They're also going to have that beacon in the southern part of launch site. So they're going to have that information as they rotate from that southern part of the circle. But we have to highlight here, a lot of these southern squads, they've been able to excel with a lot of these points because they could prioritize that late game positioning so quick. Meanwhile, a lot of our northern squads, they risk a lot more having to utilize those redeploys, especially later on in the game when they're late to their rotations.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why you really see almost 3 play styles. This is the point I was trying to make a couple games ago, but it's important to understand in terms of current meta. And every time I try this, there's a fight. I swear to God, I'm never going to be able to get it off. That's just, I guess, an example of how crazy. Oh, we're used to old school EMEA, which was literally just like early rotate and hide, no action early game. Yeah, modern day EMEA, you always got to be on your toes here because we might have another fight over here towards the tree side of the map. But things are going to slow down here. Thurnal, who actually drops here, is going to be able to post up with Caustic. They should be able to chill. And back to that point, current meta, really 3 different play styles. You have, obviously, the early rotate, teams that like GMT like to rotate early, rotate fast. You have hard edge type of teams that like to play edge, like to fight, and then you have kind of hybrids, 50-50s if you will, teams that can do both based on the situation, based on where the zone pulls. I think teams like Alliance kind of fall into that category, Gambit falls into that category. The meta's kind of evolved in that from that standpoint. Obviously Valkyrie changing the game and offering even edge teams a chance to play early rotate if they want to, courtesy of a Valkyrie ult. But for now, things will slow down here over towards this tree end as we see one of our non-Valkyrie teams, one of our very few non-Valkyrie teams on screen.
Yeah, you know, just to bounce off of that too, Invictus is one of those squads that are very fast with their rotation because they usually are running a mix of so many other compositions. The Caustic, the Cripple, the Wraith, and Eternal now also getting some cracks themselves as they take real estate over this building. They are going to be able to try to trade that, but they're not going to overcommit. They want to stay in that building, so they're not going to be able to leave there, especially with the Caustic composition that they're running. Meanwhile, Neo as well are making their rotation, passing through Landslide. And you kind of wonder here at this point, we are already 6 games in here, Follow. A lot of these teams now have established that sort of pacing that they wanted to find for themselves, and Neo is one of those squads that are trying to make that comeback to try to raise themselves in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, we've seen what Neo's been able to do. We saw him in championships with Tyler FPS, now playing with Yikes. Of course, Kashera, arguably the best support player in all of Apex, most assists.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
My name is Kashera. I'm competing for New Esports. I've been competing in Apex since the beginning of the game. For me to have good moments, it's me winning the fights. I think being the underdog for so long, it kind of leaves you always that feeling that you have to prove yourself to others. We're going all in. We're playing to win. We're playing for the #1 spot. So it's all or nothing.
Always good to hear a perspective from Kashera, one of the top kind of veterans in the scene. And of course, him alongside Postkill, 2 IGLs, 2 players that have a really, really good understanding of the game, and the 2 Portuguese represent an entire country. Shout out to Portugal as we see New Esports vying for a top 5, top 10 spot. Keep in mind, obviously the prize pool is big, but also the importance of qualifying and getting seeding points for ALGS championships, crucial in the grand scheme of this format before ALGS championships later this year. Based on your placement in Split 1 playoffs and Split 2 playoffs, you might get enough ALGS points to make it and auto-qualify for championships. You have to go through the last chance qualifier, which is grueling.
Yeah, that's super important, especially since, you know, that first and second place, that's a $50,000 difference, and Horizon now making their moves, clean that up, missing some of those even 8 shots, so he quickly swaps to the Rampage, but he's got some of that support from the rest of his Horizon members. The thing is now 0-0, he's low, he needs to go for the shield swap, but they're getting pinged from afar from a squad that's already situated themselves by the tree area and potentially by the high ground spot over by the tunnel.
Yeah, 2 squads now eliminated, didn't catch who was taken out there. We'll give you all an update on that as to who Horizon just took out, but Rebel still alive and well. Rebel, formerly known as Flavor of the Month, the longest lasting team in terms of sticking together, loyalty, consistency in all of ALGS. They've been the team since the game came out, and actually before it, they came from PUBG. Big shout out to these 3. Taylor was the IGL of this team. The young gun, 19 or 20 years old, decided to actually relinquish those duties to Noth halfway through Split 1, and ended up being a great decision. Rebel was able to turn around their gameplay, change their team composition, and things have been working well for them ever since, and once they got rid of Bloodhound.
It's all about that synergy too, just being able to be together for so long. This is one of those squads that really heavily relies on momentum, so they're just trying to find their footing still after having a few rough games so far. I believe overall they are currently situated at 16th place with 13 points here, so they're just trying to situate themselves as Gambit Esports rocking the bow check here, maybe lacking on a bit of equipment as they are going to be able to take shop inside this building with the cost, or rather not with the cost, but with the PK instead, and that purple shotgun bolt. Want to bring these fights close quarters, but I like the way that they're trying to play this slowly. Just as we had seen from Alliance, they know they're at match point here. They're trying to find the opportunity to close up a lot of this KP to still rack up those points, but without giving up their positioning, which has been happening within the last 3 games.
That's right. Want to offer a quick update that the 2 teams eliminated are GMT and Guild. That is huge because those were our 2 of our 7 teams that could have gone into match point if they had a good game here, or especially a pop-off game for Guild. GMT's been super consistent, but they get taken out here early in Game 6. So quick update there. If you're a fan of Guild or Nasky on GMT or Matafe on Guild, of course, they are out of this game so far.
That's absolutely huge too, because they were only 3 points away. And now that they're out, we're gonna have to see how that's gonna do much justice or injustice towards them, especially in this Game 6 with 3 teams already at match point. We're seeing actually one of them right now, Invictus Gaming here. They're just trying to make their next moves. Another squad actually that's just a few points away is Kick, with 5 points away from hitting match point too. So that's something else that we have to look forward to going into this Game 6.
You just saw a little most revived stat. You know what? I'm glad that we're honoring the most revives. Back in my competing days, I won the best reviver in the MLG Pro Circuit back when I used to compete in Gears.
Let's go.
Which actually I was like embarrassed to win that statistic over like best Slayer, best support player. And I was like best medic, best reviver. I don't know how I feel about that. But shout out to Mandy. Me and him are holding down to that title together.
Hey, we need those out here. Here like Apex, got to be able to go in for, absolutely, especially with those knockdown shields. The way we see a lot of these players in those late games try to utilize that as some makeshift dome protection. But Invictus Gaming, look at the way they're playing this slowly too. They're trying to play around the edge here. They're just trying to find an opportunity with some pings to take this a lot slower. Meanwhile, Horizon, they've been on a tear run. They've been sitting here for quite some time. We saw them earlier clean up GMT, and now they're still trying to keep this momentum actually going in their favor, while they do hold the high ground and overlook a lot of the rotations coming from the northern part of the map.
That's right. Horizon already griefed 1 team. Wasn't sure if it was GMT or Guild, but I think it was likely GMT given where they're at in rotations. So heads up play from Horizon to take out GMT, a team close to qualifying. Not sure if they knew it was them, but nonetheless, that's a big kind of momentous play. They had 2 kills as a team there, and I want to also point out, mentioned it earlier, but check out the new competitive Apex broadcasting experience overlay. At the bottom right, you can see the entire inventory of the player that we are watching. At the top right, you get to see total team kills in the UI of the game here. So big shout out to the Apex team for making that happen, exposing some APIs, shout out to PGL for putting that together, and giving us the right intel and info that we need as casters and as viewers of Apex.
I love it. I love being able to see what's inside their backpack too. We can see which of these squad mates have the gold backpack. That can make a huge difference here as Alliance have called out the redeploy. Sihaki's putting in some pings. They want to secure one of these buildings. They've been able to take this slowly too ever since they've been at match point, but they've been struggling on closing it out until the very end. Look at the shots coming through from some of these squads that are already situated in the buildings over by Tree.
Yeah, and they're actually able to get a pretty good spot here. They're very, very central circle right now. They're able to hop into one of the trailers, literally center of the entire zone. So this could be pretty big for them. We'll see where this ring, of course, pulls, but Alliance seems to be in a decent spot. And, of course, a team that likes to take their time on slow rotates and play for loot, they find themselves some pretty good loot. Purple shield, gold shield, even though they haven't gotten any fights to level those up, they get kind of blessed with some loot here in this game.
And Gambit's doing exactly the same thing of what Alliance is doing currently. They want to situate themselves in that end circle. Yuki in some trouble. The longbows finding their shots as he manages to take some extra cover. But with this crypto, they're just scouting up ahead. They see that there's 8 squads within the area here. So they're just going to have to stay put, especially in that low, or rather that small cart that they're forced to be in. I'd be scared here if a Caustic team comes in with that Nox grenade to be able to funnel them out of there.
You might be wondering why Leogri and Artico have no shields. Those that are maybe brand new to Apex or new to Apex in general, they actually drop their shield to avoid crypto EMP drone, which does damage to shields, which is why you see a lot of teams do that if they're just kind of posting up, just a heads-up play. Meanwhile, you see the top 20 players in damage on your right there. The addition of stats here in the ALGS Playoffs has been great. It's been amazing to see our production team really level up the overall broadcast experience. Hope y'all are enjoying it at home as well. Like I said, let us know on Twitter. Love to hear your thoughts on Twitter as we take a look at IG right now. Bryn, the lead slayer, kind of tip of the spear for this team. Noise is the IGL of this team, an all-UK team, mouse and keyboard squad that rose into the ranks of a top team here in the Split 1. And really, in the grand scheme of things, had a really, really good showing in the LGS Championships as well.
Beautiful to see how a lot of these teams manage to make it work. You know, you talk about Guild Esports, one of those controller squads still popping off in the way that they have been. Now Scars, though, are claiming this spot. They have the Spitfire ready, too. They don't have the beacon above them as the beacon is outside of circle here. They want to put themselves at risk, but they are utilizing these ultimate accelerants as Taishin now is just trying to find an area where they want to rotate. He's got the redeploy too, but they're scouting to see which of these teams have already taken up shop in some of these buildings.
Yeah. Stars, team that drops over and overlook in the northeast or east side of the map, takes their time on rotates as well, likes to loot up. jumping back on board with Kingarna. We saw the player profile with Graceful earlier, who of course does jiu-jitsu on the side, and obviously a lot that he's learned from jiu-jitsu he's implemented to Apex, much like hockey's learning from being in the military in Sweden is implemented into his game. It's been impressive to see. As Kingarna makes a very late rotation through Harvester, will be taking their time here on the rotate and trying to see if they can find some more intel, some more info, which they'll get as they decide where to rotate to. Kingarna really needs to step up here in Game 6 and 7, hopefully, if we get there, if they want a chance to win this.
Got those slower approaching squads here when it comes to the circle. Kingarna is one of those squads here too. That's why they're just going to take their time. But they're with some of these pings, they know that they're going to be in the line of sight of some of these teams that are already holding that choke point that leads their way over to tree. But they're just trying to take this a lot slower while getting some of that extra intel. I do like the loot that I'm seeing from JMW. Again, it's lovely to see what's in their backpacks, but also that gold extended energy mag is going to come in handy here for JMW. He's also got the portal too. So they're just trying to plan their next moves. A lot of these teams in general, but we're seeing some fighting going on in the feed with Rebel already getting that knock.
Yeah, I mean, wow, on board with Kingarna. Former Nessie, Graceful, Mady, JMW have stuck together after a brief roster change. They get back together as a team, get picked up by Kingarna, once considered a top 3 team in EMEA. Maybe wouldn't be considered to be the same right now, but let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with them to see how they decide to fight here in game number 6 on this rotation.
Snake, team platform.
In Snake?
Yeah, I mean, he's right here.
In Snake, what the fuck? Can we the Valkyrie at the back or at the top and then go beyond them?
Oh
Is there
my
anyone? Can
God.
we see? Can't see underneath, can
Yeah,
we?
they're just sitting there. We have to go backside and Valcult now.
10 seconds.
Where do we Valcult though? Like now it's a YOLO again.
It's a YOLO again. No,
I'm bubbled, Yeah, behind this, go.
Yeah, I'm popping in. Dropping there.
Yeah, do it. Where do we even go?
I don't see a team on the platform.
Out of bounds, maybe?
I don't see anyone on the platform. They could be hiding. I don't see anyone there.
Okay.
There's a team out of bounds right now.
Yeah,
they might drop in a team.
Our spot is also safe, I think.
I'm going on the platform now.
Yeah, I'm going on the platform.
No, go on the platform,
They're peeking from platform. Oh, they're peeking from top. Wait, watch out. He's gonna peek here.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
Kinda good here.
Look behind us for Snake team.
Everyone's Valkyrie now.
Did you hear me? Look behind us.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Wait, did they just Valkyrie from above?
One team did, yeah.
Maybe go up and check.
above us?
Yeah, go up and check maybe.
Just prepare
go
to
up and
bubble me
check.
here.
Yeah.
You're being aimed at.
Yeah, looks free.
Can we can come up? Okay,
Yeah, you
come
can
up.
come up.
There you have it here. A little bit of uncertainty as to where they go on the rotate, but they rotate pretty free and pretty clean so far, at least. But they got a long journey to go still. Kick taken out. A lot of teams eliminated in that kill feed here.
Absolutely. Hopefully they were able to get enough of that KP to sit themselves up at match point, because with Kick getting eliminated, they were only 5 points away from that 50 score that they wanted to. So with that heavy rotation from Kingarna, they successfully managed to take back up into the high ground. Meanwhile, Rebel on the high ground themselves over by tree. They're overlooking some of the squads that have situated themselves inside those buildings. Going to take this slowly, but Kingarna already know where their next moves are after they were able to scan that beacon over by over by Harvester there, and so they were able to see where they're going to have to go and for their next move in terms of the rotation.
One thing to know about Rebel is that Noth unfortunately came down with COVID this week. I don't think it was super public, but he asked his permission. He said he's okay to share it. They didn't really get the best practice this last week. I think it affected him pretty hard, but he's feeling better now. He's feeling closer to 100%, around 80%, so hopefully that's enough for Rebel to be able to fight for it. Noth trying to have his Michael Jordan type performance here, but here comes a big fight. It's Hardeki gonna have to just cue his way out back to his teammates, and Shields, of course, gonna be picked back up here. Leogri, Artsgo, ready to fight, need to clutch up here as Hardeki's healing back up.
What an aggressive push here coming in from the opposition, though, with Hardeki being able to get out. That's why Hardeki's always taking the helm. He's got that phase to just go right back, and you saw Leogri with the thermite, too, to try to cover some of that extra space, so they know they're forced to just share this building. They don't want to here, as Gambit Esports now have that Nox grenade that they're looking at. Meanwhile, Invictus in another sort of trouble. They get taken out. That's one of our squads that was at match point now, unable to achieve the deed again.
And they had such an opportunity to close this in 4 games. Again, I don't want to harp on it, but you got to be thinking that in the back of your mind. He had 100 HP that was blasted in the 1 versus 1 against Ranches, who had 20 HP. He used all of his flatline ammo on the knocked opponents and was not able to clutch that 1v1 just 2 games ago. And of course, now they're eliminated, so you know that's going to haunt him. But for now, it's Gambit. It's Alliance still alive in that match point with 12 teams left and Reply Totem nearby.
Reply Totem has been here for so long. They lose one, though, in the process. Can he pull off the shield bat? with Savage just trying to hold them back with no shield himself. And 69 IQ Esports, though, the winners from game number 5, who have cleared the spades, claim the high ground. And Gambit Esports, one of our other match point teams that are still holding on to this corner space with the circle closing in. Look at Alliance, though. They've been in that truck for so long that now they're going to be able to gatekeep a lot of these teams, now forcing themselves to rotate right out of Lava Siphon.
Yeah, Gambit in a pretty solid spot here. If we could take a look and see where the zone is pulling, that'd be fantastic intel to get. We'll try and keep y'all updated on that. But nonetheless, for right now, it's Gambit, Hardeki, Archko, and Leogri, and trying to get some good damage. The attempted kidnap, I don't think came to fruition here. And instead, Leogri, Archko, and Hardeki, they hold on for now. Alliance lighting up the kill feed, though.
It looked so funny. Where'd my Uber driver take me as he took that portal right back? I don't want any business with that. Alliance now, though, putting in the pressure, moving right in from the bombardment, too. They clean up this squad. Talk about Alliance being one of those teams up there. This is the first time that they are able to get those kills. You see 2 kills in total just in favor for this team. So they've been playing this extremely passive.
Yeah, triple take in the hands of Hawkies. Usually you see that in the hands of Vice, who's the sniper of this team, kind of the support player, the silent assassin. In my opinion, Vice does not get enough credit for what he does for this team, but he's okay with that. Vice, former member of a metalcore band, actually, former musician. So if you're a fan of metalcore, you should be a fan of Vice. Awesome personality. We're lucky to have all 3 of these Alliance members in our scene, as right now Hawkies needs to try and keep Vice alive as he's going to heal back up. They have so many shield swaps for days. They're just going to be setting up those shield swaps for success if they can, with 8 squads left in this game, 15, now 10 seconds until this ring is going to be collapsing.
This is the best scenario, too, here for Alliance. You see them closing in the gap, though, while they keep up that pressure. They want to start rotating by the edge of the circle, but they're in the line of sight of 2 other squads. We have to note here, Gambit on the other side here, too. Kungarna now making the rotation. They're ahead of Alliance, and they've taken up shop exactly where Alliance had redeployed earlier on in this game.
We're now with Hawkies. Has his fate of his team and himself as the IGL in his hands right now. Gambit, the opposition. 2 of our 7 remaining teams on match point with an opportunity to close this out here in game number 6. Game 7 is our average. We'll see if they can do it a game early in this match point format. Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty getting ready for what is going to be one hell of a finish. Hawkies getting some good shots in. Good damage to start, but they're going to be forced to pop that dome shield. That could be costly.
Oh, and that's exactly what happened right there in Fallout. The dome gets deleted, the EMP coming through for Alliance. Look at these squad mates from Horizon getting pressured out by the ring. Alliance now have to come through from this cliff and not get pinched out here, but they were able to clean up that spot beautifully there as they were able to circle keep.
And look at this, it's going to be Rebel that is going to be griefing Gambit, which means Alliance is the last team remaining, unless Hardeki can do something insane. I take that back, it's Leogri, last alive for Gambit. Vice takes out Hardeki, Taylor takes out Artico, so we got Rebel as the only team with 1 other alive to try to shut down Alliance.
See what they do here, just a rat left as Leogri just tries to hug the side of this truck. They know he's right there, but they don't want to give up this space. They know there's a squad waiting for them to just pop out from the other side of this truck. But Gambit Esports on their last legs here. 4 squads remaining here. Leogri now finally gets pushed, but he's got the shield swap right behind him.
Good shield swaps. The name of Leogri's game is to stay alive. You want to be a nuisance. You want to be able to impact the late game. Alliance all damaged right now. This could be scary for them, but they're going to get their shields. Nice dome shield's going to be used, and there you go. Knots is going to shut down Leogri. So Rebel, Alliance, and whichever team is in this trailer, not sure who it is necessarily, still alive and left. 3 teams remain. Alliance at full force here, Vicky.
See what they do here. Alliance has that chance. Kungarna also right there. The bombardment, though, as Alliance now tries to hug the side. They're trying to beat them out, but the crack, though, on the shield. Amazing bombardment here. But Rebel has that perfect positioning where they're not involved. Alliance now in trouble, losing 2 members, only leaving Yuki to play out from the circle, but he can't get through. The crate blocks that rotation. He would have been beamed by Rebel anyways if he went through there.
Yeah, Lions got themselves in such a bad spot. Rebel was in the god spot, so all Rebel had to do is sit, watch, and wait, and now collect kills. And a first place finish is looming here for Rebel. A must-win game for them to get themselves back in the standings, and they're going to do it over Kungarna. Rebel defeats Kungarna and Alliance and secures a victory in game number 6 to force a game 7.
Chef's kiss with the positioning there from Rebel. They had the best spot you could possibly be. Everybody had to funnel their way into their line of sight, while they also had the slight high ground advantage. You'd love to see it here and Fallout. We got another game that we're going to be moving to, where we have Alliance, Gambit, on their last legs at the very end there. It's so insane here to see teams like Invictus 2 going down a little bit earlier than I was expecting in that game number 6. But now it's anybody's game with Rebel adding their names up there with the other winners that have been able to take some of these games today.
Damn straight we got another game, Vicky. Let's keep the show going. The show must go on with Rebel dropping a 26 bomb. That is huge. They only had 13 points going into game 6. That won't get them to match point, but that puts them in contention. Now the question is, did any other team get there? I mean, 69 IQ must have. Yes, they did with 11 points. So 69 IQ, I believe, will be the only team. I'm not sure if that's confirmed yet. We'll get the final update for y'all ASAP, but they may be joining. However, congrats to Rebel. They needed it. Rebel, a remarkable esports organization. Shout out to my man Ink. They picked up this Flavor of the Month squad that was certainly deserving, and they're showing up here in game number 6. Look at the damage done from all three of them.
They needed this. They needed this Fallout. This is a squad that was lackluster throughout the rest of the day. They haven't really been able to break through that good placement spot. So other than 8th place, I believe, in game number 4. So now taking this win in game 6 with 14 kills. That's insane here for Rebel, because now they're going to be skyrocketing in total when it comes to the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, much like the story of Split 1 Pro League, they started slow with some really mixed performances, and they end with a bang. Can they end with the largest of bangs, another championship win? They did it in the winter circuit last year. Can they do it again? That is the question. That's going to be it for us, though. For now, let's go ahead and throw it back to our desk with Kate, T-Squared, and Onset.
Well, thank you kindly, Vicky and Fallout. Wow, I feel like there are so many words to describe what we just saw. Griefed feels like one of them. Tom, let's talk as we take a look at our highlights from what was an incredible games 4, 5, and 6. Let's talk about that match number 4. Bring it on back. Let's talk GMT for a minute, because gatekeeping doesn't do that team justice.
That's such a tough break right there. I mean, Game 4, if you were watching it, this was probably the turning point of the entire playoffs here today. It was a Geyser Zone Alliance and GMT duke it out in the very back. You can see this amazing grenade that comes in from Badoli, just nuking in the backhand side there. Not only that, they were able to take down Gambit as well. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming, they were looking so good, so poised for all this, Mark. And then a choke out.
Don't make me watch it again. Like, don't make me watch it again. I love these Invictus boys. I know how hard they work away from the game as well as inside of the game itself. But you don't get better opportunities to call yourself a playoff champion than a 1v1 when you got the HP advantage. It's difficult to watch, as I say, and it will be, but if you're a major Pushers fan and you're a fan of competitive Apex and you want to see the games keep going, this is the kind of clutch you need to see. Ranchits, you can see he's got around 20 HP and he hits 2 chunky Mastiff shots to send us into a match 5.
All you had to do was sneeze on him,
Tom,
Kate.
go for it,
Just sneeze on him right there. You know, a gust of wind would have took him down. Unfortunately, nothing was there, and we keep going.
Keep going indeed. Match 5, I feel like one of the key themes for Match 5 seemed to be the drone party. And it feels like some critical plays have been made, especially in that match number 5. Onset, let's keep with you here for a second. This is maybe an impossible question as we take a look at this incredible gameplay. Is there a particular legend that has had, in fact, the greatest impact on this EMEA lobby today?
I think Crypto's certainly been a standout. There's been a lot of EMPs, which is making playing Gibraltar in that endgame much, much more difficult. But in this endgame as well, I was like, hey, Alliance, they've just watched what happened in that last game. They've found their way onto top of a pipe, which felt like almost a pedestal for them to pick up the trophy. They couldn't make it work in those final minutes, and 69 IQ, they were the ones that clutched up. But that just means, once again, get more Apex, and I love more Apex.
We love more Apex. Tom, as we take a look at this match number 6, I mean, we talked a little bit about the mentality, and you as a former player know better than anybody what happens to momentum, and we saw it with Ranches in that final 1v1 and coming out swinging for major Pushers. Talk to me a little bit about that psychology that really we've seen it play here today.
Yeah, right now the pressure is starting to get to teams like, for example, IG, who felt like they're going to have this thing wrapped up in 4, but you look at Alliance, for example, and they've started to make little changes here and there. For example, Hockey switching off of Valkyrie, giving that one on over to Yuki, going and picking up Crypto, just like Onset was saying. What's the point of going and do that? Well, that's information that you're really going to need so you can go and approach the situations with as much valuable information that you need. So when you go and look at the way that they're going through this situation over here, over towards the truck, it's a little bit too passive. I mean, I'm looking at teams like Gambit. Gambit is really having a force on the map right now, and I would love to see the teams continue to have that force. With the anonymous mode that we have right now, you're not really getting singled out as much as you have. But here's a little trick and tip, I think, on set. I think it's time to change skins if you're a team on match point right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. You got to change them skins. You cannot give any information you are one of those teams on match point, because trust me, these players know every single thing about you, and knowing what skin you play is 100% one of those things.
Hey, speaking of 100%, let's talk about our teams in our first, second, third, and fourth. Now, all in match point. My boys, 69 IQ, very excited that they have joined everything. But you know what, Tom, you gotta feel it for GMT going out early with only 3 points to go before match point.
Yeah, and these were our 3 out of 4 teams to watch. These were the teams that have been consistent, not only through the season, but throughout scrims and recently within the last week or two, too. So I'm looking at, again, Alliance. What's going to happen with Hackies? Is he going to switch back on over to Valkyrie? Is he going to keep Crypto? Is IG going to be able to bounce back from Game 4 and not being able to win over towards Geyser? Is Gamma going to continue to play aggressive and put a lot of points on the board? Or is it going to be 69 IQ, our newest team on match point, swooping it away from all of them?
God, the momentum of that story is just too good. Just too good. Onset, let's talk real quick about zones for a minute, because, you know, we've seen sort of a grab bag here, especially in 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I mean, what we want to see is zones being shared around the map a little bit, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing today. I think a lot of teams will be pretty happy with where the zones have actually ended up. It means that there's an equal playability chance for every single team involved. Haven't seen any go like right to the very north of the map. That always is an interesting one for me, where teams have to traverse quite a long way. But I thought you were going to ask me about Scars and my prediction there, so I'm quite glad that you didn't. I've now brought it up myself. Sorry, Scars. I've cursed them.
You really did.
I love that you went there. I'm so excited. And I also chose 69 IQ. Anyway, moving on. But let's talk about Gambit, who, of course, you know, Tom, I believe that was your pick, and what a good one it was. We've seen their prowess all game long. They're clean in teams. They're getting out of nearly impossible skirmishes. Well, let's learn a little bit more about the team that came into today's playoffs at number 1 on our leaderboards. Check this out.
Меня зовут Артур Тищенко, внутриигровой никнейм Арктику.
Меня зовут Константин Козлов, мой внутриигровой никнейм Хардеки.
Меня зовут Леонид Гришин, мой внутренний игровой никнейм Лёгри Trix6.
We are Team Gambit and we are top-seeded team in playoffs.
Gambit sees where the damage is coming from. They decide to make that push, knowing that they're probably going to win that fight.
What a smart play from Hardeki, doing Hardeki things.
Чтобы стать игроком в Gambit Apex, должен очень много тренироваться, развивать свой геймсенс, так сказать, свою менталочку, быть стрессоустойчивым, поддерживать дружеские отношения с другими тиммейтами, и этого, будет достаточно.
В первую очередь мы лучшие друзья, мы играем с начала релиза, почти с начала релиза вместе, из-за чего у нас получилась неплохая синергия в команде.
Каждый из нас в каких-то моментах проявляет какие-либо эмоции. Деки у нас является гейм-лидером.
Good shots coming in from Hardeki though with the Eva 8. He'll get the knock as well, but surely this has just opened the door for Alliance to walk in. No! Hardeki!
Мы с Артуром от случая к случаю вкидываем какие-то идеи по ротейту или по какому-либо плею. Так и проходит коммуникация в нашей команде.
Думаю, большинство команд боится с нами драться, это заметно по их действиям, они начинают убегать от драки.
I think Gambit's going to try and see if they can sneak up on Theta and still dishing out some poke damage as well, getting more KP on the board.
And guess who's still alive? It's Gambit, who cleans up the rest of the lobby, played to perfection.
Как таковых неудобных противников у нас нет, но до этого нам чаще всего мешали альянсы из-за их неудобного плейстайла. С ними крайне тяжело файтиться.
2 points between these squads at the moment, and they're both alive in the final 3.
Be careful now as Alliance smell blood in the water. And it's Alliance who have the most. All of them with the red Evo shields. The bubble down for them early though.
Но в целом, как таковых противников для нас нет. Все для нас равные.
Left Gambit looks like they might be making their move here.
Несмотря на неуспешное выступление на чемпионшипе, мы все еще являемся одной из самых стабильных команд Европы, и в доказательство тому мы заняли первое место на пробиге и надеемся на очень хороший результат на плей-офф.
Дорогие болельщики, мы постараемся вас не разочаровать и покажем хорошую игру на пике нашей формы.
And that is some interesting perspective, especially about Alliance there, Tom.
I mean, that's amazing to go and hear that that's the team that they used to struggle against. It's a very aggressive play style, and you're looking at two amazing in-game leaders. It's no coincidence that two of these teams are on match point right now.
No, it is not at all. Well, here's another coincidence. We're on social. It's not a coincidence. Didn't make any sense. Let's move it on. If you want to follow us, the action is absolutely percolating right now. Head on over to Twitter, I should say, Play Apex Esports, YouTube, Play Apex Esports, and of course, Twitch at Play Apex, twitch.tv/@PlayApex. It is so great to be all over this. And you know what? It is not all over yet. We are, in fact, going to a game number 7 here for our Split 1 playoffs in our EMEA region. You're going to want to stay tuned, so keep it right here. We'll be right back. Game number 7.
Sista.
GMT went into the last game with 47 points. They left with 47 points. Kick went in with 45. They left with 45. Opportunities have been missed, but not by 69 IQ, who join the match point teams.
That IQ looking a lot higher than 69 at this point. They've been doing something right in this lobby, and they continue to do it. They've been a great story for me, James. I followed along with their journey and all the swaps that happened even in December after some disappointment that we mentioned. Nags on clean, not able to qualify for the playoffs, ends up joining them, and they just have found this rhythm that is really inspiring to watch. The newest team on match point, maybe that new energy finally getting there, it will help carry them through to a better game this time, since Alliance and IG and Gambit have been on there for so long. Got to start getting frustrated.
Yeah, Alliance and Gambit especially, I feel like have had quite a few deep runs. You can see that purely by Alliance's points, 82 points now. But again, once you get to 50, those points are irrelevant. It's all about coming in first to take that $100,000. And there's a fourth team now competing for that in this game. And again, there was a chance that we could have had 2 extra teams if there were just a few kills for the likes of GMT and Kick. Not the case on this occasion. Maybe the case if we go even deeper today into another game. But we'll see if it's going to be only 7, as they will soon be dropping into the server. And we'll see if anybody can take the W here in game number 7.
Yeah, what we're really seeing is these teams having inconsistent performances. The fact that Line Gambit and IG and Victus Gaming have all found ways to make it to the end, but not with each other in equally strong ways. Could this be the game? We see the 3 teams, now the 4 with 69 IQ Esports in the ring, all having a chance to battle it out amongst each other to truly see who deserves victory here in EMEA for the Split 1 playoffs in the ALGS. It would be a monstrously fun thing to see, but also I'm cautious because we all know that the one thing Apex promises us is twists and turns to what we expect.
And in we go. Having recently been to Iceland, all the lava is very reminiscent of that area. CNR 301 picked up very early indeed. Now, it's worth noting since we began today, the crafting material, what's it a crafter rather, has changed somewhat, and the purple mag for the R301 and the other light weapons will now be in that replicator, so there will be work to be done for the likes of Rebel, both on the replicator and generally speaking on the server itself. One of our many cryptos now we can see moving through, as it will be another ring heading towards that geyser. And again, we saw teams rotate there fast. There are only so many buildings that can be occupied in that area. You can see how much of it's covered in rock, so you definitely want to get over there sooner rather than later. Some of those buildings, you can see how long they are, like underneath where it says the geyser. That's a pretty long building, so it's going to be hard for one team even to hold that whole thing.
Yeah, I like kind of trying to take sections. I think teams typically agree. There'll be some poking battles within, but taking sections, because no one wants to necessarily get isolated in those long hallways because there really is no cover, is a great way to put it. Notably, Gambit landing at, where were they? I believe right next to it, basically, and Invictus Gaming as well. 2 teams in match point, possibly the closest to be able to rotate and find themselves in a great spot to be able to really say, hey, we are not taking any chances or risks. We know they're not playing for KP. Obviously, they want to get looted up, but more importantly, they just need to have a final circle fight that goes their favor.
They certainly do. In terms of things going in people's favor, Magicians had a tough time staying alive. They've often gone down early in these lobbies, and we'll see if they can have a deeper run maybe and try to get at least some points on the board and get further up in the prize money in this game. That would be helpful for them, so we'll see if they can survive. But Gambit look to move deeper into the ring. We see IG, who really weren't far away from the geyser and have found a building already, so they're in a comfortable position and they can bide their time. Again, once these teams start to move in, there's not much movement for IG to have, so you want to keep the shields up and keep your resources alive for the later game.
It does feel like they're against a team who's pretty antsy, almost playing the way you'd expect major pushers and ranches to have been playing earlier on. Gambit in a fight themselves indeed. Seems like teams are pedal to the metal, and that's typically what you'll see in Geyser because there's really only one strong way in for most of the lobby, and it's through that width, crossing the crevice, so that you'll see Gambit, and eventually when you get into the building side, Invictus Gaming holding. So unless you're coming up from the far north or northeast or the southeast, you're probably going to have to run into these teams, which is why we see these early engagements happening. But Gambit doing a good job of picking up some early KP and definitely making their presence known. All of this stuff starts to matter, and I think you're probably going to have to run into these teams, which is why we see these early engagements happening. But Gambit doing a good job of picking up some early KP and definitely making their presence known. All of this stuff starts to matter, and I think in these final circles, you really do benefit from having a couple of skirmishes, not full fights, but skirmishes that allow you to get your gun skill going, take maybe some of the pressure off, get the nerves off, knowing you could be winning $100,000 with the right couple of plays, and obviously level up your gear and get some more resources as you move on.
Gambit just shooting that crypto drone before the ult could come off, which will keep their shields up for the time being. And again, so many cryptos around. We've seen games earlier on where we had teams simply run out of shields when they had also run out of options for position.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that in this game as well.
Well, that's the problem, right? Rotating so early, that was Alliance in that crucial Game 3 that had an opportunity to really make history, but they stayed there the entire time, and they didn't get into too many fights where they were running over players because they didn't need it, so they ran out of shield batteries, and that's the double-edged sword of staying safe. Now, when you have other teams pushing for KP, it makes it even harder because the teams who are coming out of those fights successfully have 2, 3, 4 times the amount of batteries, resources, ammo that you would have. But now that more teams are trying to find spots and slow things down, this match point, like we talked about, starts to tilt the other way, where there's a lot more cautiousness dictating the way the game is played. And there's a few teams being extremely aggressive and having some of those snowball-type games. And maybe Gambit looks to be fighting one who's intending to do that, because here it is, again, another crypto ultimate. And Hardecki's actually getting quite low.
Yeah, speaking of quite low, Guilds have a very good chance of coming out in last place in this game, as Matafe was dropped earlier. Silta's been killed, and there goes Matafe as well, meaning they've only got one player standing at the moment, and that is Horizon on the high ground, hiding in plain sight, as he has to consider if it's even worth the risk of trying to recover those banners. He has good eyes on the rotation from the team that have caused all these problems, though, so we'll see if he can make his way over there. Just trying to stay alive for now and see if they can get into a better situation. In terms of coexisting, we can see IG and GMT both in opposite sides of this building. And again, they don't really want to be draining each other's resources because they're going to have to be here for quite a while. So as long as they can keep eyes on each other, and maybe an informal agreement to just stay away.
And it's not a team I would want to be fighting. I mean, I think Invictus Gaming, yes, they've rotated early, but man, they've got to take down pretty much the giant killer in GMT, who has found a way to spoil the plans of all of these teams on match point multiple times again. And to add value or to add importance to their play, they now are only 3 points away from match point themselves. So not only do they want those 3 kills, which is probably why they thought, should we go for this fight? Should we actually try to push this team early? Then backed off of it. But it could really throw a spoiler in Invictus Gaming's plan, who are trying to definitely make it to the final zone. GMT just need a kill, and they get that squad wipe. They've done everything they need to do in this game.
69 IQ rotating and scavenging as they do it. We're going to have a closer look at K Swinney and see what he's about.
It's K Swinney or Swinney. I'm playing for 69 IQ. When I joined 69 IQ, I told them, just give me 2 months and we're gonna be a top team. They were 19 on the leaderboard overall and we end top 4U. So now we just have to win the playoff and the goal gonna be achieved, I think. So that's just motivation. Every day I just wanna be on top.
I wonder if that was an Apex sign behind him. Either way, it was pretty cool, and I'm sure Mr. Smegito will be quite proud of what these guys are, well, have possible at the moment, as 69 IQ are still, well, they have match point amongst 3 other teams as well, so they're in a really good position now, but they need to get into the zone again and get out of this heat pretty soon, otherwise they may be losing a bit too many medkits.
Yeah, and this is KP chasing right here, and this is fine. I don't mind it. Dungeon Master's really going for the kill, and no zone is too hurtful right now. You have the options to do it. 1 kick, 1 shoot. That helps for the 2 player. Single's going to have to run away. I'm not sure who they're chasing exactly, but same strategy here. So it's really just going to be a ring around the rosy. And with a Valkyrie, that's kind of tough, because the Valkyrie's really the only one who can chase her as well. So maybe they'll give up on this. They definitely have to hit a medkit here. So the race will slow, and it looks like Exons does down Horizon. That'll be the end of Guild, unfortunately.
Very unfortunate indeed. Not what they were looking for, but things were looking tough from them from the start, and sometimes it'd be like that. But they will hope that they will have more opportunities now, because who knows, this could be the last game.
Well, you know, hold on. You know, 20 squads left. I mean, maybe in that time, Horizon found a way to revive Matafe. I'd love to check in, just know who is alive on Guild, because that would be an interesting story.
They lost their raid. He didn't rescue the banner. He only got the banner for Gibraltar.
Oh, got it. Okay, so Matafe will have to sit. Oh, no, Matafe will be there, exactly. Excuse me. And he's going to be trying to make his way out. Horizon did a good job of delaying the inevitable, but at least that will leave Guild in a position to fight for some placement points here as we check back in with one of our teams who has an opportunity to win and shut this whole thing down. Tell everybody to go home from the party. It is Alliance who found themselves in actually a great spot here, heading towards final circle.
Absolutely, but they have some awkward angles, as I think they are doorless, so it won't be quite the party. There's no disco ball in this building, as they've got to dodge so much fire coming from these angles. And again, this will be a drain on their resources as people look to... I mean, there's so much encouragement for people just to poke and prod and evo their armor, essentially. So they're going to continue to have bullets coming in their direction, and that's going to be a problem for the long game. But they're all up in purple for the time being, and of course they can fire back as well. As I imagine this coexistence is still continuing here, as we are still really in the early stages of this game. Again, once that ring compresses these teams, once these unstable elements are starting to rub together, there's a lot of friction, we're going to have a lot of teams dropping very fast.
IG in a pretty good spot here, and no teams down. Very interesting style. And yes, we will see that Geyser, although maybe where a lot of teams were assuming this would end, as you see at least 3-4 squads in that original zone, it has now started to shift more towards where Alliance is on the northeastern side of Lava Siphon. And so what an interesting change. IG, who might have been in the premier position heading into the first attempt at a zone, now starting to find themselves knowing that they've got to move and make a plan, especially to move without getting countered on the way, with GMT and Gambit still in front of them.
Yeah, there's a game of chicken in that building, and Gambit suddenly in a more favorable position. They can gatekeep some of their match point opponents in their position as they try to rotate from there as well. So I feel like both those teams in those buildings could get wrecked by Gambit once they're trying to make their way over. There's a lot of open space there, even if you have a Wraith portal. Meanwhile, in Paintball, we've got violent scenes as Kick tried to stay alive and stop the rotation themselves as well. Definitely KP to be collected, especially when you're not too far away from a match point. You've got, part of it is hope that you are able to make it that far, but they also need to find the kills as well. But they might not be able to do so because they are getting downed by their opponents.
What in the lightning? That was so fast. Blink and you miss it. 2 players down. OJ Rain just trying to make it out alive to tell the tale. The sorry tale of his brothers in arms. Unfortunately, it's going to be a while before he gets back to civilization. He is stranded out in the zone. And 69 IQ Esports, who were the originators of that, are the ones who are now going to benefit heavily. Bryn falling down. This could be International Gaming getting taken down again. Invictus Gaming by GMT. The Giant Killers, they do it again, James.
GMT, Gatekeep Man's team, maybe their new name, as they are causing more problems for IG. They will be denied. No rotation for you. Straight to jail. Do not collect 200 points, dollars, anything. They're out of it again, and Alliance will be happy with that 200 health. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. That's what I needed. Alliance with some medkits, as they'll find some health for Hackers at least. But again, More teams are coming this way. They've got no doors. They don't even know what a door is at this point.
No.
All they know is that there's plenty more missiles to come their way as they look to poke. Yuki gonna fall back and use another shield cell, but again, those shields are going to continue to swing.
I mean, those doors, that building, about as open as this lobby is right now. It is up for grabs. Anybody can make it happen. We've also 30 seconds away from going into round 4, and only 2 teams have dropped. That should be a sign of this game, in my opinion, being the match point game. I don't know why I feel that way, but the essence of my thought is that a lot of teams aren't taking as many risks. And what that's doing is allowing better teams to have more stable games. And I think we're going to get most of these teams outside of Invictus Gaming looking like they're going to be contenders in this final circle. Will it mean that they clutch up? Who knows? But I think this type of lobby benefits a match point team winning. I think there needs to be more aggression, more risk taken from the non-match point teams if they really want to apply the pressure. Right now, 69IQ Esports on a skyward dive. Sometimes this makes or breaks your entire tournament here if you can land safely or you get taken out of the sky.
Looks like they're going towards Gambit, so we'll see how that one plays out. Rascals have been eliminated in the meantime, which means that there will be some nice loot, because again, the loot's going to be real crucial here. We saw one of the Gambit players only had 2 batteries and no cells whatsoever, so any loot you can get is going to be real clutch. Horizon now looking for more as they've got a team in all kinds of trouble. Got to be careful now, 0-0, because he's the only man standing. Loses his armor, and he needs to go for a run now. That L-Star needs some cooldown.
I don't know if I like this spot, though. I mean, oh, that's perfect. Yeah, just get out and around. I was saying, going downhill, that would not have been easy, especially if someone could just pursue you and you're running away. But 0-0, maybe takes the smarter play here. I don't think he has enough time to actually res. And so this seems like 0-0 with that smart offensive decision is going to be able to clean this up. But I may have spoken too soon. 0-0, finding it quite difficult to finish off that kill.
I wonder if Mimu, never mind, he's dead. I was going to say, I wonder if he was able to crawl towards that portal. He seemed to be on the high ground, but his ground is the dead ground now. 16 squads, 43 players remain. And again, I think positionally, Gambit had some nice elevation on them. I do wonder about the shields for all the players. But I think they're in a good spot to just chill for the time being. You can see the current teams remaining now. An Alternator and a Peacekeeper for Hardeki. Not his usual tools, but the Alternator is pretty good in its current situation. Is that a red weapon, if you will? You can see he's got 3 bats. So again, if they have to engage somebody later on, they can always just take what they have as well. But for now, they are taking their time. In the meantime, things are still pretty hot in these buildings, and they'll continue to be. So we've got New Sports now trying to fight for their position. I know that Alliance are in one of these buildings as well, or they were at the very least, and they're going to have a lot of action as we still have 15 squads left. So again, they're all going to compress on this position. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, this is the calm before the storm. And we're with 69IQ, who have played wonderfully. The newest team on match point. What a story that would be. They could turn this around. Get to match point in one game, clean it up in another game, as Alliance and Invictus Gaming and Gambit have been trying to do for 5 games now. We'll see if they can make that story their story, or if it will just be another fable, a tale we tell our children at night, something that could have happened but still lives in fantasy. 69IQ Esports definitely don't want that version. Holding the low ground here, I like this spot, James. They are directly underneath the only high ground that's going to be in this zone, and Alliance not underneath anything, out into the open, using that flat line to hit some deadly shots there onto the red. They're surrounded by enemies on all sides. The missile strike hits all 3 of them, but they're still fighting, and they've got resources here, especially with Lifes having the dome shield. Just wants to use it at the right time, and he's going in for it now.
Hello and goodbye. And now we've got all kinds of circles. These domes will certainly help give shields for both squads. Alliance though taking an arc star, but they've still got their armor up for the time being. That Peacekeeper is putting in work, and they've just found themselves all kind of resources and the building as well. I saw on the radar somebody Valcolted onto the building that's bang in the middle, and there was huge fights going on. Something had to go, someone had to die, and on this occasion it was Reply Totem.
12 squads left, but that is deceptive. This game is going to be over relatively soon. We don't have too much time, trust me, so buckle up, fasten your seatbelts, get ready for a ride. 69IQ Esports K Swinney on the Gibraltar. What a moment he has had this entire season joining this squad, making an impact immediately as one of those players who was decisive and who could turn the tide of a fight. Defensive bombardment. I think we should rename this thing to offensive bombardment. Looks like it's going to do a lot of damage to me, and especially setting them up for a great play here to keep the pressure on K Swinney and the rest of 69 IQ, holding tight here in a good spot for this final zone.
Somehow nobody dies from that bombardment. I thought it was good night and good luck, but apparently they're in a slightly better situation than that, whoever's in that corner. Lions now, we have to just keep them in mind in the background, because they've got shield swaps amongst other things now as they look to create some space around their area and continue to harass. Again, another building that is doorless, as Gambit has been in this position the entire time, and it's key to note that they are avoiding most of the carnage in this particular area. Yes, they'll have to rotate a bit later on, but it is that late game that is all important now, as we have all 4 teams who can win still in this.
Wasting a lot of ammo there. 69 IQ finally find the kill, but wasting a lot of ammo, only had 60 to the name. And that is something you want to be careful of, especially towards the late game. Dungeon Masters with a Kraber. Hits a nice 145. It's a 123. That'll hurt. Exons staying alive. It's the shield battery, but not live for long. Plush is going to have to do it by himself. He's going down. 10 squads left. Here we go. Tidal wave. It is crashing in. Will we have a winner? In EMEA, Gambit Esports trying to start things off, James. Leogri doing a great job of staying alive, but they're under pressure. The Crypto, he's got that EMP, and that just hurt everything they were trying to do, and I'm not sure if Artigo can survive. Will Gambit fall? He's got to get the shield swap. He gets it, but they're under so much pressure.
They really are. Everybody's got a problem at the moment, apart from Alliance, who seem to have some space. It is carnage everywhere else. Alliance have got a spot. They've got part of the bridge. They've got angles, and they've got heals as well. 69 IQ downstairs. Alliance upstairs. Definitely got to keep eyes on these two as this ring continues to compress. And I think eventually everybody's going to have to drop. This may be where it ends here. This may be the last match. There are 6 squads remaining. And again, we can see Alliance are here, 69 IQ. GMT is still here to cause some problems. Gambit, though, are gone.
If you are a Gambit fan, that has got to hurt. A team that has clutched up in so many impossible situations, suddenly, seemingly out of the fight for so long, goes down in a skirmish before it can get really to the party starting. And this certainly is it. In fact, it's last call. Alliance want to make sure that's it. They need to close up shop here. They've had 4, 5 opportunities now to do it. The first team to get on match point in just 2 games. Almost had a chance to win it in game 3. Can they do it here? It will be up to Yuki to hit a few of these shots. I think they can clean this one up. The Valkyrie is flying down, but there's still a team who's on match point below them. So they can't put too many of their resources into this fight, James. Otherwise, they won't be ready to clean up the game.
Indeed, it may be the greatest 3P of all time from 69 IQ as they wait for their opponents downstairs. Alliance hanging on for as long as they can.
Got him.
All these teams on the high ground have to engage each other for fear of being shot by the other team, while 69 IQ is still downstairs, but there are more bullets going their way. Slayer's dropping Bambino with the caustic gas now, and surely Alliance, they have to drop now. They've waited as long as they can.
But Magicians, they're in such a good spot too. They're going to have to drop on the other side. And so the defensive bombardment comes from Vice. Alliance, they lose Hockeys. Vice and Yuki have to do it alone. Can they? Oh, Vice certainly can. No way they're going to clutch this up and win EMEA. There's 3 squads left. It's just going to be up against Vice. Can he hold it down for the rest of Alliance? No. It'll be the Magicians who pull off a magic trick and find themselves continuing the game and claiming a chance to win with a Crypto styling on them at just the right time. Boy, oh boy, Apex just keeps getting better.
I thought that was it. I really did. 69 IQ were in such a great position. Everybody upstairs just focusing on each other. 69 IQ just chilling until they ran out of space as well, hiding behind a supply bin. Apparently not enough. Magicians, they've been getting slapped around from game to game to game, only to ruin everyone's day in match number 7 and take the W. We go round again. GMT, they got the 3 points they needed. They're on match point now as well.
That's a scary team to be on match point. They've just been so dangerous Their score hasn't really shown the level of impact they've had throughout this lobby, which has been tremendous. I think if you take GMT out of this lobby, our games end 4 rounds ago. And we are not here still in this tournament. Magicians, though, you got to just give so much credit. Their positioning was what Gambit should have had. That high ground on the backside by themselves, aiming down fish in a barrel like 69 IQ, who realistically, I was disappointed they stayed for so long on that low ground. I could see why they would want to be there, but it ended up being a terribly indefensible position, James, as we got into trying to close it out.
People were staying up top for as long as possible. There's almost nowhere to hide down there under the bridge, especially when 69 IQ are there already. Everyone held on for as long as they could, but Magicians, as far as match point is concerned, it's like a streaker on a tennis court. Everyone just got to stop and allow this to happen and then go again next time. And hey, who knows how much play there is for Magicians, but they certainly rocketed up the leaderboard. And again, there's prize money on this leaderboard as well. There's more than just a top prize at stake, but for all those going down to the line again, Alliance going deep one more time. Woo! 97 points now, but it's all about the W. Major pushes in here as well. We have got 6 teams. That is 1/5 of the lobby. It's a quarter of the lobby, excuse me. Maths on stream, never a good idea, which is capable of winning in the next game now. I cannot wait. We have more carnage to come.
And this is the best type of carnage because we've never seen this lobby shift this much. It's nearly doubling the amount of teams from 2 games ago that have a chance to win. And that may seem like a small number when it was only 2 or 3, but realistically, this just changes everyone's way of playing. And I love to see it because it's a new challenge. This game keeps evolving and the lobby keeps evolving with this match point format. But 6 teams have a chance heading into it next time to win, James, and I can't put my finger on any of them. Alliance and Gambit. You can. All right, what is it?
Listen, the work that GMT have been doing to stop people from winning, some of the strongest teams, if you will, the most dangerous teams, they have just put a stop to so many of them in so many of these games. Maybe they have to think, this is our time. We have stopped it. Now we take it. Now it's ours. They have to have that mindset in the next game, surely.
Well, you know what? I'm going to sit back. I'm going to eat my salmon while I'm off camera. I'm going to let the other broadcasters bring us in as I watch to see if James' GMT prediction is right. I'm feeling a little something. He might be onto it. Either way, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
We have officially reached the 8-game mark of the EMEA Split 1 playoffs. What a day it has been. Vicky, I can hardly contain myself. My heart is literally pounding each and every game I am casting because the game's been that intense.
Absolutely. I'm not complaining. Some more great Apex coming our way. Let's go. Game number 8. We're here with 6 teams currently sitting at match point with 2 other teams that you have to keep your eyes out for. Currently with Kick only 3 points away from being at match point, as well as Rebel, actually, who's also 5 points away from being at match point. So as the gap gets closer here for a lot of these teams, as the games keep going here, Fallout, we're going to get some more intense action. I feel like a lot of our match point teams have kind of tried to slow down their own pace, but we're seeing teams like Magicians, like Rebel, like 69IQ come through and prevent a lot of these teams from even getting that opportunity when that opportunity was presented to them.
Yeah, I think he set the storyline and set the stage so well. One story we have to talk about, though, is Alliance, the first team to reach match point, currently in first by a long shot with 97, but their decision to change away from Hockey's on Valkyrie, Yuki on Caustic, Vice, of course, on Gibraltar, to a different team composition. Big shout out to Chef Pontus, the GM of this team, who kind of shared some insights as to why they did that. Reason being, they've been practicing this new team comp with Crypto instead as a closer team comp. They think that Crypto late game with the EMP, the ability to obviously EMP through Gibraltar bubbles and to do damage in late game, is more effective for closing out games, but they haven't won a game since, and I wonder if they should go back to their bread and butter, what's been working so well for them, which is, of course, Hockey's on Valkyrie and Yuki running on Caustic and versus the switch to Crypto. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to bring up the difference in the compositions that we've been seeing, whether it be the Valkyrie coming in, the Wraith. We've been seeing the Wraith with the Crypto composition sometimes here too. But we saw just in that last game what happened to Gambit when that Gibby Dome was negated. And that is why it's so important for these EMPs to be timed properly, for these domes to be timed properly, especially for those late circles where there's no cover. You're out in the open. Your only cover is some natural rock, just rocks in general. It's so difficult here to work with that when you don't have a dome. So it's interesting to see how these Crypto EMPs have been used, have been timed to allow a lot of these teams like Magicians to come through on top.
Yeah, that's right. That's a great point. And obviously something to keep a close eye on in meta. And will that meta persist to tomorrow? Of course, our North American playoffs. And obviously we've seen throughout the entire Pro League a slightly different meta. A lot less Caustic play, a lot less Crypto play in North America than we've seen in EMEA. But obviously the meta's continued to evolve over the last few weeks since our Pro League. So I'm interested to see how that action unfolds. However, it is time. Game number 8. Didn't think I'd be saying that as Alliance reached match point for game 3, but here we are 5 games later, the 6th game that Alliance has been at match point. They're joined alongside Invictus and Gambit, who qualified early, and some of the newcomers, 69IQ, Major Pushers, and the Consistency Kings themselves, GMT. That's James's pick to close it out here. They haven't gotten a game win yet. Do you think this one will be it? Do you think James is right?
I think James may give that energy. Actually, we're gonna have to see here
manifest.
With you just gotta manifest it, gotta put it out there in the air. With the way that GMT's been playing, I would not be surprised out here, Bala. I mean, we've had a different winner each and every single one of these games, and I think that's such a great way to highlight how the playoffs have been going for our teams. Gotta also know, again, Kick and Rebel, they're nearly right there. Yep. Maybe they'll be the next teams to be sitting at match point alongside our other 6 previous teams.
That's right. We're going to jump on board with Magicians at least to start. They're our winners of game number 7, way behind in the standings going into game 7, but a huge game right there puts them in contention. And I just want to also use this time to remind everybody, if you're a fan of one of those 6 teams at match point, or perhaps Kick, Rebel, who are nearby, or any other team, courtesy of the brand new multi-view feature for ALGS broadcast, you can watch any team, any POV that you want, including listen-ins, including their comms, etc. Click on the command center icon below the stream here on Twitch, and only on Twitch is this feature available. This new multi-view feature has been awesome, Vicky.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. You see teams like Rascals, you want to tune in to see where they're rotating towards away from Epicenter, and now that we see where that next circle's pulling, you'd absolutely do that. You can pull that up on your screens. It's an amazing feature, and I love it too. And seeing where this next circle is going to be pulling here, Fallout, I'm expecting that circle to be out in the open towards that overlook area. So those Pride Rocks that have that high ground that overlook a lot of those rotations, leaving the western part of the north part of the map, is going to be absolutely important here as a lot of these teams do decide on that rotation.
That's right. We're jumping on board at 69IQ, dropping over to Skyhook, completed the trials, but one thing that's important to note, we got a northern zone, and we got GMT who drops Fragment East, rotating hella early. which means I'm just curious as to where they're going to rotate to. Let's take a look at GMT. Look at this. They're ready way past Fragment East, all the way up north towards Epi. And early rotate, they decide actually to jump on these kind of broken train tracks here in the middle of the mountains. We'll see where they end up, just getting some more loot, because obviously they need it. 2 gray shields right now for Dell and for Badoli. They need something better because they decided to obviously rotate quick, which means you sacrifice loot in the name of positioning. That's where
yeah,
GMT ends up.
I love this decision here that we're seeing, though, from GMT. They know where that next circle is going to pull, and they're wasting no time in that rotation. But it's exactly what you're saying here, Fallout. There is the risk of just not having enough loot to try to contest here, but they're happy with what they have at the moment. They may just take up coverage inside of these train tracks. We've seen a lot of teams actually in the past take this spot up just in case a circle ends up pulling a little bit north into that building that's kind of on the outskirts over by Climatizer. So they're trying to take that 50-50, whether it's going to pull by the rocks closer to Overlook or by that outskirt building closer to Climatizer.
Yeah. One thing else I got to point out, take a look. No Gibraltar for this squad. Badoli typically plays Gibraltar for this team, but he opts for Caustic instead. So more teams changing their team comp in the name of match point format and trying to close a late game. Obviously, not having a dome shield could be very, very risky, but they're opting for instead, hey, we want to rotate early. We want to literally just find a place to camp, pitch a tent. We don't even need a dome shield because we have natural cover. We don't need the artificial cover of a dome shield, I think is their strategy, but this zone doesn't necessarily favor that because there's a lot of open area.
Oh, they've been waiting for so long. He was one. They didn't close it out with that shot. So now Na'Vi actually recognizing, all right, we lost the opportunity. If we had gotten that knock, we could have pushed in. But not only did they get that break, it was on Hockeys, who has the gold Evo shield. So he's just going to restabilize super quick. And look how quick Yuki is to take position to make sure that they're in the best spot to give that suppressed fire.
Look at this god tier loot that Alliance leaves Thermal Station with every single game. It seems like they've had a purple shield, a gold shield, and of course Vice says, hey, you know what, Vice, you take the blue shield because we trust you're going to hit your shots. Like we saw last game, this guy Vice was not missing. And honestly, there's a big discussion right now about the monster MVP of this playoff and of the entire Split 1. A lot of people would think Hockeys, Hardeki, these kind of star players, but Vice has been putting in work. I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Vicky?
I think Gibby needs to have way more of that credit, and Vice is one of those, probably the best Gibby player right now on that role, so I really love to see it here. I definitely got to give him that credit. Seeing him pop off all day, he's just been on another level too. Now, New actually, one of those other squads making the rotation, they have the intel for the next circle too, but they're going to be rotating through Epi, where we had seen earlier 2 other teams had already just rotated out of there, so they just may try to hug the edge of it before deciding where they want to kind of situate themselves in right after they pass Epicenter.
That's right, New drops over towards Countdown, so fairly fast rotation for them. On board now with Gambit, dropping in Lava Siphon, already making their way over to Fragment East as they are just finding this extra loot. They probably also recognize, this is called, you know, KYP, know your personnel, know your opponents. They probably recognize that GMT rotates so early, they're probably going to leave some loot available, which is why they're taking their time looting all this excess Fragment East loot. And Gambit, very well looted as well. So Alliance Gambit sitting pretty. The question is, can they find themselves a good rotation? Because both of them, obviously coming from the south, have to have some work to do in that category.
Yeah, that's extremely important to note, too, with Gambit keeping that noted so that way they could loot on the way towards the circle. They're usually the squad that tends to take their time, but they want to prioritize their positioning, especially being one of the teams at match point. Now, Na'Vi being another one of those teams now trying to climb their way to get match point, they're going to be able to situate themselves up on the high ground, get this crate, see what's inside the care package. Nothing here of note minus that purple backpack. We're definitely going to take that, maybe swap, seeing if Sanya had gotten a gold pack back instead. But Navi's going to be able to rotate off to the side. They also are running the crypto composition. They don't have the Valkyrie, so in this situation, they only have the portal for mobility. So they're just going to have to prioritize making sure that they get into the circle first, since they won't have the redeploy to rely on.
That's right. Meanwhile, the kill feed, Kick, 2 members of Kick at least go down. A team that's so close to match point, they're eliminated to the hands of major pushers. That's big. But as we watch Na'Vi make their rotation, I ask, I know this is EMEA. Any fans of rugby out there? Any rugby fans, especially in the UK? And of course, also fans of rugby here on Na'Vi as well. We had a chance to catch up with rugby heading into this tournament. Let's take a listen.
My name is Anatoly Bilausov. I play by the nickname Rugby. I'm playing for team Natus Winter. I'm an EJL on my team, in-game leader. I've been playing with my teammate Sanya and Ron past like 2 years. How great to compete with them, like 10 out of 10 all the times, maybe sometimes 9. My teammates are confident about my decisions. We complete each other. I think we are like pretty entertaining team to watch. I don't know, we might win.
Okay, that was the best SOT listening I think we've ever done. How great to team with them? Maybe 10 out of 10, sometimes 9.
At least he's honest.
When Kron is acting up, you know, they're a 9. But for most of the time, they're 10 out of 10. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I love it. I also love that type of synergy you get between these type of teams, too. Look at Gambit, and look at where they're currently situated. Again, we're seeing them take a much slower approach. All right, it's about letting them know that it's about making a statement, letting them know that you're in the area with that Rampage. Let them know that you have that gun up ready. He's got the Thermite ready to charge, too. Hardeki has just been on another level. We talk about these top players within EMEA, Hardeki being probably the best player up there within the region. And for a good reason here, too. Gambit is on that match point score here, and they're just looking to be able to take it. They know there's a squad within the train station, so they aren't trying to approach in this open area, leaving Fragment just yet.
You know, on the topic of Hardeki, his individual prowess, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, look at first place in the top 20 kills leaderboard with 69 kills. Nice coming through from Hardeki, an absolute fiend. And it was also good to get some perspective from Navi, the compadre, the peer of Hardeki, IGL for Natisvin Siri. Rugby, of course, has been doing it for a long time with the CHMK roster that's won championships in the past, first place finishes in major tournaments. So we know what they're capable of. Obviously, representing Natisvin Siri is a tall task. Navi, one of those reputable teams in all of esports. So we take a look here at the head-to-head comparison. Look at this. Hockey versus Hardeki, IGL versus IGL. And, you know, stats say slightly upper hand for Hardeki.
Yeah, it's about that consistency too, that Hardeki always displays. I love this, though. Talking about the head-to-heads, I absolutely love what I'm seeing here. So much information, yeah, for these teams to take off of, too, because it's good intel when it comes to planning your next moves for your positioning and for the type of approach that you want when it comes to these fast rotations. But there's some action going on right in front of the line of sight of Alliance, and they want in on the party.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, it said that Hockey plays as Wraith. No longer does play as Wraith. Had kind of the humility to the self-awareness to recognize, hey, we should change our team comp, and plays Valkyrie instead, and currently playing as Crypto in this match point format, trying to close things out. So perhaps Hardeki wins the best Wraith award because he stuck to it, stayed loyal as we jump on board with Dungeon Masters.
Maybe the real ones out here. Dungeon Masters, though, they were probably part of the action here. We had seen some Deathbox. We saw the bombardment coming out. They clean up a kill in the process, but they see that Alliance may be on their tails. They make this rotation on the high ground of Epi. A lot of times you usually see TSM posted up there in the NA region, so that way they could cut off a lot of those rotations from the southern part of the teams. But this time, a lot of these teams have already made their way over to that northern part, closer to the Climatizer.
Saw some interesting chatter on Twitter from reps about Fragment East and the fact that they dropped there. Obviously, GMT would probably be a fan of this as well, but saying, is there lesser loot in Fragment East because so many people dropped there that did he receive a kind of a ninja nerf? I don't know if that's true or confirmed or not, but had a good idea though of automatically giving gray backpacks to everybody in the map. That way it you know, doesn't dilute the loot pool, which I think is a great idea, similar to what they did with gray shields.
Yeah, that would be super interesting. Wouldn't it be my business as they dipped out of that situation? Now we see the Crypto, though, to try to scout up. They do catch Juggler there, though. Is going to be deleted here as Alliance. This is the squad that was kind of hugging the edge of Epi. They saw some of the action happening, but they weren't able to commit as they leave their way from survey camp. They're going to use this redeploy so that way they can get deeper into that next circle.
Oh, this will be big. So here we go. Decision from Alliance, where they want to rotate, where they want to position. These are always so calculated, as we heard in our listening back in game number 4. Looks like they're going to identify here where they want to drop, slowly playing this, spotting out as many opponents as they can. A lot of people obviously behind covers, they're not getting all the intel that they want, and they're going to have to coexist here with, I think, another team that's in this bridge. They'll find a nice little spot on this late rotate. Alliance, so far so good.
A little nuke right underneath the bridge here too, so they could see some of the squads who are going to be on the other side, leaving Fragment, trying to take the high ground themselves too. But with the Crypto, they have a lot of intel to see if this building right here, we were talking about this early game, if it's opened up. I think that was another Crypto drone that was right above the building here too, so maybe some traffic control could help navigate through these drones. As they could see here, the EMP now coming out. It's going to be able to rack up some of those Evo shields here, but it was them. It was Alliance who would have got an EMP, and maybe the Crypto drone kind of give it away.
Yeah, late game. This is what the late game Crypto is important, and GMT might be one of these teams, right? We know that they're rocking Crypto and Caustic, no Gibraltar. We know that they're nearby. I wonder if GMT will end the day, at least for this game, for Alliance yet again. They've been so good in that category, but no, it's actually going to be New Esports, one of the first Crypto teams way back when was Kashera on Crypto. Meanwhile, Alliance right below them, need to be careful.
Wondering here if that's GMT over to the other side. Gambit with the quick, or rather Gambit still battled by Fragment, but GMT had made that quick rotation, and Alliance kind of stuck here between two squads. A charged rifle taking a nice chunk. Meanwhile, the other side's the longbow. You're in a sniper sandwich, and it's not appealing for anybody here on the team of Alliance.
Yeah, it's a sandwich I don't want to eat. Just saying. Find themselves in a really, really tough spot. We knew when they came to this spot in rotation it'd be difficult, and here we go again, finally. That long-awaited dome shield is going to come off of cooldown, or sometimes it feels like an eternity. And it'll buy them just a couple of seconds here to heal back up, but the caustic gas is too strong, and this is where you wonder, if they had caustic here, would they be better off? I don't know.
What could it have been better? Could they have controlled that space better? The EMP is great here because they can negate those domes, but in this situation, they're trying to push in. They know they got Yuki, and now Faves is forced to drop down as he's going to play by this little cranny. Are they going to give up the high ground here? Alliance may be able to be safe, but unfortunately for Yuki, he will not be part of the action.
Keep in mind, all three of these team members are next to each other, so Yuki could be looking at the screens of his teammates to say, where exactly do I want to drop to, but obviously not able to do that, obviously because very far away.
Oh no, is that a mobile respawn? Right in front of them?
Can you imagine?
No, and they can't get the banner either. Oh, the grieving, it's such a tease. It's not like, well, I mean, they have the crypto drone. They could deliver it right now. That's actually what they could do here. They're just in the wide arms. This is another thing that the crypto provides here for teams like Alliance.
Yeah, you talk about should they have kept the caustic team comp. This, of course, is another addition in the category of why Crypto in late game. Huge play right there. Revive on Yuki's going to come through. Is he going to get some loot is the question. Is IG, one of our other teams on match point, find themselves under duress. Such duress that Bryn is last alive. And it might be another game, another disappointing finish for Invictus, who got match point after 3 games, but hasn't been able to close out since.
That's Invictus going down at 19th place too. This is one of our stronger squads here. Should highlight how intense it's been within these later game lobbies. You see Gambit now still in the same spot over by Fragment, and the other team too, who's been situated in the train station, has now finally come out of the rabbit hole as Gambit Esports are trying to take some shots.
That's right. Gambit still in Fragment. A hard edge team. Going to play early rotation if they need to, but typically likes to prefer that edge rotation, edge fights. Here comes the late Valkyrie ult. Will they find the same fate as Alliance, putting themselves in a pretty dangerous spot? Or will they find some decent real estate? Nonetheless, they might have to fight for a spot. At this point, if you're fighting for anything, you're going to actually have to fight with risk of third party. It looks like they're going to drop right nearby another squad.
Oh, right next to a caustic trap too, but we get the break right off the rip here. The Ogre's going to be able to walk away from that. It's Kick actually who are in that trouble. They find a trade here with Exits now claiming OJ Ryan. You see Gambit just trying to hug the side. They managed to take care of that barrel. Blue Evil Shield too, so that's good intel for Gambit Esports to try to send it here.
Yeah, good shots for the Ogre, and the intel is huge. All purple shields for Gambit. They could send and push, but they know that they'll get third-partied if they do that. So wise decision to chill for now. Waiting for a better opportunity. Notice how Hardeki's playing a little bit off from the rest of the team because he can't. He has to get out of jail free card. He could be a little bit more of a nuisance on Wraith. The benefit of Wraith in these moments in this mid-game, especially. Meanwhile, GMT down a Bodoli for now. He's going to be getting revived. They're still in the same spot they rotated to early.
Oh, but these nades here are so lethal. Bodoli now gets re-knocked, and in the process, Nevsky actually loses their shield. Only so much the EMP could do to really help them out here. Now they're going to try to fully stand it with Bodoli going down. They want the real estate here, Fallout, but can they get the res?
This is the question. They're going for a bait and a revive, but again, no Gibraltar, no Dome Shield. They'll be able to fend this off for now. Nice job for GMT, but again, this is not the best late game circle to be Gibraltarless.
No, they have the caustic traps. That's what they're really relying on right now, especially since they're stuck in this enclosed space here, the train part. This is what they wanted from the start. Magicians, though, on the high ground. They're getting beamed, though, and they have 2 white evil shields. Wonder where they're traversing from since they're trying to get in on the action now.
Yeah, they desperately need to level these up here. Just a few damage points away from doing exactly that. Pushing across bridge right now. Need to be careful because New Esports is nearby, and I think they have much better loot coming from Countdown. Good shots, though. They're absolutely beaming. And going to level up the Evo shields along the way. 2 times, actually. Maliwan gets to purple. Disbelief currently knocked all up to Maliwan and Stanny, one of the few ashes in this competition.
See here, they get the res. They're going to be able to get him right back in. Alliance, though, still alive after getting that res themselves with that mobile respawn beacon. We were talking about it before here, Fallout. Hockey's still alive, but they're playing off of this low ground. They have the redeploy. This is the only way for them to get out right now.
Huge. Hockey's doesn't pop a med kit. Just keep an eye on that. If they drop in any type of fight right now, Hockey's will get beamed. So they're likely going to try and avoid anything. But this is a difficult rotation. I can't believe Alliance, who's been literally between a rock and a hard place the entire map, still alive and well. Now it just got a lot hotter.
Oh, Hockey's is gonna burn some of that shield. He's so low here to himself. They're gonna be hugging Hockey so that way he can heal up with that medkit, even though he's got that gold Evo, but he doesn't pop it in time. He gets burned out, and especially falling into the lava, it's gonna be difficult to try to get him out of the situation, so they don't have the control that the Crypto would provide now going on forward for Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance has just been in Shambles Town. Hockey's has been the mayor of Shambles Town. The entire competition of this map, at least. It's been a rough outing for them, but kudos to them finding a way to stay alive this long. We'll see what Yuki and Vice can do. Meanwhile, we do still have Gambit. Variety of other teams. GMT, maybe 69 IQ. We have to keep an eye on the rest of our teams here. 69 IQ major pushers. Are they still in this one? At match point here. Here comes Yuki in the push. Nice shots with the Peacekeeper. Needs to connect on the 1v ult up to Vipes with a sliver of HP, and Alliance is out.
And you see Navi popping out too. I also see them being able to take some of the members out from Dungeon Masters with 69 IQ Esports now having to play from right behind the rock. They force out the dome here. Nox actually trying to go in, but he sees there's too much pressure from that open area that he would be forced to traverse through the two domes.
What a story it would be for 69 IQ to win this playoff. The adversity that they face, the roster changes, Case Swinney joining, Smegito retiring, Nags joining this squad, still always finding a way to grind their way to the top to be relevant. I've been so impressed by this org, by this team. Here comes Slayers with the push, and the wingman needs to connect, doing everything he can, and connects so well. They survive for now.
They're dancing. They take out Scars in the process. They're going to get that res, and they can go in for that quick reset, too. They got 15 seconds on the clock before they have to start moving, and they have the high ground here, Fallout. They're going to be able to overlook a lot of these teams making their rotation, but Gambit Esports are in that nook on the high ground themselves, kind of overlooking the action that would come, leaving Fragment, leaving that high ground, and GMT are finally getting booted out of their own cart now, too.
Elpidoli starts beaming, though. He gets so much damage done, but not going to be enough. GMT is out. Horizon takes them out. The all-Finnish squad takes out the multinational team. Meanwhile, we have 69 IQ in Gambit as two match point qualified teams alive in this one. They are the only ones, because the rest of the squads are working to try and get their way to that top spot, and they're going to try and shut down these two teams.
They could do it here. 69Q has been tearing it up as the games have gone on. This is definitely a momentum-heavy based team here, and they're still running with it. They're getting pinged from the side here. They don't want to get sandwiched. They're just forced to hug the rocks. But with the Archers, they move in with the dome. No EMP to negate that. Instead, it's just Beamage here. It's just Slayer slaying it out here for these teams.
Absolute domination for 69 IQ. Such a good fighting team in these close corridors battles. Good shots from Slayers, but it's not going to be enough. He's left in a 1v1. Hits the wingman shots, but eventually he's going to get taken out. It's going to be Reply Totem, the Italian esports org. That eliminate them. Two Frenchmen and an Italian on that squad. Meanwhile, Gambit still alive. The last hope here with a pretty good position to close this out, but Hardeki goes down.
It's called that caster curse here. Follow the moment you talk about the Hardeki gets steamed here with that shotgun. Now the EMP is going to delete the dome. Gambit in some trouble. Look how quickly with that EMP they lose their shield. They lose so much health all in the process. It's just up to Ligori to actually try to contest it here.
That's it. Hardeki's going to heal back up though, so Gambit gets another life. Do they have 9? 9's tails as Gambit trying to see if they can force this to end in 8 and not go to game number 9. Hardeki on screen right now. My personal monster MVP for this competition. We'll of course leave that to the community to decide and discuss alongside the casters, but Hardeki absolutely beaming right now from high ground.
There's a reason why this player is in our conversation. They're going to have the redeploy. They're going to take this risky move right here. It has to be done. They would have been forced to be in the line of sight of 2 to 3 teams, just leaving that one area alone since they've been fighting there for so long. Let's see what they do when they make that last rotation.
Yeah, so he's just going to try and survive all that. His teammates are calling where to land right now. Just want to stay alive as long as possible. Circling this final ring. Here comes the drop. Scary, scary moments. It's a slow drop. And it's a slow burn. They're going to get tagged up quite a bit, but they find some good cover. Alive for now. You wonder how long.
It's raining Gambit, hallelujah, and they go towards the dome. The Ogre that takes so much damage here. He loses his shield, but nobody's going to give up their position to try to contest Gambit, who's stuck in this little cranny.
Insanity. 4 squads left. Gambit finds a way to survive. And I don't know if the other teams know that it is Gambit. Keep in mind, it is incognito or anonymous mode in games. The players do not see each other in the kill feed. Not that Gambit's been lighting up the kill feed anyways. They're going to take some damage here. Ticks from the lava. And we'll manage to make it to the next step So stone by stone, they hop and they go as they're trying to survive with a whole team in front of them. Hardeki gets beamed. Artico is no shield. They're going to get taken out. Hardeki and Gambit are out. We're going to a game number 9.
Gotta love it. Gotta love more Apex too. They were waiting out on that dome. They only had a few seconds left. That was what they were waiting on to move in, but now New are the ones that take their spot. Look at Na'Vi. They're trying to fight here onto Totem. They're trying to fight for the control, but the EMP deletes the dome again.
There we go, Na'Vi. Follow him. We heard from Rugby earlier. Good shots put through, but New Esports gonna do it with the wide left flank. They're gonna clean up. Portugal stand up because New Esports, a team that has played and performed so consistently well over the last year of ALGS, they are alive. They may just be at match point.
I love it. New Esports with their rotations too. They were on the low ground. They had to contest Gambit there. They were not in the best position, but the moment Hardeki had missed half of that clip, that was the opportunity right there for New not only to take that spot, but to wait for the perfect time to go in for the third party on that last fight.
Yeah, New Esports had 26 points last game, so let's see what they got. 27! A 27 bomb from New, 15 kills. That's a record for the playoffs so far. That puts them at match point. Can you imagine New Esports, who dropped an egg the first 4 or 5 games of this competition, ends up winning the whole thing, Vicky? I'm just saying.
I think it's actually crazy because I think the only game that they had a fighting chance was game number 2 at the start of our day where they finished in 4th place, and now they're coming through that last game 2 that we just had, and now this one with 15 kills. That's the most kills that we've seen from a team who's managed to win, take the whole game.
Yeah, keep in mind, the rest of the teams that performed, not necessarily in contention. Reply Totem, Na'Vi, not going to qualify for match point either. I think it might be New, maybe Horizon. Not sure where Horizon stands in the grand scheme of things as well. We will find out as we take a look at the overall standings. But for now, wow. Almost 2k damage each, 10 kills for Yikes. Post-kill and Kashera, the Portuguese duo with 5 kills, but so much damage done. That is why Kashera, with 9 assists, is the best support player in ALGS. I'll say that right now.
They were in the right place at the right time that last game. They closed out so many of these kills here for themselves, and that's some extra KP going in the pockets of New, the squad who also gets to walk away with those 12 points just for winning the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, our Uber analyst Onset is spamming our chat right now saying Scars win and really staying proud at his prediction of Scars at the bottom of the leaderboards in 20th place. But hey, there's hope, Onset. If this goes to game 14, maybe. We need 5 more, probably at least. But look at this. New Esports is the only team that makes it. Rebel not able to get 2. Kick not able to get 3. Wow, we have 7 teams at match point.
That's why it's so important to highlight those teams that were so close. I believe Rebel has been so close too since I believe game number 6 or game number 7. So that just highlights how quick these games have been going, especially in the late game. But now New is another one of those teams that have situated themselves at match point. And look, they went up 9 spots just after that win alone.
Insane. Wow. I can't believe that New is able to clutch out there. Can't believe what we're seeing. I mean, this is one of the longest lasting match point format games we have seen since that wonderful debut of the match point format in Poland just 2 years ago at our last Apex LAN. Will it go to that same game 11 or will it end in game number 9? What a story, what a day of action. This is some of the best Apex we have ever seen. Probably one of the best competitions we have ever seen, one of the best broadcasts we've ever had. We got multi-view, we got great high-tier Apex. EMEA always delivers, and we got a game number 9, Vicky. This has been insane.
I know, it's so great to see this happening too before our eyes. We were talking about it. Alliance had been at match point after game number 2, after they were able to take game number 2. Meanwhile, we're still going. We're going on to another game here in the ALGS. We're going on to game number 9, and that should highlight to you guys at home how these teams have been playing. So many teams have been at match point, but it's been a different winner every single time.
Yeah, it's been insane. Of course, we want to hear your thoughts as well. Make sure to tweet using hashtag ALGS. Tweet at us. I'm at Fallout with 2 T's, at Vicky Kitty. I saw a ton of people. Big shout out to Zephyr, European caster. Shout out to our South American casting duo who I saw tweeting, PDS Dodo and crew. Thanks so much, y'all, for the tweets, the banter, the analysis, the insights. We want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to hit us up on Twitter. But Vicky, with that, I want to ask you your prediction. Who do you think's going to take it? Just in case we don't go to a game 10 and we're not back. Who do you think's going to take it here?
Oh, man, I'm so stuck between Alliance and Gambit. I feel like as the games go on, I feel like that second win from Alliance is slowly dwindling away. You see that how close it was for Invictus too, where it just slipped out of their hands. But I feel like right now, Gambit is just on another terror run. I'm excited to see what they're going to do as a comeback. I got my eyes on Gambit right now. Even though my pick is currently Alliance, I'm still looking at Gambit, of course. That's the one consistent squad that has been pulling throughout the entirety of the Pro League so far in the ALGS this year.
Well, there you have it. You're saying Gambit. I'm sticking with my guns in Alliance. I would like to see Alliance go back to their bread and butter, Caustic, with what works. And, of course, that's Yuki on Caustic. Valkyrie with Hockey. I want to see them go back to what's worked so well for them versus trying this match point format. But we'll see what they do. Of course, we have a lot more brilliant people to break. Let's go ahead and throw it to our analyst desk. It's Kate T Squared Nonset.
Race can live! So much damage! So much damage! Let's go! Go! So much damage! Let's go! Go!
Vamos, bon dia, or Benoist, wherever you are, what time zone it is. I think it's about a 9-hour difference. Actually, no. Yeah, it might be a 9-hour difference over in Portugal. But it also, reminds me of one of my other so much fun Portuguese speaking country is Brazil, which is a very big soccer country and someplace I visited for a little while. So got to learn the language, recognize a few of those words there. But it boils down to excitement that they won. And James, we got a new team on Match Point. That is New Esports. How are they feeling going into this? Especially, how are you feeling considering GMT didn't work out with your choice last time?
A lot of things didn't work out. We lost a bunch of those Match Point teams very early on in that one, and they had to be sweating watching the rest of that happen, especially with Gambit going for another deep run. But it was not to be on that occasion. Major pushers, GMT, Alliance, Gambit, IG, 69 IQ, and New Esports all on Match Point. That's a lot of teams, but is it enough for one of them to take the victory in game number 9?
We're going to have to find out, because as these teams drop, oh, I'm giving up all expectations and watching this with very little attachment, because certainly thinking I know what's going to happen, and all of you at home, I'm sure, thinking we know what's going to happen, we've been proven wrong many, many times. It's kind of the fun of what this tournament brings to us, and that's why I enjoy casting this, of course, alongside James Bardoff. Rain Day here on the mic. We've got Fallout and Vicky Kitty as the second caster pair. Everybody doing a great job today, keeping the energy high as these tournaments continue to be intense, and you just never know when the finale. And so there's a lot of constant awareness here. And speak of a team who's been constantly aware, New Esports, they're now on Match Point. It is a nice kind of, Western zone near Countdown and Lava Fisher. So this is a pretty familiar zone. These teams will know how to play pretty well.
Yeah, more northwestern than we're used to seeing. That will be interesting, favorable for some of the teams up top, and maybe that makes a difference. As we can see, 69 IQ are not too far away from that green zone already. And Kungana will be happy with that as they look to play catch up with the other teams. The Lions will have a little further to go. A lot of rock between them and a safe zone. And again, you can see teams gravitating towards there already, as if it's the pull of the moon.
It really is. It's like the tide, just bringing everything in a little bit closer. And I love looking at this macro view of how the game is played. It seems so intricate, and it is at a micro level of the decision-making, your weapon choice, the amount of armor you have left, the ability you use, and if your ultimate might be ready or not. But the macro idea of these ecosystems of players and defensive, offensive, flexible compositions moving against each other and around each other in order to get to that spot. It's really interesting to see that overview. So I always love the top-down. Gives us a nice POV to set up the scene. 20 squads left. I'm feeling like this game has definitely shifted towards anybody's game. Anybody's final circle. We are not seeing the same level of execution from Alliance and from Gambit, and even from Invictus Gaming that we might have seen in the earlier games, James, when everyone was ready, maybe had all of their guns blazing, maybe caffeined up. Now I feel like everyone's starting to get their next monster, trying to find their next little bit of energy, because, we're seeing some of those final moments fall for teams who have definitely had a lot of bites at the apple.
Indeed we are. And while Kungana have found themselves in a strong position, we're going to take a closer look at one of their players, Graceful.
Got one of them. Far.
My in-game name is Graceful. I'm competing with Kungarna with my teammates Maydi Lol and JMW. I've been competing professionally for the past 5 years, but I've always been competing my entire life. I'm our team's IGL, being the voice to everybody to resonate with, really, just to keep us all in a line. We have to be disciplined and stay together, and that's how we win. As long as you don't feel like you've lost before you've lost, I'm happy.
Competing his entire life. Makes me happy that I'm an only child. Imagine having a brother like that. Always first at the dinner table.
That's right. And you know what? I'm happy I'm an eldest child, because you just have an advantage being taller and a little bit stronger. So you can win just more often. Definitely still a lot of engagements going on in Apex and at my house growing up. But seems like everyone's found a way to survive. And I think at this position, Kungarna have done a really nice job of staying relevant to this lobby. It hasn't been kind of a star-studded moment for them, but if they stay in this long enough, And we were joking around in our talent chat, you know, game 14, Scars win. It's like teams who have no opportunity to actually win now. If this thing keeps going, I mean, it opens up the floodgates. This is anybody's game. And Congarna's a team that, in my mind, would be in the forefront. If this goes a couple more games, you start having to look at their name a little bit more.
We see with the rotations from Gambit that they really do prioritize the high ground when they're going to chill for a while. And that makes a lot of sense, especially with how long this period is from, say, 20 teams to around 7 teams. It's a very long period. It's a war of attrition. It's about survival, about holding on to your resources and so on. So the high ground will be very favorable to them as they look upon the land around them, try to harass the teams looking to make their way in. And a bow check can be very, very painful if it lands some shots on you. And they are quite next to the beacon as well, so that is a very exposed beacon, though. They may have to dome to find out some information later on.
Legolas in the corner, not bothering Gambit, as it shouldn't. You know, that high ground point you mentioned really goes well with what they were able to put together. I believe it might have been game number 2, where we had a really strong moment from Hardeki the entirety. It might have been might not have been game 2, but Hardeki with a G7 scout in a pretty similar position. That is a great kind of moment for them as they get that level up early. They establish a lot of pressure that you start to get your rhythm. Right now, nobody's really found any rhythm, no strong engagements yet. Still 20 teams left in the lobby. And 1 minute and 30 seconds before round 1 is over. As the zone has been scanned, we already know we are going to be heading towards a little bit of that northwestern side near Lava Fisher. And it should make for some fireworks at the end. Dungeon Masters, a team who's not afraid to skirmish, led by Exens, one of the members of the famous 789, has now found themselves under a bit of pressure and going to heal up under the bridge.
You'll notice while these players are scouting around looking for information, if they're remotely exposed, they never stop moving. You don't stand still in Apex unless you like getting shot in the head. So they will keep active, keep dodging. They don't know who's aiming at them at any moment, so they've got to be real careful about things. And as we can see, Dungeon Masters have lost position for the time being. That's not an ideal situation to be in, especially when rotation may come in later, but we'll see how that one will progress. I guess cargo bots have been shot around the Alliance position potentially, as there is loot on the floor to be collected. They'll be keeping an eye on things themselves as well. Again, 7 teams at match point. It will be a slow game to start with, but again, it's down to the ring to dictate the pace later on.
And this is a good spot right here for GMT. Nasky, Dell, and Bedoli holding this kind of high ground building that has a low level on the middle part of this area, and then also can go underground and connects to the other central buildings through that underground passageway you see there. So a lot of ways to get flanked, but a pretty strong spot to hold that gives you options to escape as well. Second round in, and they're just content to stay.
Yeah, if you could find a smaller house which doesn't have too many windows in it, then that can be a reasonable place to chill. But the Lava Fisher area is interesting with the multiple levels that you have in some of those buildings. It's like a fire exit, essentially, for situations that are to come. And we may see some teams trying to exist on the lower area outside those cylindrical buildings. So we'll see how that happens, how that progresses later on. Got Nags doing some scouting from above trials for the time being. So, we have a home invasion now as major pushers with these Rockstars are going to be causing all kinds of trouble. And we lose our second team. Navi and Scars are out for the count.
Wow. And you know if major pushers wins, they're going to win by killing absolutely everyone in the lobby. That's just clearly the way that they've been playing. Already taking 2 teams out themselves with 6 kills. 18 squads left. And this is pretty much that area we were just talking about where you can hold GMT, Dell scouting below to make sure no one is there. Also holding up that high ground. They're probably going to have to choose one or the other if they get contested, but that's still a little bit of a ways to go. I'm a fan of the way that GMT are holding here. I like that they're being active, but they're not also overcommitting. No need to stress yourself out in terms of trying to rush this. And I think that's the thing. Patience, stay alive. Somebody's going to make a mistake. Don't let it be you.
The crypto drone can be used to evo armors as well, but that is a very crucial ult, especially as things go on. You heard, I think, Alliance talking about it earlier with rotations and not wanting to use it. So you have to really think about your safety if you are going to pop those off. Well, we've got major pushes now again. One of the teams who could steal things away. I feel like it would be a surprise victory the way things have been going. We had some great highlights from them earlier on, though, especially from Cleve, and as I say that, he's going to get down. That's Caster Curse if ever I saw it, but we'll see if they can rescue him. In the meantime, Raj is trying to hold position for the team. I see some shield swaps on the floor, and they are really lacking shields at the moment. Popping the bats, though, as they try to stabilize, but there's more issues coming their way.
Oh, and Ranches with major pushers going down. That looks like it will be it. I feel like major pushers, they were just eliminated. And it's a little bit of action between Gambit and Rebel. And so Gambit still stabilizing, Rebel still alive as well. This fight is not over. That house wanted, sold for much higher than asking price. Too bad the previous tenants are not alive to receive any of the dividends there from the sale. Gambit, though, doing just fine.
Major pushers eliminated, meaning there are 6 teams remaining in this lobby who have a chance to win the whole thing. GMT, Alliance, Gambit, IG, 69 IQ, and New Esports, all capable, but Gambit have some trouble as well. It's going to be Serdell with the... Oh my, that's just outrageously rude. Downing Hardeki with a wingman. There should be rules against that.
There should
we'll
be.
see if they can rescue him. You can see there's more skirmishes to be had, pushing the bubble from 2 different directions, and this could be the end of Gambit. Liogri doing what he can. He has to desperately find something. A blue shield for a swap, and Hardeki still alive on his hands and knees for now, trying to block the door. We'll see if he can be rescued, but Artico for now has been lost.
You do not want to let this spot go to auction. This is a house everyone wants. At least they got Hardeki back up. Oh, and that's just it. Can you believe it? Oh my God. Rebel were pushing with 30 health. Unbelievable. You know Gambit was feeling like it was an all-in battle, and look who is here to clean up. Reply Totem Esports. Hardeki, nice grenade. That's going to force him out right there. It'll buy a little bit of time. Tries to bank it off. Do an alley-oop there into the outside. I don't think it hit, but I love the idea. Mac is firing again. There's low damage on everyone fighting, but I don't know if Liogri has enough. This is so tough. Gambit so close so many times. It has got to be frustrating. But he's flesh. Oh, and can he get it? That's one. Can he get another? The PK. Oh my God. One more. Does he have an armor swap? There should be one in the building, but he's just going to go ahead and use the gold shield to get an advantage. It's 50 health instead of 25. He's going to win this heal off, but he's got to activate now. He can't let them res up, James. He might even want to finish one off to get the armor swap. But
oh!
He overcommits and gets killed by another team.
The crypto drone just watching like a voyeur as all that action happens, and indeed Gambit will not survive. They'll feel like they deserved it. Hardeki finding some nice angles on the shelf, some nice angles with the shield. Liogri did well for them to survive for that long in the first place, and still we've got crypto drones just flying all over the place. Like the crypto drones are high on drugs, just flying through, just enjoying the carnage from a safe space. Oh, they will be rescued, but not for Gambit. They are another team at match point who will not win in this game and may not win at all.
You know, you may not be popular, but in Apex, we have a saying, or I like to say, the only party you are guaranteed to be invited to is the third one. It is so unfortunate Gambit had to lose that, what was really an incredible potential clutch from Liogri through somebody getting involved in the action. But when you set yourself up to have the opportunity to get third-partied and lose, even if it's one shot, then you give yourself an opportunity to have luck not on your side. You got to take as many of those random factors away, and that just meant that Gambit were on the back foot after taking that house. It was an aggressive play. It would have worked out had they been able to stabilize. Unfortunately, weren't. So we've got Alliance still alive and well. We've also got Invictus Gaming, I believe, 69 IQ also. And remember, GMT and New Esports are teams we haven't seen in a moment. However, Major Pushers we know has been out. So still 2 to 4 teams on match point. There's a possibility. But as these fights keep going, James, I mean, it's getting less and less likely.
Yeah, we're losing some of the match point teams early now. That's the stage that we seem to be in. Alliance trying to avoid contact for the time being. Tsuyuki's on a total of 166 damage. All they need is the victory towards the end. And EMEA Sports will control their position. The caustic barrels will certainly help in that respect. They will enjoy a lot of real estate in this position. A lot of looting as well. They've got some shield swaps hidden away, so they are happy for the time being, but they have to keep moving. A Kraber now in the hands of Blueskill. Misses the first shot. Yeah, 2 targets. Doesn't connect with either of them. He's got teams on either side of him as he tries to keep people out of his area.
You got so many good things to do. You can't quite choose which one. Shoot left, shoot right, throw a thermite. He finds an unlucky jump on the side of what I believe was someone from Rascals. And they're just going to go ahead and defend their current zone. No need to get overly aggressive here because they are in a strong spot. And who might have been peeking nearby, involved in some engagements on the outside, is Victus Gaming. Prin, the young star. And he has been continuing alongside Noises and Blast to be excellent throughout the season and make themselves a factor. Not be given an opportunity, but really make it happen. And New Esports with the Kraber, man, having a great location here to hold people off and kind of cement themselves in this last round.
That could have been an interesting down depending on the trajectory, but was not to be on this occasion. We're going to have a listen into New Esports, excuse me, and see what's happening on their comms in a moment.
I'm a sub too, maybe.
And set up the bridge with 2 barrels, please.
Okay, look at my side. Look at my side because there was a team there.
Put a barrel on the left side there.
There's a team here. There's a full team here. I can't put anything on the bridge.
We have to wipe them. We have to wipe this. We have to wipe this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna EMP. You caustic post. James,
wait. I'm not with you.
Pick the window. Pick the window. Pick the window. Pick the window. Okay.
From here, yeah. Red close. They got on bottom. They
caustic post. They went bottom.
They went bottom.
Okay, chill then.
Post? Nope. Post. Nope. Healing. I'm healing. I'm up in Phoenix. Are they bottom? They made a portal bottom, but
I'm gonna EMP them.
We need to wipe this team, guys. Are they still there?
Them, please.
I'm gonna caustic him now. I've nades. Done it. Be careful. I'm popping about checks. I naded. I naded. I cracked 3. I cracked 3. Give me 16. Just hold. Go back. I'm done. Oh shit. I got stuck. Come to me.
Come inside.
They're pushing. Race, shit on, race 1! No. Use me.
Oh.
No.
We don't.
Well, they cracked all of them, but in the end, it is New Esports who fall, but Reply will fall as well, and that is what you call a war of attrition. IG eliminated. In the meantime, 69 IQ still up, Alliance still up, but we are losing many would-be victors at the moment.
Well, I gotta say, the entire lobby has to be happy that Reply Totem Esports is not in this fight. They were running through a lot of teams very aggressively, and it was not working out for these match point squads. 69 IQ and Alliance have made it out of that. Those are the only 2 teams now that have a chance to win. We keep finding ourselves in similar positions, but I want to keep note and bring us back to the first thing that we said earlier, talking about Kungarna and how they are now a member of these last 7 squads, James. They are getting better and better, and if this keeps on going, which Kungarna fans hope it will, they are going to look more and more likely to have a chance of winning this.
Oh, he's doing so much damage with that wingman. Almost a kill there, spamming the flesh. Must note we have lost GMT as well, so the would-be victors are outnumbered at this point, and with Horizon on the high ground for the time being. Once people have to start moving from their cover, some of these would-be victors in the name of like Alliance, 69 IQ, may be exposed, so we could lose yet more. Vibes can't even find some cover to try and get some battery up. He just about gets it in time. Almost dying completely here, and that would have been a hard respawn if he did go down completely there. Did he drop the bombardment? I think he did, and we'll see if he looks to capitalize on this or what their options are. Running from cover to cover, and there's not much of it. There really isn't. Again, the guys in elevation are going to have great angles on them. That may be 69 IQ they're heading towards as well. We see some caustic gas. 7 squads left, and we're going to lose some soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, and not pushing high ground is really throwing them, because this is the spot that you want to hold in a circle like this. You can shoot all the way down. Here's a Wraith coming in. It might be an easy KP. Although everyone's tired of KP. Give me a trophy. I'm done with this. Hockeys goes back in. Yuki getting so much damage. Running with the flat line. He's just hiding behind his teams. Again, it's looking like Alliance fighting with just one man left. Guild, Silta looking great. Finding themselves in 3-man positions. Able to push onto these low and defenseless teams, but somehow Alliance have climbed back, James. They've almost all stabilized again. Alliance still have a chance.
They were begging for that cooldown to finish on that dome. They're alive. Kungana are not. They've been lost now as we move to 6. Rascals look to be in trouble as Alliance seek revenge. They're going to Rascals. We can see Vibes keeping an eye on what might be high behind them as they look to move forward now. They're looking to seize the victory. Try to land the wingman shot, but there's a teleport just in time. 69 IQ still in the game as well. 5 squads remaining, and they're just looking to harvest organs from everyone, Alliance.
Oh man, if they can't take Guild down, they've got the best spot in the lobby. It's Valkyrie trying to stay alive, and somehow she has, but no, it's Matape who goes down. Can they get the shield swap? Yuki, no! Alliance! Vibes! Everyone knows that this is just Hockey's having to hold it because Alliance were so close, and he's gonna have to pull out a miracle. His teammates were absolutely just demolished by the third party, but 69 IQ Esports are alive and well. They've taken where Alliance were, but they've got the health to actually make a play. 69 IQ Alliance, if either of those teams win, we are looking at an EMEA champion.
69 IQ, they've been chilling this whole time, avoiding most of this attrition. They left a barrel in the back, and they know that someone is in that position. And again, we talk about that high ground. Hackis is all dressed up with nowhere to go. He's not even dressed up now. Nags and Slayers up, Swinny alive but down at present. He is gone now as he takes too much damage. I don't see a respawn coming. It's down to 2.
It's 2 players of 69 IQ versus Solaris. Will it be enough? There's another as well going in, and look at this. It's 69 IQ getting pushed. That was by Horizon. It's Solaris versus 69 IQ. He's hitting all the shots. Solaris, oh, they stopped the game!
I can't believe it!
Solaris out of nowhere win! And 69 IQ are halted yet again from claiming victory. We're going to another game!
So close. You thought surely down to the last.
One more game! One more game! One more game! Come on! One more game! You know we want it, baby! It is time! Solaris, somehow, I mean, literally, Scars here has 0 points. Scars in 14 if this keeps going. I cannot stress this enough. We are seeing a level of extended Apex Legends that felt impossible at the start of the day. When you looked at the way that Alliance won 2 back-to-back matches, they were literally going to be the fastest team to win. Now, this is one of our longest Apex Legends. This is our longest Apex Legends match point tournament in history outside of our first poll in LAN where we introduced the format. If this goes any longer, we're going to start matching that record. We might even beat it. And the teams that I want to focus on are the teams, obviously, that are coming at the... James, really? Really? You're going to leave me? You're going to leave me like that, dog? Dang. All right, we all know James having a little technical problems. All jokes aside, the hype was too much for him. But let's break down what really ended up happening. Larabanu, joke, they put it together. Solaris is one of the underdog stories that I think have been consistent throughout the game. But the most important part is they keep stepping up when the teams on match point don't. I think we've seen this time and time and again, guys. It's 2 teams who end up being match point eligible in the final 7. We saw it in Game 8. We see it in Game 9. Game 10's only way it'll be a difference is that if we see these match point teams somehow get 3, 4, or 5 of them in that final lobby, then I think this tournament will end. But if teams keep showing up like Solaris that win games, I don't know. We might be here for even longer. Let's go back to the panel, our desk, and see what they have to say about it.
Oh man, you know what? The reality of that is, like, I think James' internet just died at that point because it was like, we can't possibly do this again. But here we are, Onset. Tom, Onset, let's start with you. Honestly, just tell me, how did we get here?
I don't know. I don't know, Kate. I don't know how we're here. I don't know how someone hasn't won this thing yet. It just seems like it's always, we're like, oh, there's 4 teams out of this 5 who are on match point. And then the team who isn't on match point wins. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's so heartbreaking for all of the teams who are on match point, right? Because they think, surely this is our time right now. We're in a great position. We've managed to pick up the kills. You saw Alliance in that last game. They won the bubble fight. And then Yuki goes down. If Yuki doesn't go down there from those couple of wayward shots that were coming in, Alliance could win that game. But that is the margins that we are playing with at the moment. That is how talented this lobby is. And it's just a lot of fun to watch. Honestly, I'm having a ball.
It sounds like it for sure. And Tom, I want to talk about this real quick. Not a single repeat W as we take a look at our highlights. Not a single repeat team in our winners bracket on those matches. How does this happen?
Absolutely insane day of Apex right now, and it's amazing because we're in the anonymous mode right now. And before you would think, okay, it's the griefing. Everyone's griefing us because we're on match point. No, that's not the case. They love to grief each other.
God, absolutely. Well, let me ask this question because we talk about, obviously today is EMEA. Tomorrow is North America. What has this told us about this EMEA lobby year? Obviously, we have proven in spades the idea that you cannot sleep on any of these teams on set. Not a single one. Once again, as we take a look at these absolute griefing moments that just kill you and inspire you all at the same time.
I mean, it's testament to the practice that's been put in by this region, I think. There's a lot of talk about what region practices harder, and I think everybody knows the answer to that. And it's been shown, right? Every single team in this lobby is capable of winning games. And the proof's in the pudding, right? It's not just winning games in scrims. It's winning when the biggest amount of money is on the line in the playoffs, when you have to win to keep the tournament alive. It's amazing. It is absolutely nuts. There's been a couple of occasions where I thought Alliance were going to do it. In those last few games, we just saw the highlight there where Vifes is kind of standing in the middle of the battlefield with his arm shield up. He's like, it's like Braveheart kind of moment. He goes down, and then in the last moment, you got Hackis trying to do it. It's absolutely nuts, but it comes down to practice, dedication. This region is so good, and it is so much fun to watch.
Absolutely. And you know what? I want to harken back to a time before when your pick, actually, Scars, was absolutely on top. They have proven themselves in the past, certainly at the top of a championship lobby. And to see a little bit more about that team and the one that we've been able to profile here today, we've got a nice little catch-up with that team being Scars.
Hello everyone, my name is Mikkel Hesbeck, also known as Mandy.
My name is Dan Ušić, I go by RPR.
My name is John Öztürk, I go by Taishin.
We first got to know each other the summer before the Poland preseason invitational. Leading up to Poland, Soar and North rented out like a boot camp house, and that's how we really got to know each other better. As a competitor, you always want to be the best, winning means everything. We stuck through every struggle we had as a team. Even when we started first, we qualified for Texas, and then we had like 3 or 4 months of just terrible performance. And then we had another low point, when North closed, because we were all just so stressed out, looking for an orb, this and that, no income. And that's why I'm so thankful for Scars. I remember typing in our group chat and saying, let's stop messing around, switching things out. I'm going to go back to being the main IGL, and you guys just shoot, and we can win. It obviously went extremely well for us.
Oh my goodness, and RPR comes in the back with the wingman. Perfect shots on Sunset. It's a 3 versus 1. They cannot lose
Brilliant
this,
plays.
and they are going in.
Scars are your champions.
This right here, it means so much more also, being able to look at it and look back at what we've accomplished as a team.
We had a pretty disappointing first split, I would say. These things happen. Playing more together is gonna do a lot for us to just rejuvenate our synergy and our communication, because I think that was our main problem in split 1. I felt like our communications were really lacking, and because of that our synergy was hurting. Our teamwork is literally our best. It's not our decision making, it's not our aims and stuff like that. It's literally just how well we work together when we're on point. So we're just focusing on what we can influence and not on what we can't influence. The only thing you can do is look forward and play the next game. You can find us on Twitter at Scars5 or at Scars_ENG. If you want to find me specifically, twitch.tv/RPRX, streaming almost every day.
And if you want to find me, you can find me on twitch.tv/Mandy.
And if you want to find me on Twitch, SC_Taishin. I haven't even said anything.
Well, you know what? I said it once, I'll say it again. Don't ever sleep on any of these teams. And let's take a look at the leaderboards and see Onset what Scars has to do to find themselves up at.
They're still going to win it, Kate. They're
Oh
still
my
going to win
gosh.
it. Everybody, we've seen everything today, right? We've got 11 teams on match point, right? 11, and I said, hey, after 2 games, I got a little funny feeling, right? Everybody, just take your minds back a few. And I was like, this is going to go a long way. This is going to be 9, 10 teams on match point. We're at 11. Now, let's go back to my predictions before the show kicked off, right? I said Scars are going to win. That could still happen. It ain't going to happen, but it could still happen. They're down in 20th. They only have 15 points, but over half the lobby is on match point. And you would feel that surely someone is going to win it in this next game, right? Right?
I mean, I think, Tom, we've heard that before, but hey, you know what? At this point, it seems like the math, at any rate, is on our side.
I mean, it's going to be that, or we're going to have 20 teams inside of match point eventually. I really don't know which way it's going to go.
We don't know, but you know what? The way it is going to go is it's going to go to a Game 10, and that will be coming up right after this. Stick with us.
We have officially hit double digits in games, and the clock has struck midnight in eastern parts of Europe as we get ready for game number 10 of what has been a ridiculous ALGS playoff so far. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty. If you're just tuning in because you saw the noise, you saw the craziness on Twitter, welcome to the ALGS match point format where you have to hit 50 points to unlock match point. The teams with the targets over their scores are the ones that have done it. We officially have 11 teams at match point. Any of those teams can win the playoffs with a victory in game 10.
Welcome to the chaos. 11 teams, Fallout. I love it. And we're not stopping here. We're going to keep going. Whether it be all these teams that hit match point and we finally get a winner after that, or we don't. It's going to be all the action going down today until we get that winner set up. Again, we have to highlight that just after game 2, we had a team hit match point. It was Alliance. Now we have 11 teams currently sitting at match point, and we are moving on to our double-digit games, game number 10, right here off the rip.
Insane. Guess what? Gameplay's ready. We're loading right in, and it's hard to think that 7 games ago we were thinking this would be the fastest ALGS playoff in history. Meanwhile, it has been the longest ALGS playoff in history. Of course, the ALGS Invitational, last LAN tournament that we had in Krakow, Poland in October or September of 2019, went 11 games. That's the longest we've ever gone. Will we beat that? Will we go to a game number 11? Can one of those 9 teams that are not at match point win and force yet another game? We'll find out as we got to kick things off with the French God Squad, the former Le Cite de France championship winning team of the Autumn Circuit. It is now Solaris.
Can we highlight the fact that they were 17th before they won and were able to pop off so hard in that game 9 that they went up 9 spots alone after that one game? That further highlights that a lot of these lower end teams could have that one good game themselves and also join the rest of these 11 teams that they managed to stop them from winning this game here, Fallout.
Insane. And of course, if you're just joining and you didn't maybe see the leaderboards, Alliance got there in 2. Gambit got there in 3. Invictus Gaming got there in 3, had a 1v1 chance to close it out in game 4 with the opponent having 20 HP, unfortunately was not able to do so, and that leads us to adding 69 IQ, Major Pushers, New Esports, GMT, Horizon, Solaris, Rebel, and Guild, all at match point. If any of those 11 teams win this game, it is game over. $100,000 in the bank for the first place prize, $250K total prize pool. We got a southwest zone.
Ooh, and look where it's pulling. Thermal Station where Alliance drops here. We've seen this happen before, and with Alliance having all this loot, they have the beacon themselves. The other squad that's close by to them, Entry, is a Thermal, so they're going to have to fight soon here as they're going to make their way over to that southern part of the zone. But we've seen before what happens whenever the circle pulls towards Alliance at Thermal. Let's see if they can pull through before, make that comeback factor actually work in their favor.
Yeah, just because it's pulling there doesn't guarantee a win. They didn't win last time, and this is really a 50-50 decision, right? We see the same thing with G2 in North America, who drops Thermal Station uncontested. You can decide to stay in Thermal Station, post up top Thermal Tower, and have high ground, or you can kind of guess and hope that it pulls to the southwest and go into the no-name houses on the southwest side of the map, just west of Thermal Station. We'll see how Alliance decides to play it. Last time they did the ladder, and Rebel took Tower. We'll see what happens this time around.
Oh, that's funny. You gotta sound the alarms, though. With Cake making their rotations, they activated the Cossack Trap. They know that the Cossack Trap goes off, so that's gonna indicate to the squad here, situated over in this spot, that there is a squad trying to come up from right underneath them over by Lava City. And Alliance, they're still looting. They're pretty happy situating themselves over at this building. But this is what they predicted before, and it ended up biting them in the behind when they were forced to rotate towards that circle that pulled closer to the east side of Thermal Station, where they were forced to traverse to that open lava, the open lava field, where they were just kind of out in the line of sight of 3 different squads in that game that they saw that they had the opportunity to take.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Vicky, heads or tails?
Oh, tails.
Tails never fails. I'm right there with you, girl. That's kind of what's going on right now with Alliance. Last time they picked tails, it was heads. This time they're thinking, all right, it's got to be tails, right? We'll see where the zone ends up pulling here if it does go to the southwest and if they do get the best position really on the map to be determined. Does Alliance have the rotate that secures them a victory in the playoffs? We will find out. Vifes playing out of his mind. Currently the kill leader, the Apex Predator of the lobby. By the way, the Apex Predator walks home with a cash prize. We also are voting for our Monster MVP. Make sure to vote for your favorite player. And last but not least, we got multi-view. You can watch any of the 11 teams at match point. You can watch any of your favorite teams with multi-view. But look at this. Gambit is going to immediately hop on Alliance here. We might have a fight.
Oh, Bartico takes a lot of pressure. Gambit was actually the other squad that had taken the Pride Rock off to the side of Thermal Station in a very similar circle, but with this EMP, you got more Evil Shield charge, as well as so much pressure, actually. See, Artico, he's literally the epitome of one right down below there.
You could breathe on him. Literally, you could flick him in a toenail, and he would have gotten knocked right there. Wow. Artico survives. Gambit survives. And obviously, that would have been a safe fight if it was just one team. But Alliance had the intel to say, okay, there's 2 teams here. The other one's Totem. Not worth taking this fight. We'll get third-partied. So all 3 teams will coexist. They'll all pick a spot, pick a building. And these 3 teams now predicting a Southwest zone. That makes Alliance probably feel pretty good about their prediction.
I was like, this is they wanted to situate themselves here. Also seen the circle pull towards the rock out in that oval a little south from Gambit here. They took that spot before. They're just going to stay here, but they don't have a Cossack here in this composition, Fallout. So it's not really stopping any of these squads from trying to push into this building, maybe even approach with an EMP to negate a dome. But these squads already filling in these buildings. They're here for the early game. They're here for that early game positioning. And notice, it's our match point teams too. You got Invictus now making their way over, Gambit there as well as our first squad that had hit match point, Alliance.
Yeah, Invictus is going to take the cylinder building all the way in the southwest of Thermal Station. I mean, look how fast these teams are rotating. Especially when teams see a Thermal Station finish, they know that it's all about fast rotations. And again, that's the smart play. Again, we talk about it often. The 3 different play styles really now that exist in meta of Apex. There's early rotate, there's play hard edge, or there's a 50-50. And I talked about it earlier, but Gambit is that 50-50 team. They like to play edge when it makes sense. Look how fast they rotated this time around, though. Gambit with the ridiculously quick rotation right behind the heels of Alliance.
And just to reiterate, you were talking about it before Fallout, but if you're just tuning in right now wondering, hey, what is Gambit doing with all these Evil Shields on the floor? Well, because you have Alliance out there with the crypto composition, a lot of other teams also running the crypto. They don't want to waste their shields with the EMPs that are going to be coming shortly. So now Rebel here on the other side, they're not running the crypto, but they are running the Valkyrie as well as the redeploy with the 2 big boys. So this is another squad already making their rotation over by Thermal.
That's right. And I just want to give a big shout out to everyone tweeting, sharing some thoughts. We got Gap Departure saying, how do we interpret today, Fallout? Is this general strength of EMEA, the unpredictability of Apex, all of the above? This is insane. I agree. This is absolutely insane. I do think it's the strength of EMEA. We know that EMEA has the best competition in terms of the most amount of teams, whereas NA is very, very top-heavy. In EMEA, the competition is so neck and neck, and I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. But one of those teams that's certainly a top contender currently at match point is Rebel, former champions of the Winter Circuit. And we had a chance to catch up with the outspoken, out-of-the-game leader of this squad. It's Pierre. Let's listen.
We've always been one of the top-ranking teams. The playoffs are important to me because it's our first time playing in a big tournament as Rebel, so it will be our first big tournament under a new name and a new organization. Since we've always been here, it feels like it's just like given that we're here, and it would have been weird if we were not here, because we've always been one of the top teams, so obviously we will make it to the playoffs.
I just gotta say, I got a lot of love. If I have a man crush on any pro Apex player, it's Pierre, because of his charm and personality. I sent out a little form to, Vicky, you know about this, but to all the pro players in EMEA. By the way, NA pros, if you're watching right now, only 3 of you have responded. I'm disappointed. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to EMEA, though. 19 responses. Pierre responded. I said, give us a summary of your background. Let's know a little bit about you. And all he says is, I have beautiful eyes. That's it.
I saw that, too. A man of many words. Maybe not so many, though, but it's for a good reason there. He's confident here. He's confident with his team. And Alliance actually just on the cliff side here. I'm wondering if they know that 69 IQs on the other side of that rock. They're going to be situated there for quite some time before they wait out on where that next circle is going to pull. But Alliance seems to know here. They're also trying to take an off angle to try to call out Gambit. You see Hockey's taking a lot of pressure, but if Gambit get a piece of the action, not only would they probably give up that building, but they're going to be able to fully send and try to close out that kill. But he is going to be able to get away. Now Kick, though, do find their kills here. They find a knock onto Mande.
Yeah, and Kick, who if we don't go to a game 11, might walk away with the second most disappointing situation in these playoffs. Of course, behind my man Blast. Love you, buddy. Sorry I tweeted that. That was savage. But Kick has been at 47 points or 46 points for the last 4 games and has not been able to get 3 points. We'll see if they can do it here. They're right behind, and it's Kick, a team that is so darn impressive throughout Pro League, looking to get to match point. They're right there. OJ Rain, the only Russian to not be on a CIS team, playing with these two.
Oh yeah, especially since they're 1 kill closer right now. Follow, you see Cake now closing in the gap to try to take control over this building. Doesn't look like there's a survey beacon here either, though. So now Kick are just trying to rotate around, try to get the high ground, but they may be meeting up with a team who's waiting by that choke point that leads to tree. We're gonna have to see here. A 69 IQ Esports have built a wall of caustic barrels between themselves and Alliance.
This is nuts. This is an army of caustic barrels. You know what? If you don't have a wall, build one. And build it in the form of caustic gas, as we got 69 IQ living on the edge of glory right now, quite literally, with an opportunity to win this here in game number 10. They are one of the 3 or 4 teams that got there in 4 or 5 games. Scars just continues to draw tears of sadness. River of tears for Scars. We love you. Taishin, you're still the CEO of EU. And he even tweeted out a little bit ago saying, this tournament's gone so long that I'm even maining Caustic right now. What is life? I started dying.
James is loving it, though. James is loving it. Onset's crying in the back here, but 69 IQ Esports are like, all right, Christmas here, served on the silver platter. They're trying to see who opened this crate right now as Guild Esports are making their rotation. They have the portal ready, too, but they're just going to call and say, all right, it's already been looted. We're just going to be rotating here. Something we haven't been seeing is the Bloodhound, so they don't know where these footsteps have gone, but they've seen right up ahead who just looted that crate, who's already made that rotation, so they may be stuffed out depending on where that circle's going to pull for Guild Esports, where they realize that they may be circle kept in this situation here if the squad's already holding this choke point.
Yeah, the gatekeeping may be real. This will be an interesting rotation and situation for Guild Esports. Guess what? We got a listen in ready. Let's go ahead and jump into the comps of Guild Esports.
Just hold this for now. Let's see what other
taking the energy here.
Every sport, just to let you know, every sport inside Thermal is taken. Every sport.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm hesitant to vote.
Problem is, Jungle Gym's gonna be taken. Bro, I would want to fight up top, to be honest. I'm not even gonna.
I would be down to fight these guys, but the team behind would probably come up.
KNG will 3PS. KNG will 3PS.
I don't think this is KNG. It's a Crypto drone.
Pussies,
That's not KNG.
3Ps.
That's not KNG.
Oh, fair enough.
They're getting kind of short as well.
How far can we reach here with Volkul?
We can reach the house. We can definitely reach the houses here. Because remember, we did it from here and we tried like from the choke. We did it from here as well, Valkyrie from there, and we made it all the way to the back. We can make it to minimum over here, platform.
Two playing close on the rock.
We can make a minimum platform, by the way.
Wait, white armor, give me. How long for Valkyrie? Maybe just kill these guys.
77. Yeah, I got 77. Just wait, don't give him a moment.
He just got blue, but I cracked him. How much?
8%.
Sorry? Okay. This guy's going for the beacon. I think those guys will Valkyrie out after they get it.
Do you want to wait for them to Valkyrie? Fight the team on. I mean, we might need Valkyrie.
I think we just fight these guys with Valkyrie.
Oh, Valkyrie! I go Valkyrie now. If we do it now.
Yeah, I think we go like we talked about. Let's go, you and me.
Wait. 26.
Yeah.
97. 97%. Just wait.
Oh.
Now. Come here.
Yeah, we fight these guys, then we pop ult to go again. Go. Yeah, start playing up.
Wait, do we not? Right side or left side?
Left side like last time.
I'm gonna not play and shoot. Wait, they're ready.
They're playing up. I give ult to them.
Only 2 guys hit. Only 2 guys hit.
I give ult to them.
Good drone. I got drone.
Huge. Play aggro now. I'm hitting them. They don't have cracked 1 hard blue. 80 flash on one.
They're going left.
Blue on another.
Oh, we need to push.
There's so one there.
Crypto here, close.
I got cracked. I need to pop.
Give me one. I'm bubbling myself.
Shoot. The bubble's
gonna
go. Team behind us, back behind us as well.
I'm bobbing back.
Don't overthink this player game.
Give me that ulti cell, come here. Give me that ulti cell right here.
Can you play up now? One of them got knocked.
Back.
Give me one. Actual one.
We
can't do shit.
I'm playing back. Safe on me.
I'm good on me. I'm gonna pop 2 cells. I've got
He's above us.
I'm gonna peek and wait. Just wait. They don't do it. Wait.
Nice.
I'm getting on the height. Just wait. I'm gonna from the left again. They're
TP. Just stairs this.
You stupid motherfucker.
He's still picking. Watch out.
Pop my ult tech. We're gonna have to go soon.
Give me some cells and stuff.
Language Horizon. Now, honestly, if I was in that situation, I'd be just as hyped as Mama at Horizon right now. Guild with a awesome play mid-game. I love that we caught that and listened in, Vicky, because that was so well played. From the Valkyrie ult to the Gibraltar ult to the turn and knock on the team flank, and them Guild's playing really well right now.
And the portal, too. There was so much microplay there that was so big brain from Guild Esports. I absolutely love it. And to hear it firsthand from this team and the raw emotions, I just love what I'm seeing here from Guild Esports. They're feeling themselves right now. They didn't overcommit. They're leaving one behind again. And I'm just wondering here, with these game plans, it looks like they're actually going to replicate it all over again.
Yeah, here we go. Another Valk ult's coming through. Another opportunity, and they're going to just do the 2-for-1 split. Notice how they play this, and the reason for that is you want to play angles, right? That's so well played, so brilliant. Obviously, Apex is a game of angles and choke points. Nice job right there. They're going to take out Na'Vi, a team that was in contention of getting to match point if they would have won to get this game or perform this game. So Na'Vi is out. They will not reach match point, and Guild is just one step closer if they're playing so well.
And I believe it was Rascals now coming in on their 6th. This was a squad that wanted to move in for the third party. This was a great decision by Guild because they split up the potential chance of that third party. But Taffy's in some trouble, though, as Horizon is going to try to reposition here. Good spot here to try to cut off the rotation, but they're taking way too much damage now to try to keep contesting that squad.
Yeah, Guild is playing out of their minds right now, but unfortunately it looks like their journey may be coming to an end. Matafe goes down, Horizon so damaged right now, it's going to be all up to Silta potentially. And the Rascals, who actually tried flanking, lost Paradise, are able to get a revive here. So Paradise will be back in this one, the Rascals survive, and the Rascals are one of these teams that can play spoiler, so if you want a game 11, you want them to survive.
And now they've also used that respawn beacon too, which is important here for Guild if they manage to recover in this situation. They could recover Matafi too, so now they won't have that available to them unless they themselves have a mobile respawn beacon, which doesn't look like Horizon does, looking at that new HUD that we can look through their backpack. But look, so many squads also have them in their line of sight that they're just getting pressured out. They can't be risking themselves and just using too many meds to try to clean themselves up after this fight.
That's right, Guild some way, somehow still alive, but you wonder for how long. And guess what? If you're manifesting a game 11, if you're manifesting the same energy that we had in that arena in Krakow, Poland that got us to 11 games, let me hear you say a one more game in the chat right now. Hashtag one more game if you want a game 11. You want Rascals, Eternal, Dungeon Masters, Scars already dead, sorry, Magicians, Kungarna, Totem, or Kick Esports to win this game. Those are the 7 teams remaining that I believe are still alive and are not at match point. DM is one of them, but of course we want to keep an eye on our match point eligible teams. Alliance, Gambit, so many more still alive.
Yeah, it was essentially magical chairs right here for these eligible teams, and Dungeon Masters now cleaning up 2, trying to clean up 2, but I love it playing around the knockdown shield. Now losing one of their members as Dungeon Masters move in as a 2-man this time. Good recover, they could clean it up, and that's exactly what they do here. But it's like you were highlighting here, Fallout, so many teams have already qualified, so many other teams are looking to get right back into the action, and Dungeon Masters have already claimed 5 players in this lobby.
Yeah, DM with 33 points right now. They need a first place finish and then 5 more kills if they want a chance to force and make it to match point for game number 11. We'll keep a close eye on them. Guild still alive. I mentioned their journey may be coming to an end. Their story continues here. I don't know how they've been able to make it this far, but we'll see what Guild can do in this story as they, of course, are making their rotation over to Thermal Station. We know Gambit, Alliance, Totem, all in the southwest side of the map. They predicted fairly well here, as, of course, this zone is pulling fairly southwest, but here comes the fight. Rebel, a team at match point right now, absolutely dominating the Magicians so far. They got to finish, and they're going to do exactly that. Clean wipe for Rebel, but the third party's nearby.
And there's perfect timing on this too right now. They have to restabilize, they have those shield swaps. Another team now moving in though, closing out the space with the dome. Rebel have managed to restabilize, but not fully here. They clean up another member that was off to the side, helping them out in the process with these caustic traps. The Nox grenade too, just clearing so much space, putting in pressure onto Rebel.
And this is why Caustic is so brutal, and there's not really much of a defense. There's nothing you can do right there if you're Rebel in that situation. Caustic and Crypto, the 2 legends with really no counter play ability, is kind of the common sentiment among the meta right now and among teams, as we have IG still alive. Well, they have the Redemption Tour. Putting great shots is Bryn, the tip of the spear, the lead slayer for this team. This man does not miss.
Oh, they just clean them up. I love the angles that we're seeing from them. They also had the perfect timing on the EMP to negate that damage. The Dome too to just take it down. Now Gambit now taking a little cheeky angle. You see Hard Deck is trying to take an off angle, but they still have full blue evils, and it is Alliance. It's just Yuki left alive.
Alliance is out of this one. Gambit, their rivals are going to do it. They're going to take them out. So now we got Gambit we got IG, 2 teams that are match point eligible. My question is, I think Totem is still alive, which is a team that is not match point eligible, so we have to understand, if we want a game 11, we got to have one of these teams clutch out, but Gambit has the chance alongside IG to close out this tournament.
Eternal to another one right there, just trying to claim their spot. News also trying to get that win too. That would be absolutely huge for that squad, but Gambit has been playing this so well. They've been playing this a lot more patiently ever since they reached match point. As they traversed outside of the underneath part of that building, they're just trying to find a different angle with the next circle closing in from right behind them, but they're going in for a redeploy.
So really here, it's Totem and Eternal versus New, Gambit, and IG. 2 teams that are not match point, 2 teams that are. It all comes down to this. 5 teams left in this historic EMEA final of our playoffs of split number 1. On board with Gambit with a great Valkyrie rotation. They find a great location, a little bit of high ground, a decent god-ish spot, maybe a demigod spot for them, as Gambit finds himself in a decent spot.
Oh, they're putting out the portal. Let's see what they're going to do here. News off to the side, too, so they're going to be able to see them in their line of sight with Invictus now trying to take a different angle. Bombardment also disrupting their vision, but New have a great spot here on the high ground, but they're getting shot at from across the field. Having to be careful here as the circle is getting closer and closer. It's going to be the next circle now. It's going to make all the difference with Eternal having to forcefully use out the dome. Is there going to be a crypto EMP? We're going to have to see.
That's right. New Esports, a team that secured their own fate with a win in game number 8. Can they do it here in game 10? To be crowned your winners, your champions of the Split 1 playoffs. Bryn is going to go down for IG. That is a huge loss. Ooh. Revive comes through, the caustic gas serving as a smoke screen. It's going to allow them to get the revive, but they have to heal up. They have to heal up quick because New is putting in work on Totem. That's massive. New Esports in a decent position here. So is IG, so is Gambit.
But no one wants to give up their spot just yet here, Fallout. They know right here in this position that each team is taking a different angle in the circle. Minus Gambit, who's kind of stuck in the middle here between Invictus. You can see the other squad off to the other side, but New now are using this bombardment to just try to rotate out. And here comes the EMP as Jellycord makes his push in.
Eternal's the last team alive to play spoil and to force the game number 11. IG is going to get tagged. They're going to actually lose 1. Blast goes down, so does Noise's ult to Bryn. On board with Eternal, the last hope for a game 11. They are under so much duress, you might think it's over. You might think this might be it, Vicky.
Oh, Eternal, they hurt us, Fallout, they want in. He gets stuck, I'm not too sure here. The Arcstar now putting in some pressure. Kashira has to heal up with that bat. Look at New sharing the space though with Gambit. They're right together. This leads things up for Eternal to try to push in. Third party potential chance here for Eternal.
And they get a chance to reset, so here we go. 3 squads remaining, 2 match point, 1 not. Can Eternal do it against the likes of Gambit and New Esports? Gambit alive on high ground in such a good position to close this one out.
So Eternal, I see this is going to be another squad making up their way towards match point status. New, Gambit, these 2 teams, they're looking for it. Gambit playing right underneath. Look at this position. They're trying to avoid being stuck in the middle between these 2 squads.
Ooh! Ooh. The heady from Hardeki, the head glitch he has, a great opportunity to put damage in, but it's not enough. Someone turns his Kashera and shuts that down, and there you go. New's gonna have a chance to reset. Heads up play from Hardeki. If it's anyone to have a clutch flank to secure a win for his team, it is Hardeki, but he's gonna get shut down.
Look at this off angle too that Eternal's taking. They're trying to take different angles so that way they can have both teams in their line of sight. I love what I'm seeing here. The circle is right at the backs of Gambit. They're going to have to move forward soon, and look at Eternal making some last-minute swap with the gold backpack too, just in case.
The tension right now is insane. Every team is quite literally vying for their tournament life. Here we go. New Esports versus the Eternal. I think it is. The Eternal actually with a wide flank. Bambino's going to back out reset. He's just going to initiate. He's an instigator. He's forcing the Gambit and New fight as they're going to back out reset, get their health back. Gambit on low. New on high. Eternal on ultimate low ground. And it's going to be New Esports in a good spot. They push wide right. They're getting so many great shots in it just like that. New Esports is going to do it. New Esports is your champion and your victors for the Split 1 playoffs of EMEA. Congratulations to them.
They made it into the match point right after Game 9. You love to see it. New Esports, better late than never, as I always say. They are going to deny what Eternal had planned. And now, New Esports this is it for the playoffs for them. They are the EMEA Split 1 champions.
Unbelievable finish to an unbelievable series. 10 games later, we have a victor. The champions of EMEA Split number 1, New Esports, led by Kashera, the IGL of this team. Look at the support he has put in all. The champions of EMEA Split number 1, New Esports, led by Kashera, the IGL of this team. Look at the support he has put in all split long throughout the Pro League into the playoffs. Vikes, the new member of this squad, the sole member of the Middle East competing in this competition, I believe from Iraq. What a showing from Vikes. And of course, last but not least, post-kill, the fellow Portuguese member of this squad, the duo of Kashera, the Caustic, who put in so much work in that late game. And in the end, New is going to do it. They get to raise the trophy, and they go home with $100,000. Vicky, what a story.
We have to highlight their positioning, their timing. They could not take any shots at the very end. They had to play so patiently, but they were in such a good position away from being sandwiched between Gambit, away from the other squad. It's just so insane here to see how they were able to make that comeback after I believe they had won game number 8. I feel like that momentum definitely kicked up for New Esports. I believe they closed out that game with 15 kills in total, so that was record-breaking on its own. So they slowed down their own gameplay to take the victory, and I love what I am seeing.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And perhaps it was foreshadowing. I swear it was not scripted, even though it may have seemed like it. But when they won that game 8, Vicky, we said maybe, just maybe, a team that wins in game 8 can secure a victory of the playoffs, and they did it. And I said maybe it would be New Esports. And here we are 2 games later. They are your champions. I cannot believe it. A story that is such a great one. New Esports, a team that would not have been listed as a favorite coming into this competition. I mean, Kashera, post-kill, they have grinded as a duo. So many roster changes, new thirds to this team. They are not necessarily the ones that you would have expected, the Gambits, the GMTs, the Alliances, but they are a team that have proven that they can do it after showing up great in the championships in the first phase of group stages. They had a slightly disappointing final competition. They show up here in Split 1. I mean, what a story it is, Vicky.
Absolutely. This is a squad that I believe out of the Pro League, they had finished in 16th place in general. So now making this comeback in the playoffs is a huge statement to be made here from New. Yeah, they even completed a game where they won with the most kills than any of the other teams that had taken games on their own. And I believe after that, they just changed up their play style. And that's why that they were able to clutch that out at the very end. Well, great timing. Again, I have to highlight New being the winners. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, but it's that same Team Cup they've been running for a long time. Ever since Tyler FPS was on that squad as the godlike Wraith. Of course, Vikes playing that role, but they have Caustic, they have Crypto, they have Wraith. They stick to their guns, they stick to what works, and in the end, they are going to be $100,000 richer. Again, crazy to think. And I can't wait to see the overall standings to see where everything else shook up, because guess what? Gambit may have done enough to leapfrog Alliance for second. We don't know for sure, but they took out Alliance in that early to mid game, and they ended up getting 3rd place in that one, so they might be 2nd place. Alliance and Gambit, 2nd and 3rd. We'll see where exactly that they fall as we get ready to throw it to our desk to close this one out. What a day it has been. Vic, any final thoughts from you?
Honestly, just looking at the prize pool here, I'm just very happy to see that New Esports is going to be able to come out on top with $100,000 richer, and it's just such a big gap between 1st and 2nd place, walking away with $50,000. So again, congratulations to New. They deserve it. They played that so amazingly at the very end, and I love match points here. I love the way that we do this here, Fallout, and it's been a good time to see all the action in the EMEA region.
Yeah, you said it so well. Congratulations to New, of course, Kashera, who is one of the older members of the scene, a veteran of the scene, and just grinded his way to the top consistently. But of course, my hat goes off to Alliance. The boot camp paid off, gentlemen. Gambit showing up so incredibly strong, putting on an absolute show, that is for sure. Can't wait to see who our Monster MVP is, Apex Predator is. There's a lot of exciting things to come, that is for sure. But that's going to be it for us. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. But of course, we have the Monster MVP, Apex Predator, an interview with the winning team, most likely, coming up as I throw it back to Kate and Co. at the desk.
Well, a huge thank you to our casters for sure. Of course, James, Rainday, Fallout, and Vicky Kitty. And I think I can say for sure at this moment, welcome, New Esports are your newest EMEA Split 1 playoff champions. On set, I saw you going nutso in our chat for our team here. You gotta bring me through your feelings there at the end. And then, Tom, I'm going with you.
I thought Eternal had it. I have to be honest. I thought we were going to have another game. They had a position where they were overlooking Gambit. They were overlooking New, and all they had to do was just play that third party, right? Just wait for that moment. But the damage, they made the decision to do the damage to Gambit down on the low ground. That let New Esports clean that kill up clean that team up, and then just ape them from the high ground to the low. And then when it comes down to the moment, we've seen it all throughout today. In the most pressurized moments, you have to hit your shots. New esports are the best at that. That's their bread and butter, right? Hitting those big shots in those big moments. They did not choke. They are your champions.
Yes, absolutely. Tom, I mean, we talk about a beginning, a middle, and an end. Then, of course, you see in the earlier rounds a different team than you see in the late. And my gosh, New Esports, it was not the champion we thought at the beginning, but they have proven themselves, as have almost every single team in this lobby today.
It's all about the end here, Kate, where the EMP just hits so hard, and then all of a sudden the Nox gas grenade, and you wonder, why am I running this composition? Well, the crypto is going to counter all of the bubbles that are coming up, and then the Nox gas grenade is going to be able to seep through right there, and that's going to do a ton of damage. Gambit just gets eliminated immediately. There's basically nothing that they could have done. I don't think they could have really even portaled out or made any type of move. And then just like you were talking about on set, the focus from Eternal, a little discombobulated. If they would have maybe played a little bit more passive-aggressive, they could have came out on top right there. But what a performance from New, and you got to feel for the rest of the teams that were on match point the entire time that just weren't able to get there, right? 69 IQ, numerous chances, Gambit, Alliance, IG. I mean, so many great teams there. Anyone could have won this one. The EMEA region did not disappoint.
They did not at all. And I do want to mention, we're going to take a look at our leaderboards because, of course, there is number one, but there can only be one number one. So let's find out what this is going to be. Oh, my goodness. Here we are. New Esports, of course, taking number one, but then let's say this onset, triple digits for our number 1 and 2 there at the top of that leaderboard. Alliance maintaining their second space.
Yeah, they picked up a hell of a lot of points, and so did Gambit, and so did IG. The difference is this is match point, right? And points get you to a certain place, and that is crossing that match point threshold to give you the opportunity to win a tournament. You got to win a game, and you could probably say, looking at that top 4, the teams that are above New Esports, they all had opportunities to do exactly that. Alliance were involved in end games. Gambit were involved in end games. IG, I don't want to talk about it too much, but there was a 1v1 that went down that could have been a tournament-winning one as well. So it's tough when you see the leaderboard like that and you think, hey, we put up so many points, you know, why aren't we first? It's match point. You got to get it done when it matters.
Absolutely right. And Tom, I got to say, I mean, the reality is that, of course, we have, you know, New getting that 100K. They're getting 150 points. But guess what? Alliance, those Gambit, those IGs, they still get some incredible points and a great prize pool. And certainly nothing to, you know, in my words, shake a stick at.
Yes, I was really hoping we were going to get a shake a stick before it was all said and done. But, you know, I guarantee Alliance, Gambit, IG, the rest of these teams, they're saying, hey, match point format works, right? When you win a game at Apex, it's such a relieving feeling. No one wants to, you know, watch 10 games and say, all right, you know, you didn't win the last game, you should be able to win. I love the match point format. I think it makes it so exciting. I love the anonymous mode. I think we had some amazing things in terms of the HUD additions into the broadcast, the multi-view for Twitch. It was just an amazing day for Apex. I had so much fun watching it. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it as much as we did being a part of it, because what a just ride of emotions throughout all of that.
Oh, ride of emotions. That is the Tom I love. There it is. Well, let's talk about this. We've been talking about key plays and the players who make them all split long. But today, this moment, right now, it's finally time to find out who you voted for your Monster MVP. Who will hold the crown and who will it be? Let's find out right now. And now what I will say before we get to the MVP, I do want to know real quick, Ansa, let's start with you because we got to give credit to these teams and these players and find out who it is that's going to be MVP. But we got to give credit. Ansa, who'd you have in your eyesight here? Who was your MVP?
I mean, I changed my MVP about 17 times today. It was like, it wasn't even like match by match. It was like moment by moment. I was like, oh, this guy's the MVP. Look at what he's just done. This guy's the MVP. Look at what he's just done. But I was looking at Vifes at the end of it because there were so many moments for Alliance where that man was just a human turret, right? He was stood in the middle of battles with his PK out, with his gun shield up, and he was just going bang, 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 and everyone would fall in front of him. He is such an underrated player. He's, in my opinion, one of the best gibbies in the game. Vifes is an animal.
Vifes is an animal, absolutely, and I think we're taking a look at some of those animalistic. Oh, excuse me, this is here we go. We're taking a look at some animalistic Vifes knowledge for sure. Tom, I mean, I love what Onset said. You know, we changed it a lot, and there's a reason for that, because there could be so many, and I want to give credit where credit is due, so many incredible players that made this lobby as scary as could be.
Yeah, we talked about the double H's, we talked about Hardeki, we talked about Hockey's coming through. So many amazing plays. Bryn was really popping off. Right here when Bryn was going through all the armor swaps, I thought that was it. I mean, the way that they were able to close that game, and that would have been so exciting to be able to pop off in a situation where they really shouldn't have won. But you know what? New was able to do that in Game 10. When you look at the way that they were pinched, you say, I don't really know. Eternal seems like they really have the best position. Zone towards their back, keeping all the action in front of them. Two really great teams on match point that are stacked up on top of each other. But amazing EMP, amazing Nox gas grenade, the timing, the collapse, the way that they were able to never give up and pull it through, that's not easy to do. And the EMEA region is just so close. It's so exciting to go and see teams that we were on our teams to watch, teams that we have a feeling that could still win, and coming through and walking away with $100,000.
$100,000 for sure. Well, as we talk about math, let's talk about the kill leaderboards, because they have painted a picture that is downright gory here on set. Absolutely. Woo! Vibes.
Well, it's always good when you're someone you talk about getting backed up by the leaderboards, right? It's 26 kills for Vifes on Gibby. That is a monster tournament from him, but you can see alongside him, you've got the likes of Blast, Yuki, Bryn doing it for the UK as well, 2019. And then, I mean, everybody popping off today. There was very few moments that you thought someone's made a misplay here, someone hasn't done something right. Every single team was just making crazy plays. It was amazing to watch. Vifes at the top of the leaderboard though. 26 kills is nothing to be ashamed of.
Hey Tom, I'm just curious, from this look at the kill leaderboard, this feels like the reason why you can't sleep on any teams. This right here is the example of.
No doubt about it, and the competition is so close, but I think what's so special is how these teams always play against each other and how well they know each other too. I think that that's one of the things that gets really oversought. They're scrimming against each other all the time. They're so used to it. Weeks after weeks, months after months, years after years. These have been the players, these have been the teams to watch, these have been the orgs to watch. So the fact that New could come out and showcase that just goes to show how close it is. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I cannot wait for EU, NA, in-person, live events, get this whole global thing global.
Stop teasing me. Stop teasing me, Tom.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of teasing, we're going to stop teasing you right now. We're going to reveal our Monster Energy MVP here today, right now, at this moment. Drumroll, please. There it is. Alliance Vipes. You know, Onset, you said it earlier, and guess what? The community agreed, and how could you not?
I mean, he was popping off today. Every time that we were on his POV, it just seemed like it was, he knew he was on camera, right? It was like, okay, cool, I'm on stream right now. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone's dead. Cool. Let's carry on. Go to someone else while I reload my gun. He was just unbelievable today. And I talked before the show when we were kind of just in a rehearsal about, you know, the importance of a Gibraltar player and how sometimes they get overshined by, you know, your Wraith player, you know, other players on more aggressive legends inside of the game who can get in and out of battles a little bit more. To be a consistent Slayer as a Gibby is such a difficult job to do. You have to be perfect in everything you do. Your bubbles save games, they break games. So Vice, I think, deserves a hell of a lot of credit.
Yes, he does. Indeed, for sure. Well done. And GG to Vapes. We've already seen great things from him, and I know we are going to continue to see great things as we go see them again in split number 2. GG. And as a reminder, by the way, I think this is true, he is the kill leaderboard's top player, which means he's taken home our Apex Predator points. He's taken home our $1,500 prize for Apex Predator. GG's, well done to Vipes. I mean, like, come on. Onset, this guy can do,
pretty good.
Just has a great day.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a pretty good day individually. I think he's still going to be a little bit heartbroken that he doesn't have first place overall. I'm sure he would happily trade in the Apex Predator award for that. But I mean, it's just you know, synonymous of how well he's played today. I think top of the leaderboards, picking up all the kills. He's got a little, you know, comfort, you know, payment coming his way for putting up those big stats. So congratulations to Vice again.
Absolutely. Hey, Tom, you know, I keep harking back to your pro days, and because I love that perspective and how, you know, you've performed under these bright lights, not just as a host and analyst and everything else, but also in game. I'm curious your thoughts about, you know, this here under the bright lights. I mean, we are online, not on land, but what does a win like this mean for a team, especially like New, who come into this perhaps not thinking it was happening?
Really, it feels like you're kind of just getting started because that's what you've worked your whole career for. So once you get to that point, the real work starts to come in now because you've gotten to that point. You want to keep going. And if you fall back and start to get a little bit lazy or lackadaisical or too happy with the situation, you're going to fall back. You put in all the work to fight to this spot. You don't want to let it go by getting a little bit of lax. So you have to just continue to work really hard, work as hard as what got you to this point, and then see the growth kind of happen for there. So for New, it feels like they're just getting started to me.
Ooh, they're starting, and I cannot wait for split number 2 to see New in their element. Onset, if you were to give those players in ranked or pubs who are looking to up their game, give them the headline here of what they should take away from today's 10 matches and what it means for their gameplay that the pros had to make it through 10 here in our playoffs.
I mean, patience is key in those final zones. It always is. You'll see opportunities, but sometimes those opportunities aren't the ones that you have to take. It's about being disciplined in those final zones. We saw multiple teams on match point, right? Sometimes they weren't disciplined enough. Sometimes they were too disciplined. It's such a careful balance. And if you see the opportunity to strike in that final zone and you can get away with it, you got to take it. If you think it's a little bit of a risk, usually it's better to play a little bit safe. And that was what essentially won this tournament for New Esports. They saw an opportunity and they took it.
Any idea, Tom, if you have any other pro tips from the former pro himself?
I mean, there's so many different things, but to kind of piggyback off what Onset was saying, while you do want to, play safe, a lot of times, too, you have to play overly aggressive and make mistakes so you can learn from them. And then when you do make your mistakes, don't beat yourself up. Don't throw your teammates under the bridge. Take responsibility for it. Always take responsibility for your actions. Have fun and improve from there.
Absolutely. And as a reminder here, let's take a look at those leaderboards once again, because you know what, Onset, I think you're absolutely right. And Tom, I should say that you're absolutely right. We're looking down the future. They're just getting started. We're split 1, Pro League year 1 here, and we're going into a split number 2. This overall leaderboard paints a picture of who we can look forward to in split number 2. And remember, number 1 got 150 points. Number 2 through 20 also got points, as they also got prize pool money. And, those points, Onset, the reality is that what we saw today here in our playoffs is that seeding points don't necessarily equal a win, right? But these playoff points, these points that are going in to split number 2, can help with that trajectory, help with that momentum here in our split number 2 playoff dreams, and truly our ALGS championship later on this year.
Yeah, of course. It's going to give everyone a boost, right, who's picked up those huge amount of points, especially, like you mentioned, heading towards the ALGS Championship. That's where the big money is involved for all of these teams, and that's where you can really make yourself comfortable. But just to piggyback again off something that Tom said there, New Esports have come into this and they've picked up a win, right? He's completely right. It's so difficult to get to the top. It's even more difficult to stay there. I still don't think we've seen that legacy created yet in the EMEA region. We talk about Gambit, we talk about Alliance, but we don't talk about them in that way that, they win back-to-back tournaments, tournament after tournament. Who's going to beat them? Maybe this is their opportunity to start doing that.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of legacy, let's take a look at if any of our talent can start their legacy here today. I don't think any of us can, because none of us saw this coming, nor did we see a Game 10 here. But I will say, looks like Vicky Kitty, Rain Day, Fallout, y'all bringing in the Alliance. They were the closest to the top, and unfortunately none of them are here at this moment. But Tom, what do you think? You were so close with Gambit, so close.
Here's the thing, Mark. It's only up from here, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think what they've accidentally done here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they missed a 0 off of the end of Scars Europe. Because, it wasn't a good day for them. Let's be real. They have been struggling. I hope they bounce back, though, to be honest with you, because it's been a little bit concerning to see Scars down at the bottom of the leaderboards numerous times. I'm sure that those guys are going to sort it out pretty soon, but they've struggled to adapt in recent times for sure.
Well, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about our Challenger circuit, because that is a leaderboard that is continually evolving, and it's something that certainly in our bottom 20 of our teams, they need to be keeping an eye out for, because this is what our EMEA Challenger leaderboard looks like in our top 20. And you'll notice some faces here, Tom, that are, actually very familiar. I'm seeing T-Rex, I'm seeing Game of Drones, which makes this lobby, a lot more scary than maybe people might think.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And all these teams are going to continue to practice. They're going to learn a lot from watching today. And these are the teams that are still scrimming against the other teams that were in the playoffs too. So don't count them out. Again, the EMEA region has so much skill, so much talent. It's very deep in terms of the pool of players and, of course, the legend pool. We saw today a Wraith Crypto Caustic team coming through. You never would have thought, I mean, maybe, but you would typically think, all right, Valkyrie is such a high pick rate right now. You'd have to put your money on a Valkyrie team winning. Well, that wasn't the case today.
Absolutely. Well, what are these teams you're looking at going for? Of course, a spot in the Pro League. Here's a look at the teams that they're eyeing even now here in our bottom 20. And I love the Challenger Circuit. Vicky Kitty's been doing a great job over there, and it is really just a crazy stacked area. Onset, I mean, unfortunately, we're looking at some teams that, you know, need to be able to find themselves a little bit farther up the leaderboards here, and this is what Split 1 looked like.
Yeah, I mean, Tom just talked about the challenges, right, and some of the good teams that we've got in there looking to compete and get into Pro League for Split 2. I mean, just look at this. This is the bottom of Split 1, and some of these huge names that you see in there as well. You got 4Gang down there as well, who, you know, just about managed to hold on, but then you've got the likes of Solo Q Goats, Fenerbahce Esports, Click Esports, which to me is crazy to see them down there. They've put in some really good performances over the years that Apex Legends has been played, but I'm just sad to see Uwu, Owo, Catboys down at the bottom there. You know, I've spent a lot of time talking about teams down at the bottom today, and I feel like I should give them some love as well.
It's the tongue twister for sure. Well, let's talk about who we have going to split number 2 that we can confirm this, and that have already qualified, I should say, for Pro League split number 2. This is that lobby. These are your teams, Tom. We've seen, obviously, some incredible performances already from some very great teams, but I'm also looking at, you know, we got Solo Q Goats came back from relegation. You know, we've got some of these T-Rex came back. Fenerbahce, I mean, really have proven themselves in the qualifiers as well.
Yeah, really just take one from each area, really. I'm going to go Solo Q Goats, looking forward to them. 7, 8, 9, looking forward to watching how New is going to perform after the win. And then, of course, Gambit, Alliance coming through first, second right there. Just waiting for that legacy, Mark. I think that's a really great point. We haven't seen the EMEA region. There's plenty of time. We got a whole year in front of us. It's time for somebody to step up.
Step up, make it spicy, see what happens. We'll definitely be finding out here, because split number 2 is going to be coming around the corner. It's just moments away, seemingly, from our time here. In fact, there it is. Good. I love the graphic. I was like, oh, no, I don't know if it's up yet. Here we go, though, gang. February 26th, 27th, split 2 days, 1 and 2. Oh, man. Round robin times dose, double round robin. Exciting, and it's gonna kick off February 26th and 27th for our EMEA and NA regions. Make sure to put that on your calendar. February 26th, February 27th. We're right here. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. Onset, are you looking forward to that 26th, 27th?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seems, we say this all the time, right? But every single time that we watch Apex Legends on our screen, it seems to just get better and better. Like, every single team now is just playing at this insane level, and you can only imagine what it's going to be like after Split 2 as we head towards the ALGS Championship. So I'm looking forward to it, man. It can't come quick enough, and you can see, you can get registered right now. Go and get registered. Look, down at the bottom of the screen. Go and get signed up.
There it is. Exactly. And in fact, you're absolutely correct. As you can see, registration opens for split number 2 Challenger Circuit February 8th. Remember, you could be a part of what we're talking about. After 10 matches here in the Pro League, you got to get yourself into that Challenger Circuit. So mark down February 8th. And then, of course, cross-platform competition available in split number 2 starts February the 22nd. Nope, sorry. I already said it earlier. My gosh. Gang, I'll tell you what right now. I cannot imagine what it's like. Tom, you can tell me this, you're former pro. I cannot imagine what it's like to go 10 rounds when every single round is an up and down, just absolute heart-wrencher. It is getting to my mouth area, and I'm having trouble speaking.
That's why I have a couple cases of Monster over here, so you got to stay energized and make sure that you're ready. But yeah, I mean, Split 2 is going to be amazing. Apex is doing a great job of continuing to have updates, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing how the meta is going to shift, because we've talked about the impact that Valkyrie had on the pro play. I think that we're going to continue to have more impact and more changes going forward in a positive way.
Absolutely. One of the things I always say is there's a global word in the Apex Legends Global Series, and one of the regions we absolutely want to highlight right now is the APAC North region. They have been throwing down and doing some incredible Apex gameplay, so take a look at that region here and now. I'll tell you what, Crazy Raccoon has been making some crazy moves for sure. I'm so excited we were able to highlight them and a number of other teams there for our APAC North region. So definitely check them out and see how they are playing the game. Well, you know, one last thing I got to mention. Today was EMEA. Tomorrow, North American playoffs popping off. Woo! They start tomorrow. That's the one. 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. It is a great way to end your day, and it's a great way to showcase exactly what North America has in store. We saw EMEA. We'll find out what the North American teams are going to do with this meta, certainly with these team comps, and see what the difference is. Will they go to a round 10? Who knows? At this point, anybody's guess. Onset, you got any last words before we head out?
As always, a thank you to the teams, the players, and everybody watching at home. I think it's been a great advert, once again, for Apex Legends Global Series and the esports side of things. And I just can't wait to get back into Split 2, to be honest with you, especially in EMEA. I think EMEA is a really special region at the moment. It's just so competitive. You never know who's going to win and who's going to start creating that legacy. That's the question for me.
Tom, any last thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, just like Onset was saying, big shout out to all the players, organizations, fans that are watching. Hopefully you guys really enjoyed the show. And shout out to everyone at Respawn that's putting in work towards the game and all the production crew over at PGL. Appreciate you guys. And Kate, always a pleasure being with you.
There's lots of love for both of you and our entire cast and crew for sure. And if you want to keep up with all of our action and drama, the good people over at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, they are doing some incredible work, processing some incredible content. I love to follow, I love to like, and so can you. And we're, of course, on YouTube at Play Apex Esports and twitch.tv/Play Apex. Remember all of that fun functionality, those Twitch drops. It's everywhere you want to be, and they're right there. Well, we're out E5000. It's been 10 games of incredible gameplay. A huge thank you once again to our cast, to our crew, and to you and to the players for making this an incredible, memorable EMEA playoff. Till next time, see you later.
They're ulting. Let them fight, let them fight, let them fight. Send it.
Pray for me.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.